Chapter 221, A Briefing with Pancakes. Book 3, for once. I didn't argue. I turned and pulled her into a hug instead, the fabric of her blouse cool against my cheek, the faint scent of coffee calming me. But while I held her, I leaned in, lips close to her ear, and whispered, "Where did you get the money for your new watch?" She stiffened instantly. I squeezed her tighter, just enough for her to feel the grin in my voice. "Gotcha." Lady Lola's voice slipped out like a sigh, barely audible under the clamor of laughter still bouncing through the aula. Her hand lingered on my shoulder, steady but trembling ever so slightly. Sometimes you miss something in front of your eyes, and sometimes she didn't finish, but I didn't need her to. "I noticed people important to me," I whispered back, and then I crushed her into the hug again, burying her against me until the hollow she'd been holding slipped awkwardly between us. She made a tiny, startled sound, caught it, but didn't push away. When I finally pulled back, her cheeks were flushed pink, her lips parting like she'd forgotten how to keep her face professional. "Accountant team wrote it off as representation expense," she managed, her voice thin. I laughed loudly enough that the nearest few people turned their heads. "You know I don't care." Her lips twitched into a small, hazy smile. But then her gaze unfocused a little, as if she were looking through me instead of at me. "But lady, I could." Her words faltered before she forced them out. "Do whatever I wanted. Pound Cake was right to warn us. You are, and thus the kingdom and the company, too trusting." I brushed my hand down her arm before stepping away, my heels tapping a steady rhythm as I walked toward the double doors. "I trust you, Lola. And that's enough for me." Behind me, I heard her chuckle, though there was a thread of unease tangled in it. She followed, quick footsteps tapping like punctuation after mine. "You shouldn't trust people that easily." I glanced back, gave her the quickest grin I could muster. "You can buy the Ferrari." A wink. Her expression twisted into pure confusion, her brow knitting in the most adorable Lola way. "Ferrari?" I bit down on my lip to stop myself from staring too long at her puzzled face, and just nodded, striding into the throne room. Or whatever we called it now. "A party hall? A war chamber?" "Yeah," I said over my shoulder. "So don't steal, just tell me." "Lady," Lola said as she rushed up, catching me by the wrist, just as I started climbing the short stairs to the throne dais. It was an expense. I turned halfway, blinking at her. "You're defending yourself a bit too much, Seneschal. So, was it at least within budget?" She let me go, lips pressing thin, her hands curling against her hollow. I took the last steps and lowered myself onto the throne, the carved wood cool under my palms. My weight hadn't even fully settled when she leaned closer, loud whispering beside me. "No, it wasn't." Her eyes flicked away, embarrassed but stubborn. Then, softer, but I liked how it ticked. The real tick. And I liked how it sparkled. "Sometimes I want to be frivolous." The laugh was still bubbling out of me when the doors swung open and the first wave of noise rolled in. That chaotic mix of chatter that only players could carry like a badge of honor. And naturally, Llama was first through. "Hi!" I called, raising my hand in a half-wave, half-salute. He didn't bother answering, just strode up to the throne dais, gave a stiff bow, then plopped himself into the nearest chair like he was here to audit my taxes. Not a single word. I glanced sideways at Lola. She lifted one perfectly arched brow, shrugged, and kept her hollow glowing in her hands like she was annotating my sins for later. "Okay," I said, dragging out the word, leaning against the armrest of my throne. "Llama, some pancake told me we've got moles or whatever. Do I need to be afraid?" That finally cracked his statue routine. He stiffened, jaw tightening, and his eyes darted to me with that calculating look he got whenever strategy and guilt collided. "Yes," he said, each word weighted like it hurt. I was also warned. I tried to misdirect, but I wasn't thorough. His teeth ground together, the sound almost audible over the chatter now spilling in from the doors. "There may be complications tomorrow." The words clung to the air, sharp and unwelcome. Just then, the next trio arrived, Lisa, Catherine, and Scamantha, each radiating their own brand of chaos. Lisa practically skipped, fiery cosplay robes swishing as she waved cheerfully to half the room. Catherine sauntered in like she owned the place, her heels on stone echoing with deliberate rhythm. Scamantha, well, she looked like she was here to sell everyone overpriced relics as usual, and trailing in right behind them, Yuki, Lunaris, stiff-backed but determined in her chair, and Ian, ever the quiet shadow at her flank. Then came Lucas, jolly as always, Pearl at his side, looking far too composed for this circus. "Oh, the brass is here," Lucas crowed, his grin splitting wide. I leveled a glare at him, and he froze mid-step, grin faltering. "They fear me," I said flatly. It wasn't a threat, just a statement. Lucas knew it too. His smile twitched, and without a word he ducked behind Lama's chair, sliding into a seat as if the shadows might make him invisible. Pearl followed at her own pace, shaking her head like she was already disappointed in him. One by one, the noise dulled as more people filtered in, finding seats, their voices folding into the background hum. So I said, leaning forward slightly, eyes landing back on the strategist. "Lama?" He met my stare, expression taut but controlled. Then he rose, stepped out, and without hesitation climbed the dais to stand beside me. He didn't face me. He faced them. "Thanks for coming," he began. "Today, I'll assign you tasks." His gaze swept the room, pausing briefly on familiar faces. Lisa's grin, Yuki stopped reading, probably law, Lucas pretending he wasn't sweating already. It was last minute, because I didn't want the enemy countering our plans. "I don't want to alarm you," he said, but the seneschal brought to my attention that our plan may be compromised. His eyes flicked briefly to Lola, and I caught the faint downturn of his mouth, a flicker of pain, frustration, maybe even guilt. "We don't have time to adjust, or to change our plans," he pressed on, "and we don't know the extent of enemy infiltration into our ranks." A few players shifted in their seats, and my grip on the throne's arm tightened until the embroidery of my dress hissed under my palm. Night Swallow was the first to move. She rose smoothly, her silhouette hidden in her dark dress, bowing her head toward Lama. "I can keep tabs on anyone near my post," she said. "Portside barracks. Ill shadow movements, and notify if." Lama's hand stopped her. "We need to reshuffle." His tone was apologetic, but immovable, the kind of iron you didn't argue with. "I'm sorry, but it is necessary." Night Swallow's expression didn't flicker. She gave only a shallow shrug and lowered herself back into a chair, legs folding neatly beneath the shadows of her dress. But then Lucy shot up, all fire and brashness, her fake pirate hat flopping dangerously as she stabbed a finger toward Pearl. "I need to be with her," she declared, her voice pitched to carry, no hesitation in it. "She's my eyes. Together we exploit." Pearl, sitting calmly beside Lucas, turned her head slowly toward Lucy, but didn't argue. Her fingers rested lightly on the table, tapping once, twice in acknowledgement. Lama regarded Lucy for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he inclined his head once, noted. "Any other interruptions?" he asked with the faintest hint that his patience was paper-thin. "No one else? Good. So now we can assign roles again, to throw our enemies off." He gave Lola the smallest nod, and she straightened. With a quick flick of her hollow, the projector hummed to life. The map that appeared was, well, let's just say it wasn't winning any awards. A rough, hand-drawn sketch of Altandai sprawled across the display, though one corner was stained by a coffee stain. We all knew who was the heavy coffee drinker around here. I blinked at Lola, and she smiled before she turned her stare to the projection. Lama's eyes narrowed into a glare sharp enough to peel paint. Lola actually blushed, ducking her head as if the stain might vanish if she hid behind her holo hard enough. He cleared his throat. "So, as you can see, we have 7 major objectives." His hand hovered over the stained map as if he didn't want to touch it. "And about 17 commanders we can trust. Us." That last word plopped, his gaze sweeping across the room like a teacher daring someone to admit they hadn't done the homework. 17 is not enough," he continued, his tone flattening, "as I noted in the command." "Let's invite Pancake," I blurted. The words tumbled out before my brain could veto them, my hand shooting up like it'd just discovered the cure to war itself. Every head snapped toward me. Even the guards by the door twitched. A beat of silence stretched wide. I jabbed a finger toward Lola before anyone could start questioning my sanity. "Lola, invite him here." The room was filled with confusion. People exchanged baffled glances, lips parting, brows furrowing, a few even mouthing "Pancake?" like it was a code word they'd missed in the last patch notes. Yuki, bless her cute heart, nodded furiously, eyes gleaming. "I like pancakes," she declared with the enthusiasm of a kid picking their favorite ice cream flavor. It didn't take long before Mr. Pancake arrived, in full Baker Monk glory. He moved with that awkward combination of humility and yeast-powered pride only a man named after breakfast could pull off. Or was it Poundcake? Nah. Hey, Mr. Pancake, I called, waving like I was greeting an old drinking buddy instead of a literal bread saint. Do you want to be commander? He blinked, halfway through a bow, clearly not expecting his first words in the room to decide the fate of a battalion. Too bad. Already are. I cut him off with a flick of my hand, like I was swatting a fly. Sit now. And the miracle? He actually sat. Maybe it was the throne under my butt. Maybe it was my overwhelming aura of chaotic authority. Maybe he just didn't want to argue with a queen who weaponized socks left ones either way. Something was working, and I wasn't about to poke holes in it. Lama, continue, I ordered with mock gravitas. Lama hesitated, eyes flicking to the newcomer as if expecting Mr. Pancake to suddenly sprout fangs. Can we trust new people? No, I said bluntly, shaking my head. But this is as good a time as any for tryouts. Now, tell me who's going to have a party with me in the triangle. He leaned closer to the projection of the crude map, hand with the pointer hovering as if it was about to stab someone. That's supposed to represent the binding stone, the largest conflict, he said, and I caught the faintest twitch in his eyebrow. My chaos was throwing him off his tactical groove. Yeah, I need someone. My eyes scanned the room. Lucy had her hand raised like an overeager school kid, but I ignored her with the grace of a teacher who's already tired of questions before first bell. Catherine and the SOC division for sure. There will be a lot of death. Catherine's lips curled into a grin that matched mine, hers with feral delight, mine with gallows humor. Then, as if grinning had been too much effort, she leaned sideways against Dimitri, shut her eyes, and started dozing again. Some juggernaut's power nap. Mine could collapse into REM cycles mid-war council. Queen, Lama said at last, bowing slightly. His tone was respectful, but the pause carried the weight of someone steeling themselves before pointing out the obvious to their slightly unhinged superior. Yes, I said, waving for him to spit it out. You may assign the roles. This one was actually the only one we can change. Oh. His ears perked, surprise flickering across his usually deadpan expression. That is true. He looked almost impressed, which made me sit a little taller. Apparently my occasional wisdom was rarer than a legendary drop. In that case, I shall be joining you. But the other two major points are Portside Barracks and South Barracks. We need— Wait! I cut in again, raising my hand like a kid calling dibs on candy. Lama's jaw tightened, though his smile didn't break. He took a steadying breath, the way pancake monks do before punching bricks, breads, and lowered his quill with saint-like patience. If patience could murder, though, he'd already be dead. There is also the Wealth Liberation Squad, I declared proudly. That is not as important as— Very important, I said over him, because apparently my hobby was testing his blood pressure. Without liberating the current Grand Masters, except shards of their money, there's no point liberating the city. It's all run from their coffers anyway. Very well, he said at last, with the long-suffering tone of a man who's accepted that arguing with me was like shouting at a hurricane. Original team remains the same. Scamantha, Lunaris, and Ian. But we add Yuki to cart duty, so Ian isn't alone with the random players. Hey, I can do it! Ian stood so fast his chair scraped against the floor. He grabbed Lunaris' hand like he was swearing a knightly oath instead of signing up for glorified bank rob transport. Nothing will happen to the gold. They may target you, Lama replied calmly, but they will not expect exceptional help from Yuki. She is somewhat new to our command structure. Yuki raised her hand with a spark of eagerness, like she'd been waiting for this exact spotlight. The gesture of not speaking actually cracked Lama's composure. His lips curved into the faintest smile, genuine for once. Yes, Yuki. Am I a commander? She asked hopefully. Not yet, he said, voice kind but firm. But prove yourself in this battle and you can be. He turned to me. Then, we need to decide. Do we send more troops to Portside or more to the south? Both hold equal strategic importance, but securing Portside gives us a stronger staging ground from our ships. Reinforcements can be sent quickly, and players logging in mid-battle will have easy way joining the fight. If we focus on the south, we may block their reinforcements and cut off their supply lines before they regroup. I have to decide? I asked, half hoping he'd laugh and say, "Just kidding, I already decided anyway." But no, Llama just nodded solemnly. "The one we focus on, well, send more people." Great. Leadership moment. My favorite. I stared at the map, weighing the pros and cons like I was picking between two equally terrible bar cocktails. Portside meant better mobility and easier support from our fleet. South meant potentially crippling the Grandmaster logistics. Both were vital. But if reinforcements kept spawning on Portside and we lost it, we'd be trapped. I exhaled slowly. Portside. Llama studied me for a moment, then dipped his head. "I suggest Lisa's Guild, FD, and the Lucy Pearl team to secure it. For the southern barracks, I would trust Luminaria's Guild. As her support, Night Swallow and Dimitri." The room rumbled with low nods and muttered agreements. "What about me?" Lucas piped up suddenly. Llama blinked, scratching the side of his head like he'd forgotten. Lucas even existed. "You wanted to be on Pearl's team, no?" Lucas nodded eagerly. "I'm a mage." Llama stared at him blankly. "I know." Then, with deadpan finality, "Secure Portside, as we stated. Important." Lucas shrank a little but gave a firm nod anyway. "Good. Then that leaves us with the smaller barracks." His laser pointer skated over the map. "Southeast barracks." He lifted his gaze toward me, then to the side. "The newcomer. With Lola." "Me?" Lola's voice cracked in surprise. "But my class." "Seneschal," Llama said, cutting through her doubt. "You showed us the power of your class on the ship. More than enough, and you won't be there alone." "You mean keeping me in check?" the Baker monk said dryly, folding his hands like this was all part of some sacred bread ritual. "I don't mind, but we all deserve a good cake after the battle." "Ooh," I grinned, shifting on my throne like head just promised free loot. "Which one?" Yuki nodded seriously along, as if cake allocation was now a tactical priority. Llama's patience snapped. His voice turned louder. "Northeast barracks." He swung his gaze to Tramar. "I'm reluctant to send you alone, but—" Tramar smirked faintly, shrugging one shoulder. "Don't worry. I'm eyeing other types of magic. Diversification, you know." Llama didn't even dignify that with a reply. His eyes slid toward Frozna, who was still scrolling on her holophone like the war briefing was background noise. "Frozna," he said pointedly. She blinked, then looked up. "That's me. You'll secure North Barracks. It's the smallest, so expect less resistance. Once you've finished, your beasts can reinforce Portside if needed. That's all for the commanders. We still need to inform other random players." I rose then, lifting both hands high to capture their attention like a discount motivational speaker. "Guys, this is important, okay? Our future is bright, so fight well." Inspiring speech. Scamantha deadpanned without looking up from her holo. "I'm fired up already." "Can I go with Lola?" "She's sexy," someone shouted from the back, casual as ordering a drink. Every head whipped in that direction. Lola flushed bright red, eyes wide as she shouted, "How did you even get in here, Fuzuki?" "Oh, I invited Fuzuki," I admitted, grinning. "What could go wrong?" Chapter 222, The Queen's Fireworks. Book 3. I woke up at the inn for the last time. It was too cozy, too familiar, which only made the heaviness in my chest worse. Tomorrow there wouldn't be another morning here. When I walked into the common room, Lucy was already there, perched at a corner table like she'd been waiting. Well, okay, that was our plan. She was waiting. She sipped from her mug alone, posture loose but her eyes watching people. I slid into the seat beside her with a grin. "Morning, pirate." Her face lit up at the greeting. "Jay, Charlie?" The stumble tripped out of her mouth before she could catch it, and the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her annoyance with herself. She quickly covered it with business. "Scouting on the test servers is getting annoying," I guessed, raising a hand in a practice motion. A moment later, my favorite drink appeared with the satisfying clink of clay on wood. I didn't even trust the inn's tea today without double-checking, so I cast Identify just to be safe. Step bite. Quality 1. Common info, bitter step brew with fiery ginger kick, earthy, storm-soaked flavor tests, endurance perfect. Just the right amount of punishment in a cup. Lucy's gaze shifted, a flicker of concern threading her words. "What about your class? You can fight without one." I wrapped my fingers around the mug, the heat seeping into my skin, and drew it close. The steam curled against my face with a sharp ginger bite. Taking a slow sip, I let the bitter earthy sting coat my tongue before setting it down. I craved whiskey so much. But no, I've got a plan. Don't worry, it should work. She didn't buy it. Her glare was flat, steady, the look only Lucy could manage, equal parts captain's discipline and friend's disapproval. This operation has a lot of moving parts. Every should be gone. She finished her beer with a grim swallow, then forced a smile. I won't pester you. You do you, no matter what's going on. So, Grandmasters. I plucked the honey stick from the tray, dipped it, and took a mouthful of the tea, the sweetness softening the burn. Yeah. Any new info? Lucy shook her head, her braids shifting with the motion. The area's bleaching. Any testing's useless. We don't know what's a system glitch and what's a real bug. But I still pulled everything I could. She shrugged, like it was nothing, though the exhaustion in her voice betrayed her. Purple, white, or green are a bust. Nothing new. I nodded, not surprised. I'd expected the test servers to throw errors around them anyway. Those three are the strongest houses. Lucy flagged down the innkeeper for another mug. When it came, she glanced at my tea with a smug little smile and, without asking, leaned over to take a sip. I narrowed my eyes at her, but she just looked delighted at her own audacity. So, 3 small masters then, she said. I paused, frowning. Wait, what makes them grandmasters anyway? I never questioned it. Everyone just called them that, so I went with it. Lucy laughed, a quick, bright sound that chased away my morning heaviness. We don't have time for deep political debate. Lucy took another mouthful of her beer, foam clinging to her lip. TL? DR for me? I asked, widening my eyes with my best fake puppy dog look. Lucy snorted mid-swallow, then choked outright, the beer going down the wrong pipe. She doubled over, coughing hard enough to rattle the table. I flicked my fingers, sending a quick heel her way. The golden shimmer wrapped around her chest, and just like that, the coughing stopped. She sucked in a shaky breath, wiping her mouth with the back of her sleeve. Damn, Lil Char, magic's weird. I grimaced. Great. Half the reason I healed her was because I'd hoped she'd forget that nickname. But nope. Lodged in like a bar song you couldn't unhear. But yeah, she went on, gesturing vaguely with her mug. You've got a lot of great houses in this city, each with a history stretching back before Altandai even existed. 6 of them decided they were, I don't know, better than the rest. So they started calling themselves dragons. She paused, the steam from her mug rising between them. Over time, they overshadowed everyone else. So, the leader of a house? Master, leader of the city, grandmaster. Does it make sense? She drained the rest of her beer with a last gulp, as if punctuation. Crystal clear. I swirled the tea in my mug, watching the honey catch in the steam. So all I need to do is make the red, yellow, and black dragon masters gone, right? Lucy was already halfway into another pour. She didn't bother speaking, just gave a lazy nod as she tipped the mug to her lips. Any dirt on them? I pressed. She shook her head, swallowing. Nope, not much. They aren't as bad as purple, though. Black Master's a prick, sure, but not evil. More into admiring his coin pile than abusing slaves. That's almost wholesome, I muttered. If you squint. Lucy raised a brow but kept sipping. And the other 2? I asked. Yellow runs fights, makes slaves brawl for coin, rakes in profit off the bets. Her mouth twisted, with a flash of disgust slipping through. Red Dragon's the youngest of them. Hez obsessed with magic, likes spells more than politics. People in his house whisper, hell run them straight into ruin. I leaned back in my chair, tapping the rim of my mug with one finger. So basically, I've got a gambler, a hoarder, and a wannabe wizard. Sounds about right, Lucy said dryly, and took another drink. Okay, that's everything for me, I think. I finished my tea and pushed back my chair, the legs scraping against the wooden floor as I stood. But before I could move away, Lucy's hand shot out and caught my sleeve. Lil Char, she whispered, eyes narrowing. What about the ordinary people? How'll they know? The ring isn't loud enough. Our brass will wait for a signal, sure, but the others? The slaves won't even know they're free. I flashed an impish grin, the kind that usually got me in trouble. Taking care of that. Her suspicion deepened, eyes narrowing as she leaned in. She slipped into her pirate drawl, the one she used whenever she lately wanted to needle me, this Captain Clueless. How? I rolled my eyes. In the demon realm, they've got these circles they make for fights, right? Lucy nodded solemnly, even though she'd never set foot there. She was a good friend like that, pretending she understood my nonsense so I didn't have to explain it twice. Made me want to pat her on the head. It's simple, I went on. You point the runes at an energy source, mana stones, blood, whatever works. I used to use mana stones and bang, I clapped my hands together, startling a drunk at the next table. Big hollow in the sky, impossible to miss. So take care of the barracks for me and I'll handle the fireworks. Lucy grinned, all teeth. She raised her mug high, then dipped her head in exaggerated ceremony. Aye, aye, my queen, I couldn't help it. I laughed, bowing my head in return. Then I glanced toward the cluster of players by the door, their armor dented, their cheeks flushed from ale. Make sure this inn survives, all right? Their nods came sloppy but earnest, half-tipsy loyalty shining through the haze. I drew a long breath, the weight settling in my chest. The air smelled of bread, smoke, and spilled beer. Cozy, familiar, and about to be assaulted by demons. It was almost go time. The square was almost too quiet. Empty stones stretched in every direction, neat lines of cobbles glaring under the pale morning light. The silence that felt staged, like someone had swept the place clean just for me. Except for the guards, and there were plenty of them. I narrowed my eyes, adjusted my cloak, and strolled toward the nearest post with the most casual air I could muster, like I was just out for a royal morning walk. My tiara wasn't exactly perched on my head, but the attitude? Yeah, that was there. Excuse me, I called, approaching a guard leaning against his halberd. What's going on here? Grandmaster's Guard Livy. 25. Type 2 Uncommon HP. 6006 Oro. The man stiffened instantly. His armor wasn't shiny parade gear. This was functional, dented in places, straps pulled tight for proper work. His face was youthful, but his eyes wary. Too wary. My lady, he said politely, bowing slightly, the square is restricted today. Orders from the top. Please return to the primary thoroughfare. I arched an eyebrow. Restricted? I don't remember giving that order. He didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Forgive me, lady, but these are city orders, not yours. There is danger. For your safety, you cannot proceed. I leaned forward just a fraction, letting a hint of steel into my tone. Do you know who I am? His lips twitched as if he wanted to smile, but wisely didn't. I know. That's why I am being extra careful. You may not enter. It is not safe, not rude, not defiant, just immovable. The perfect polite wall. Well, damn. Guess throwing my queen card around didn't work here. I could push harder, but the guy had the calm stubbornness of a mule. And I had better things to do than argue with polite mules. Fine, I said at last, with a sigh dramatic enough to make sure he'd remember it. I pivoted on my heel, cloak flaring just right, always leave them with some flair, and walked away. My mind brushed my inventory, searching. Quicksilver. Cool, liquid light pooled into my hand as I summoned it, a glimmering drop that refused to fall. This wasn't for stabbing or drinking. No, this one was for art, the all-circus kind of art. I found a bench at the edge of the square, plopped down, and lounged like I had nothing better to do than people watch. My eyes, though, never left the massive stone in the middle. All I had to do was focus on the stone, feed it a little mana, and sit back. So I did. The quicksilver hummed in my palm as I pushed energy into it. The drain was nothing, a mild tug at the edges of my mana, like tipping out the first shot of a bottle. Then the silver shimmered, liquefied fully, and dissolved into nothing. And then the world lost its damn mind. Light erupted in the center of the square, blinding white at first, then fracturing into reds, blues, and golds. A roar of sound followed, like mountains cracking, like storms breaking. Shapes spiraled upward, arcs of fire and color spinning against the washed-out morning sky. Crackling bursts boomed one after another, rattling the windows of nearby homes. Hell hadn't just broken loose. It had rented the whole venue and was hosting a festival. Every guard in sight froze. Some shielded their eyes, others shouted, scrambling toward the spectacle. None of them looked at me. I slipped off the bench, adjusted my cloak, and walked calmly toward the square like I belonged. Nobody glanced my way. All eyes were skyward. The fireworks danced wildly above the stones, wrapping the square in a ring of shimmering distraction. Perfect. I angled off before I hit the main plaza, slipping into the shadow of a narrow side street. My fingers brushed the mana keystone at my belt, and the door I stopped at pulsed faintly in recognition. With a soft click, the lock unlatched. I slid inside. "Hi!" I chirped, stepping into the dim interior and shutting the door behind me. The room was wide, bigger than the inn's common hall, its air buzzing with hushed voices. A long table dominated the center, with maps and half-empty mugs scattered across it. People were gathered around, my people, faces turned toward a wide window where the light show outside painted the glass in neon. I found a random chair and sat down as if I owned the place. "Wait, do I? You were supposed to fire after you got here," Lola snapped, pacing near the window. Her hair was a mess, yet her expression was steadier than her words. "When you said fireworks, I didn't expect this. These can kill people. Thanks Syvrin, we don't have anyone there." Her eyes stayed glued to the display, anxiety sharpening every syllable. "Beautiful," Mr. Pancake murmured, appearing at my side like some breakfast spirit. He was chewing something happily, crumbs dotting his sleeve. "I hope they come." He held out a muffin green, of all colors. "Muffin?" I blinked at it, then shrugged and took a bite. The sweetness hit first, cloying, then something else, spiced, herbal, but unlike anything he'd tasted before. "Whoa, what's this?" he beamed, as if I had just complimented his life's work. "Local merchants sold me the most impressive herbs." His words. "I overpaid, but they truly taste great, right?" He spread his hands wide, quoting like scripture, "The cracked roll may hold the sweetest crumb." I laughed through a mouthful of green muffin, crumbs falling onto my lap. "Can we focus on what's going on out there and not on Baker's secrets?" Lola's voice cracked as she whirled on us, finally tearing her gaze from the window. Her face was pale, lit by the kaleidoscope glow of the fireworks. But Pancake Monk only smiled, nibbling on his own green abomination of pastry. I leaned back in my chair, wiping sugar from my lips with the back of my hand. The boom of another burst rattled the glass behind Lola. Outside, the sky looked like it was bleeding colors. Inside, the table of commanders stared at me, waiting. The plan had started. The bait was lit. And if saw right, the Grandmasters came. My time. Chapter 223. The Queen's Gambit. Book 3. Through the wide window, we could see them. All 6 Grandmasters, strolling toward the fireworks as if they were on some evening promenade instead of walking into manufactured hell. Well, I rose from my chair, brushing crumbs from my cloak. They scattered like little sparks, the last remnants of Pancake's suspiciously green muffin. I forced a grin and looked at the 2 closest to me. "Lola, Pancake, don't forget to take the barracks. And you don't forget to kill the Grandmasters," Lola snapped back, her voice nervous. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I stepped forward and pulled her into a hug. "Sorry," I whispered in her ear. "I know the stress is a lot, isn't it?" Her shoulders trembled under my arms, the weight of command heavy enough to shake even her. She squeezed me back, her voice low, fragile in a way she rarely let anyone hear. How can you be so calm? If you die, it's the end for you." I didn't lie. "I don't know," I murmured. "I just feel it. Ever since I started meditating, it's like everything is already going the way it's supposed to. Sure, the square was closed. Sure, half the plan's duct tape and prayer, but the feeling's still there. Like it's all falling into place." Her grip tightened. She wanted to believe me, I could tell. "But I know it will," I said, pulling back slightly. "Now I have to go." She kissed my cheek, soft and fleeting, her eyes meeting mine with desperate sincerity. "Please, be careful, lady." I winked at her, forcing levity back into the air before I drowned in her worry. "You as well, Seneschal." Then I glanced toward our resident carb dispenser. "Can I get another muffin?" The baker monk snorted, shaking his head, and lobbed one across the room. I caught it one-handed and stuffed it into my inventory for later. A queen needed travel rations after all. And with that, I turned, cloak swishing, and walked toward the door. Toward them. The street outside was quieter now. The fireworks sputtered above the square, their chaotic dance fading into drifting sparks. Just enough to paint the world in shifting neon. And there they were. The 6 Grandmasters moved together like an old, practiced troop. They didn't march, didn't stride with discipline. No. They strolled casual, like predators who knew they were at the top of the food chain and didn't need to prove it. I kept to the side, pressed against a low wall, the shadows clinging to me. They didn't see me, but I saw them, every detail. The White Dragon Master walked in the lead, his face as sharp and angry as ever, lines carved deep from years of glaring at the world. His fists clenched at his sides, every step heavy, purposeful, as though stomping the earth into obedience. Beside him, the purple master stomped outright, each footfall loud and theatrical, robes swirling dramatically. His arrogance radiated like heat, and I half expected him to demand applause from the guards as he passed. And in the middle of them, like the calm eye of the storm, was Shad. Stillness wrapped around him. His steps were smooth, measured, neither hurried nor lazy, just unshakable. He didn't need to perform. He was the center, and he knew it. Behind the front line came the other three, each cloaked in the color of their house. The Red Dragon Master looked barely more than a boy. His robe too big for his shoulders, his steps too light, as if he'd float away if he stopped concentrating. His eyes weren't on the square, but on the drifting sparks in the sky, fascination gleaming in them. Magic, not politics. Yellow was the opposite, every inch of him polished and deliberate. His golden robe caught the firelight, making him seem taller, broader. Handsome, yes, but it was the kind of beauty that was cultivated, rehearsed. He moved like a performer who knew the audience was watching, flashing smiles and confident glances at his peers. And the Black Dragon Master gods, he just was. Tall, with hair as dark as his robe, cool confidence draped over him like a second cloak. His eyes were calculating, but his stride was smooth, relaxed. He didn't stomp, didn't strut. Then White decided he was bored. He thrust his hand toward the lingering light show, muttering an incantation. Wind burst from his palm, a roaring column that cut through the illusion like a knife through cloth. The fireworks shattered in silence, the sky suddenly bare. The square fell still. The noise, the chaos, all of it snuffed out in an instant. That's it? White sneered, voice loud enough to echo against the buildings. This is the great danger? He spat on the cobbles. Child's play. The others smirked or ignored him. But I smiled, because I'd been waiting for that moment. My hand slipped into my pocket, fingers brushing the cool vial of quicksilver. I drew it out, the liquid gleaming faintly in the dim light, alive even in its stillness. I whispered under my breath. The words meant only for me. This one's the real bang. The silver melted in my palm. As the magic under the binding stones stirred awake, I stepped out from the cover of the side street. They hadn't noticed me yet. The 6 grandmasters were still staring at the monolith, arguing quietly, their robes catching the flickering glow. I raised my voice in a mock serious tone. Whoa! You defeated my plan! They spun as one, the sudden movement making their cloaks whip around their legs. The White Dragon Master stepped forward, chin high, smirk etched across his stern features. Queen, he sneered, you're weak. Your forces are weak. And you dare to face us? I felt the magic reach me from under the stone, like icy fingers clawing up through the cobbles. My stomach twisted, fluttering between nausea and exhilaration. This was it, the moment all the meditations, the planning, the chaos had been leading toward. Then it hit me. The wave of power crashed into me, knocking my balance sideways. I staggered a step, catching myself, breath catching in my throat as the edges of the spell dug into me, searching, pulling. Attention! Stage 0. My hands trembled, the raw weight of mana threading into my veins like liquid fire. White was still smirking. Do you see it now, standing before the great grandmasters of Altandai? Too late. He raised his hand, about to finish his villain monologue. And then a whistling sound tore the air apart. This one wasn't an illusion. The pitch climbed, shrieking higher and higher until it shattered the surrounding windows. Glass rained onto the cobblestones. Even the grandmasters staggered, their composure cracking for a moment as the noise rattled their bones. They turned in unison toward the binding stone. It was no longer just a carved pillar. The runes etched into its surface flared bright, burning like molten metal, searing their patterns into the world. Mana poured out of it in thick, oppressive waves, like smoke you couldn't breathe. It pressed against the lungs, heavy, suffocating. The cobbles shook underfoot, groaning as though the entire square resented what was happening. Purple was the first to break. His face twisted, his voice shrill as he pointed at me. What is the meaning of this? Attention. Stage 1. The mana surged downward, rushing from the stone into the web of runes I had primed beneath it. I could feel the pathways ignite one by one, like fuses burning, racing toward detonation. There was no coming back now. Not even Cyvern could save the binding stone from what I'd set in motion. The ground buckled. The air screamed. Tens of thousands of demonic runes ripped free from the cobbles like teeth being pulled, rising into the air with blinding speed. They formed 30 distinct circles around the stone, each spinning slowly, perfectly aligned, a vast wheel of fire and shadow. The demonic script glowed faintly at first, just little embers crawling across the stone, but soon the entire base of the stone was ringed with fire-etched symbols. Their light spilled outward, throwing shadows across the empty square. Those shadows stretched and twisted unnaturally, as if the runes themselves were painting the air. It was awesome, terrifying too, but mostly awesome. I could feel the hum of it in my teeth, in my bones, in that uneasy place under my ribs that always told me when I was standing too close to something game-breaking. The air vibrated with a low bass hum, the kind of sound that rattled your chest even if you clapped your hands over your ears. Then the outer circle flashed to life, a massive band of script that wrapped around the entire formation like a crown. Mana roared outward in a surge so violent the Grandmasters stumbled again, their auras cracking under the pressure. And then it hit me. The torrent slammed into my chest, filling me until I thought my skin might split. My vision went wide. My pulse synced with the rhythm of the circles, every thud of my heart another spin of the runes. A new awareness bloomed within me. Target. I could target. The fighting circle. The energy waited, eager, demanding a focus. My gaze swept the Grandmasters, then inward, myself, them, the choice locked. A thin, shimmering dome erupted from the runes, rising around us in a fiery film that bent the light like heat waves. It enclosed me and all 6 Grandmasters in a bubble, isolating us from the world outside. But the dome didn't stop there. Above us, the sky itself rippled. The air tore open like a curtain, and projected onto it was a perfect copy of our battlefield. A colossal dome shimmered across the heavens, bigger than the city itself. From every street, every rooftop, every hill outside the walls, every single person could look up and see what was happening here, magnified and blazing above them. The crowd outside gasped. Even from inside the dome, I could hear the echo of their awe. I grinned, unable to help myself, the adrenaline burning away fear. You can't stop me anymore. The binding stone will be gone in a few minutes. The circles spun faster now, each one glowing brighter as they siphoned mana from the monolith. The stone's surface cracked and wept light, every line bleeding into the array. One after another, the rings blazed, until the entire square was nothing but spinning fire and humming shadow. The Grandmasters stared at me with a mix of fury and disbelief, their robes whipping in the violent wind of magic. And I just stood there, cloak snapping behind me, feeling the impossible storm of mana coursing through my veins. I name myself the Grandmaster of Altandai, from the House of Irwin, the Master of the Blue Dragon. Mana surged into me, raw and endless, flooding every nerve, every vein, every hollow corner of my soul. It didn't just fill me, it stretched me, like my body was a vessel far too small for what it was being asked to hold. And dear Cyvern, it felt amazing. Not the sharp burn of overloading mana, not the jagged pull of forced magic, but something smoother, cleaner. Power that wanted me as much as I wanted it. My breath hitched, and then I felt it, the link snapping into place. A tether dragging me sideways, downwards, into that cold, alien depth it touched only on test servers before. The demon realm. I could feel it breathing, vast and indifferent, pressing at the edges of my mind like 1,000 watching eyes. Something heavy settled on my head. Not crushing, not uncomfortable, just there, inevitable, like it had always been waiting. I raised my gaze to the projection above the city, and my heart nearly stopped. There I was, cast across the heavens, massive and undeniable. The crown on my head gleamed, impossible and wrong. Black iron thorns spiraled skyward, woven with burning runes. Void light dripped between jagged arcs, the eternal abyss whispering with every flickering flame. Attention! You are the target of the blessing, endless abyss crown of eternal pain. Attention! You gained 30 temporary levels. Limit, 1259 meter 59s. Thanks for the spell, Mom. I straightened, a grin splitting my face despite the storm raging inside me. My voice echoed through the dome, carried to the heavens. Altandai, let my voice be the voice of freedom. Tonight, slavery ends. I lift your chains. Grandmasters, I declare war. Chapter 224. A Lesson in Time. Book 3. I straightened, a grin splitting my face despite the storm raging inside me. My voice echoed through the dome, carried to the heavens. Taking the city. I declare war. The circle spun. At first, it was subtle, a slow rotation, like gears turning after centuries of rust, then faster. Faster. Each demonic rune flared as the circles gained speed, blurring into rings of molten light. The sound came next, low and grinding, a deep vibration that shook the very marrow of my bones. Mana poured from the binding stone in rivers, in avalanches, in tsunamis of raw power. The air thickened with it, pressing down on us like a collapsing sky. My lungs fought for breath as though I were trying to inhale lightning. Every hair on my arm stood on end. The cobblestones cracked beneath our feet, glowing veins crawling through the stone as the spellwork demanded more and more fuel. Even the Grandmasters faltered. The Black Dragon Master stood frozen, his dark hair whipped wildly in the mana storm, eyes wide, pupils dilated like he was staring at a god-made manifest. Demon magic. His voice was hushed, reverent, drunk on the sight. He took a half step forward, lips parting, his voice cracking for the first time. Tell me? But before he could demand more, a jeweled hand slapped his chest. The Purple Dragon Master, face twisted in disdain, stopped him cold. What a bold declaration, Queen, he sneered at me. His teeth gleamed in the burning light. What is your plan? The White Dragon Master scoffed, cutting the moment short. His boot hit the stone with a resounding crack as he strode forward, the eternal sneer etched deeper across his face. And then, the world stopped. Literally. 1 second the wind was tearing at my cloak, the runes were spinning, the binding stone bleeding power. The next stillness, the banners froze mid-flap. The embers from shattered glass hung motionless in the air, glinting like fireflies caught in resin. Even the Grandmasters, expressions half-formed, stood in sculpted silence. What's going on? I tried to say, but no sound left my lips. I couldn't move. Then, out of nowhere, Cloudy arrived. A roiling storm cloud puffed into existence around my head, fat and dark, with 2 ridiculous cartoonish eyes peering out of the vapor. Not a fan, this one. Its voice was booming and chirpy at once. Bold Queen, you didn't know about time dilation? No. I didn't say, but apparently thoughts counted, because the cloud heard me anyway. It zipped around my frozen form, trailing little sparks of static as it circled my head. Ah, you connected into the demon realm of pain. The moment my realm touched theirs, you created a weird connection. Congratulations, it's broken. The eyes blinked at me. So, the result, time goes sideways. It can last anywhere from a few hours to a few days. My stomach dropped. The time is flowing differently there. The cloud went on cheerfully, and now it's syncing with my realm. So you're living on demon time. Good job, the exploiter. Before I could scream, or at least try, the cloud popped like a soap bubble. Gone. Cloudy, I tried to shout. Nothing moved. Nothing worked. My eyes were locked on the frozen White Grandmaster mid-scoff, and all I could do was silently curse him. What do you mean? It'll be like this? How long? The silence pressed in harder. Panic curled in my gut. At least give me my class. The cloud poofed back into being, upside down this time, dangling its eyes at me. Your class? What class? You know which one, I thought furiously. If I had lips, I'd be snarling. Are you sure? Cloudy tilted its mass as if cocking its head. It's a big decision. Very big. Like, big. I prefer the more serious version of you. This hyperactive Yuki-like version is not much to my liking. Hit me. The cloud burst with a tiny thunderclap. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new class. Sovereign of Strife class. Sovereign of Strife class. Type. 6 Marvel description. Not all crowns are gilded in peace. Some are hammered on the battlefield, seized in fire and betrayal, worn by those who were never meant to survive their first years of rule. The Sovereign of Strife is such a ruler, one who greets impossible odds with a smile, who dares the world to break them, and instead breaks the world. This class thrives in turmoil. Its power is sharpened by rebellion, siege, and uncertainty. Where others see downfall, the sovereign finds opportunity. Where fate closes doors, they carve their own halls of power. For them, rules are not chains, but playthings. Their reign is not sanctioned by tradition, but by audacity alone. Upon selecting this class, choose one ruler-related combat skill and one ruler-related non-combat skill. In strife they reign, in defiance they endure, in audacity they are crowned. Congratulations, you are now sovereign of strife. With that, a list of gods, at least 2,000 skills spilled open in front of me like a cosmic menu. Lines of glowing text stacked over one another, stretching up into infinity, flickering slightly as if the system itself was straining under the weight. Thankfully, I could control it with my mind, scrolling with just a flick of focus. Otherwise, it'd be here finger-swiping for the next decade. Well, I couldn't move. I would be stuck staring at the first one. My original plan had been simple: grab 2 obvious, useful skills I knew about, and move on. Efficiency, right? But now, with time frozen, and Cloudy's nonsense buying me hours, maybe there were hidden gems tucked away in the mess. I didn't know how long I scrolled: minutes, hours. Demon time was weird, but it was enlightening. I recognized maybe half of the skills, but the other half, oh boy. Some of them were straight busted, like this one: Crownbreaker Strike. Type: 6 Marvel Effect. Channel the authority of command into a single sword strike. The attack deals heavy damage and briefly suppresses enemy skills or abilities. 2 seconds. Cooldown: 300 seconds. Info: a sovereign's blade cuts not just flesh, but the will to follow. I bit my lip. Suppress enemy skills? For 2 seconds, sure, but that's a lifetime in combat. With one well-timed Crownbreaker, and even the cockiest mage was just a guy in a robe for a moment. Tempting. Of course, not every option screamed Battle Queen. Skill: Strife's Masquerade. Type: 6 Marvel Effect. When performing in dance, ceremony, or courtly display, the sovereign radiates effortless charm. Allies within sight gain a temporary morale boost, and enemies suffer subtle unease, their insight dulled. The skill also allows flawless adaptation to any style of dance, masking intent behind grace. Cooldown: 1 hour. Info: to rule is to lead every step, sometimes on the battlefield, sometimes on the ballroom floor. I stared at it. A dance skill. A literal dance skill. Did I want to pirouette my way to victory? Maybe it would be useful in some political setting, sure, but in a fight? If the Grand Masters stopped mid-duel to tango with me, I'd eat my own scarf. After what felt like hours of scrolling, my eyes burned and my head was pounding with choice overload. I finally called out, "Cloudy, I'd like to know something." The puffball appeared instantly, materializing near the frozen white Grandmaster. This time, he wasn't just a cloud. He had little storm eyes and was zipping around like a hyperactive thunderhead. Tiny lightning bolts zapped harmlessly at White's motionless robe. "Wouldst thou dost yearn to ken?" the cloud intoned, its voice suddenly deep and Shakespearean. "If I could've, it'd have smacked him out of the sky. Are you having fun? Ever dost thou reap that which thou dost crave, O guileless queen?" Cloudy droned, looping lazy circles around me. "Thou didst beseech me to be grave and sage, lo, thus I am become." I wanted to roll my eyes, but couldn't. I was a prisoner in my own body, forced to endure his cosplay. "Counsel I may not bestow," he continued, "for the choice resteth solely upon thine own self." "Just you wait," I muttered in my head. "I'll exploit something just to punish you." The cloud's eyes squinted in mock solemnity. "To chastise me availeth naught, for in so doing thou smitest but thine own self, O queen unwise." Fine, my patience was threadbare. "I just want to know this skill. Crown of Winters." "The heck, Cloudy?" That stopped him. For once, he didn't immediately answer with pompous poetry. He froze in place, cartoon eyes narrowing. "Oh, you noticed?" "Yes," I snapped. "So why can I even pick this?" Cloudy drifted closer, voice lower now, almost serious. "Thy link to the sovereign of ice thou draw upon their power. In so doing, thou art made ready to become the next sovereign of ice, whilst aiding the present one in their rise toward godhood." That made me blink. Hard. Ice sovereign? I thought. Me replacing the ice sovereign? Okay, maybe not right now, but eventually. Good magic, right? Cloudy's eyes remained closed, silent. I skimmed the description again, my pulse quickening. It'll make my magic more potent. Still nothing from the puffball. Which meant I was right. Damn, I muttered to myself. Okay, I'll pick that as my combat, for non-combat. I've always wanted that one. The system flared. Crown of Winter's type, 6 Marvel description. The threads of winter bow to your will, weaving frost and ice into creations limited only by your mastery. The frost is not your ally, nor your servant. It is yours to command, shaping the frozen world as an extension of your intent. Strife's versatility. Type, 6, Marvel description. A ruler who survives strife cannot cling to a single path. This skill lets the sovereign bend her will to any discipline, reshaping her talents to fit the battlefield, the court, or the unknown. What begins as imitation swiftly becomes mastery, as every adaptation quickens understanding and deepens control. Effect: temporarily elevate any one chosen skill to your current class rarity. While enhanced, progression of that skill accelerates, granting faster mastery of its intricacies. Even after the enhancement fades, fragments of that knowledge remain, making future learning swifter. Cooldown, 24 hours. Cool. Now for my 25 level class. I may not grant thee this, O Queen, Cloudy boomed, swooping down until his ridiculous cartoon eyes were level with mine. His storm body crackled faintly, arcs of lightning playing through his vapor. The power thou wieldest is not thine own, it is but lent, and so it changeth not thy soul. He circled lazily, a halo of thunder over my frozen body. So then, O Queen, contend with that which is thine own, not with that which thou canst not claim. If I'd had control of my face, I'd have been glaring daggers. Even those boosted could temporarily pick a class. This is unfair. Cloudy zapped me with a tiny bolt of lightning, more annoying than painful. What is deemed fair, and what permitted, lieth not in thy decree. It is mine to ordain, for I am the sovereign of laws. The pronouncement rang like thunder, echoing in my head long after his cloudy shape popped out of existence. Silence crashed back down. I couldn't even close my eyes. Couldn't look away. Rimelion meditation? Impossible. I needed to shut the world out for that. Earth meditation? Even worse. Try finding inner calm when the White Grandmaster's face was frozen in eternal mid-scoff nearby. I could see every wrinkle, every strand of his too perfect hair, every detail carved into my retinas. I hated him more by the second. So I thought, and thought. I ran the plan over and over in my head, dissecting every stage, every contingency. It was all I could do. My mind became a loop, lawless movements, loosest timing, the barracks, the signal, the binding stone, the dome. What I would say, how I would move, my thoughts replayed endlessly, burning themselves into habit. Hours passed. Or seconds, or days, demon time blurred all sense of it. And then movement. The circles twitched. Just the faintest shimmer at first, one rune blinking as though remembering itself. Then another. Then a dozen. The spin resumed. Slowly, carefully, the smallest fraction of rotation, a gear beginning to catch. And as the circles stirred, the world itself followed. The frozen glass shards hovering in the air quivered, then descended a millimeter. A ripple passed through the banners overhead. The Grandmaster's expressions shifted infinitesimally. Softly. Slowly. The world exhaled, its lungs creaking back to life. The circles spun faster and faster, humming, grinding, their glow swelling until the pressure in the square returned in full force. The heavy tide of mana washed over me again, pulling me forward. The world caught up. The White Grandmaster stepped forward, robes flowing like a tide of pale fire. He did not rush. One gloved hand rose, palm open to the sky, toward the projections. War? His voice rolled, low but resonant, each syllable carrying the weight of prophecy. Child, I have known of your intent since before you dared whisper it to yourself in the dark. He turned his hand downward now, fingers curling as if closing around the city itself. Your legions march at dawn toward the port side. Your assassins coil in the shadows of the south barracks. Your banners will rise along the market road, hoping to sever my garrisons from their heart. You call this stratagem. His lips curved into something colder than a smile. I call it obedience. The Grandmaster spread both arms wide, robes flaring like the wings of some magnificent bird of omen. "You have not outwitted me, little queen. You have delivered yourself, your army, your hope, into the very jaws I set open for you. The trap is not closing, it is already shut." He lowered his arms with slow, deliberate grace, and his pale eyes fixed on me, unblinking. "And now you will learn why men call me the Grandmaster." Chapter 225, Reliable Potions. Book 3, Lola, Seneschal, Human Resources, and Reluctant Event Coordinator of Rimebreak Kingdom. He lowered his arms with slow, deliberate grace, and his pale eyes fixed on me, unblinking. "And now you will learn why men call me the Grandmaster." I let a smirk spread across my face, the kind of reckless grin you wear when you know you're bluffing with empty cards. "And you'll use your amazing spells to end me?" Very dramatic. My heart hammered while the air was suffocating with mana, thick enough to taste. The binding stone screamed in its death throes, the spinning circles painting the square in red, violet, and abyssal blue. Where's the chaos? My plan wasn't to stand here 1-on-6 like an idiot martyr. By now, the runes should have broken, the summoning should have been tearing the reality apart, the Grandmasters should have been drowning in bedlam. Instead, nothing. Just me, them, and the knowledge that they'd been ready for this all along. I flicked through options in my head like an overclocked deck of cards. Exploits? I didn't have the right setup. Everything I thought I'd have, every cheat, every trick, not yet ready. The realization left me cold. No cavalry, no chaos, just me, my tongue, and my shiny new class. Attention. Strife's versatility increased. Frost Weaving, temporary 3 rare 7 legendary. The words blazed across my vision, and suddenly I felt it. My skin prickled as cold spiderwebbed along my arms, threads of ice etching invisible tattoos into my flesh. The Grandmaster tilted his head, as if amused by my flippancy. Then he spread one hand, palm outward, as though brushing her words aside like dust. "And you?" His voice was soft, almost pitying, yet carried to every corner of the city. "No, child. I am here to end illusions." His other hand rose now, fingers splayed to the heavens, and the light caught the silver threads woven into his robes until he seemed crowned in pale fire. "Your plans are parchment. I have read every line." He drew a slow breath, savoring the weight of revelation. "All of it. Known, counted, answered." He pivoted, robes sweeping in an arc, to face the reflection in the heavens. "Even now, your enemy, the Empire, extends its hand. Count Itzel sends his regards." "I," the Grandmaster declared, placing a hand flat against his chest, "pledge Altandai not to your rebellion, but to the Empire's dominion. And with my voice, your unity collapses." He lifted both arms wide, like a priest unveiling holy scripture, white sleeves billowing in the charged air. His expression was the portrait of certainty, lips curved in calm triumph, eyes gleaming as though he alone had already seen the ending. "Let the strife among your so-called allies begin. They are no longer your soldiers. They are your executioners." His voice fell to a whisper meant only for me, but thanks to demon magic, everyone heard it. "You never commanded this city, Queen. You only delivered yourself to me." "What?" We all stood there for a breath too long, blinking, glancing at each other. "Lady!" Lola's voice. I whipped my head around, heart seizing in my chest. She was running toward me, hair flying, eyes wide with panic. Shed left the protection of the melee line. "No, Lola, get back! Some of the randos attacked us," she cried. "They have an Empire quest. We have to." The words cut off. A shadow dropped from above, silent and precise. Steel flashed. The dagger plunged deep into Lola's throat, the blow so clean it looked rehearsed. Blood burst in a crimson arc, spraying across the cobblestones. The strike had been perfect, devastating, a critical hit no healer could hope to patch. Her body buckled, knees giving way as her voice gurgled into silence. The figure landed lightly on her, balanced as if stepping off a stage. Black from head to toe, with a long tail unfurling behind them like a whip, the assassin moved with careful precision. They pressed down, blade twisting to finish the job. Not a wild strike, but a deliberate, surgical kill. "Legendary Catgirl assassin?" Lola's hand reached toward me once, shaking, then fell limp. "Attention!" Key ally died. Seneschal Lola. Some time before the declaration, Ian was in the warehouse. The warehouse smelled of damp wood and stale dust. The air clung to the back of Ian's throat and made him want to cough, but he was too afraid to draw attention. Shadows pooled in the corners where lantern light didn't quite reach, and the faint scuttle of rats somewhere behind the crates kept him on edge. What if the enemy learned about their plans? He stepped inside, boots crunching on grit scattered across the stone floor, and his gaze immediately flicked to the treasure cart. Relief trickled through him when he saw it was still there. The wagon's iron-banded enormous storage lashed down with rope. Two squat lizards, their scales dull bronze under the lamplight, shifted restlessly in their harness, tails scraping against the floor with soft thuds. 6 players were already gathered near the cart. They looked so at ease, leaning back against barrels, trading jokes, laughter echoing too loudly in the cavernous space. Ian felt small in comparison, like a guest at someone else's party. He raised a hand, hoping the gesture looked casual instead of stiff. "Hey," he said, voice carrying more squeak than he intended. "Well, go soon." The group quieted just enough for one of them to nod. "Yeah," the nearest player said, stepping forward with easy confidence. "We're Diamond Squad. Don't worry, the cart's safe. Won't let him touch it." Ian forced a quick nod, though doubt gnawed at him anyway. He perched on the edge of the cart, careful not to look like dead weight, but his stomach twisted with the thought that everyone could see how out of place he was. Driving that was his job. At least he practiced earlier, steering the cart through Altandai's crooked alleys, pretending he wasn't lost half the time. That counted for something, right? The warehouse doors scraped open again. Another cluster of players entered, boots stamping, armor gleaming a bit more polished than diamonds. The Diamond Squad leader lifted a hand with a cocky grin. "Hey, Platinum Team!" Groans followed, good-natured but competitive, and Ian tried not to shrink further into his seat. Platinum's leader just smirked, shaking his head. "Next time, we'll get you." The banter bounced easily between them. Ian stayed quiet, fingers curled tight around the worn wood of the driver's bench, trying not to think about how much safer the treasure cart would probably be with anyone else holding the reins. The heavy doors creaked open again, spilling another group inside. Their boots clattered without rhythm, their armor scratched and dull. The air shifted as both Diamond and Platinum squads exchanged a single, synchronized scoff. "Bronzies," someone muttered, and laughter rippled through the stronger teams. The newcomers didn't even bother to argue. A few rolled their eyes. One shrugged as if this humiliation was routine, and they drifted toward the far wall like shadows trying not to be noticed. Scamantha strode into the warehouse after them like she owned the floor, a leather satchel bouncing against her hip, and the faint reek of alchemical fumes trailing behind her. She didn't waste words, just pulled bottle after bottle free, the liquid inside glowing faintly, like molten emeralds trapped in glass. "Guys, each of you gets one." Her voice was brisk, already moving down the line of players. "These can't be stored in inventory, so strap them to your belt. We need it. Each one of you needs to have it." She shoved a vial into the hands of a diamond bruiser, who looked like he'd rather have another axe. Pressed one against the chest of a grinning platinum rogue, then made sure even the bronzes got theirs. Ian accepted it with both hands, like it might shatter if he so much as breathed wrong. The glass was cool, slick with faint condensation, and he fumbled with the stopper before realizing Shed already moved on. And then, just as suddenly as Shed appeared, Scamantha slung the now lighter satchel over her shoulder and walked straight back out into the night. No flourish, no explanation. Just gone. Ian blinked after her, the potion still clutched awkwardly in his palm. He glanced around, waiting for someone else to comment, but everyone was already tucking their bottles onto belts or into makeshift holsters like it was routine. But one figure slipped when she left. Her robes weren't ragged, exactly. Just the patchwork look Rimelion's system always gave to sporeware, stitched to cling at the right places, hinting at more than they hid. Her pale skin caught the lantern light like porcelain, her smile easy and confident in a way that made Ian's chest tighten. "Ah, Ian, bonjour, mon cher," she sang out, voice lilting and warm as honey. She didn't just wave. She glided across the room and, without hesitation, climbed up onto the cart. Onto his cart. Onto the bench right beside him. Ian blinked, panic spiking like he'd missed a quest prompt. Do I know you?" His voice cracked at the end, and he hated it. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned in. Close enough, he caught the faint scent of something floral, impossible in this dusty warehouse. "Oh, pas encore," she said, dragging the words out playfully. Her gaze slid down him head to boots, lingering longer than was comfortable before returning to his face. Je m'appelle Phèdre, and FD told me you're the one who needs. She let the pause hang, lips curving into a grin. Protection. Ian's ears went hot. She tilted her head, lashes lowering as if she were sharing a secret. I can swing a sword to save my life, mon cher, but her voice dropped softer, silkier. I can heal you, if you get blessé. The way she said it lingered, suggestive, as if she wasn't just talking about battle wounds. That's, great, Ian managed, his nod jerky. Happy to have you on board. The words slipped out wrong, sounding more like a question than a welcome. She laughed, a bright, bubbling sound that drew a few looks from Diamond Squad. Ian wished he could melt into the wood of the cart. Instead of giving him space, she slid an inch nearer on the bench, knees brushing his. Every time he shifted away, she somehow drifted closer again, smiling innocently. Then she reached out without asking, tugging his scarf straight as if it mattered. Her fingers lingered a moment too long on his collarbone before pulling back. Voila! Much better, mon cher, she murmured, eyes glinting. When Diamond cracked another joke across the room, she leaned in as if to comment, but her lips brushed so close to his ear he stiffened. You're adorable when you look nervous, she teased softly. Lunaris, he managed to say. What was wrong with him? Her? Oh, you're the one storing all the treasure they rob, she asked sweetly, voice loud enough for the others to hear. Alors, that makes you the richest man in the room, mon cher, Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Don't worry, I'm very good at keeping secrets. On Earth, and here, I have a tattoo on my back. Each different. Want to see and compare? A cold shimmer of steel cut through the dim warehouse light. A long sword's edge came to rest just under Phèdre's chin, close enough that Ian swore he heard the faint scrape as her necklace shifted against the blade. Phèdre. The name carried like frost. Ian twisted around, wide-eyed, to see Lunaris clinging awkwardly to the side of the cart with one hand, the other steady and deadly as she held the sword level. Her mismatched eyes, sapphire and crimson, looked harder than steel. Ian's not interested in your tattoo. Ian's pulse jumped. Had he missed something he was supposed to notice? He could feel the heat creeping up his neck, praying no one saw how red his ears had gone. Phèdre only laughed, a throaty, careless sound, tilting her head ever so slightly, as if the sword was no more dangerous than a twig. Oh, you little thing, she purred, pressing one painted nail against the blade's flat and pushing it aside as though brushing lint from her clothes. Can't you share? The only answer was Lunaris' voice. So soft, Ian almost thought he imagined it. No. Then Lunaris raised her chin, voice slicing through the warehouse with sudden command. We're moving out. Prepare. The other squads jolted to attention, chatter dying as boots scuffed against the floor and gear was gathered. Ian sat frozen on the driver's bench, caught between the lingering warmth of Phèdre's grin and the chill of Lunaris' blade. And all he could think miserably was that he was definitely not the guy anyone should fight over, and no idea why Lunaris had agreed to go on lunch with him. Scamantha somehow ended up on the cart again. He didn't even see her climb aboard, but there she was, sprawled across the chest of treasure like a cat claiming a sunspot. Ian swallowed hard and decided not to question it. He fumbled with the lizard's harnesses instead, grateful for the distraction of something practical to do. The reins were rough in his palms, the smell of scaled hide and oiled leather sharp in his nose. The creatures hissed low, tails twitching, and with a tug they pulled. Lunaris wedged herself neatly between him and Phèdre on the bench. Her armored shoulder brushed his arm, solid and protective, a quiet wall that made it impossible for Phèdre to sidle closer. Ian's ears burned anyway. The cart creaked forward, wheels clattering against the cobbles as it rolled out of the warehouse and into the narrow streets. Diamond Squad took the lead, Platinum brought up the rear, and the so-called Bronzies fanned out along both flanks, an escort Ian wasn't sure was reassuring. They had barely settled into a rhythm when it hit them. A wave of mana, heavy and suffocating, rolled across the street like a sudden wind with no source. Ian sucked in a breath. This wasn't like the bright crackle of fireworks earlier. The cart kept rolling, lizards snorting uneasily, and then, above them, the air shimmered. A massive projection bloomed overhead, painting the cobbles in a ghostly light. The city square stretched across the sky, larger than life. Queen was there. There, Charlie standing opposite the Grandmasters. Voices rose, words carried even through the projection. Ian's chest squeezed, torn between awe and dread. Phaedra leaned back with a wicked grin. Cute red Grandmaster. I want to go to dinner with him. Lunaris shot her a glance, but before she could retort, the scene above shifted. Charlie's voice rang out. And she actually declared war. Neat, Scamantha said from her sprawl on the chest, as if Charlie's proclamation was just background music. Good speech, I guess. They rolled onward until they reached the square by the purple house, and they were waiting for a signal. Overhead, the projection flickered again. A voice thundered from the sky. Count Itzel sends his regards. The words curdled in Ian's gut. That's our cue, said Diamond's leader, drawing steel. Yep, time to kill them, Platinum's leader added, his grin wide. Both squads turned not toward an enemy in the street, but toward the cart, toward Ian, toward the Bronzies. Swords raised. Ian froze, his breath stuck halfway out of his chest. Phaedra hiccuped nervously, clutching her staff, but Scamantha laughed. Really? After they trusted you? The Diamond leader hesitated, sword half lifted. They? Scamantha sat up slowly, her grin sharp. Yes, they. Her fingers snapped. The air filled with a sudden warmth. Every potion hanging from Diamond and Platinum's belts flared alight, glass cracking in brilliant orange. For a moment, Ian thought it was just sparks, then the fire spread, racing across leather, cloth, skin. The players screamed. It wasn't the sound of battle cries, but panicked wails. Flames clung to them like shackles, climbing higher with every breath, consuming hair, armor, flesh. Ian could only watch, horror twisting his stomach, as the smell hit burnt cloth, scorched skin, acrid potion fumes. He wanted to look away, but his eyes refused, locked on the sight of them thrashing until the fire hollowed them out, leaving silence where laughter had been moments before. Scamantha dusted her hands off, casual as ever. I expected some problems. Her grin returned, far too pleased. She patted the treasure chest beneath her like it was a pet. Now, let's get some money, shall we? Chapter 226. A Rain of Tokens. Book 3. Scamantha dusted her hands off, casual as ever. I expected some problems. Her grin returned, far too pleased. She patted the treasure chest beneath her like it was a pet. Now, let's get some money, shall we? Lunaris' mismatched eyes lingered on Scamantha, narrowing for a moment as if weighing whether to say something. Then, with a faint shrug of her pauldrons, she let the matter drop. Her gaze swept instead across the Bronzies clustered on either side of the cart. They looked uneasy, hands hovering near weapons, shoulders hunched like cornered dogs. So you are with us? Her voice was cool. Not a threat, but not far from one either. The Bronzies shifted together instinctively, boots scuffing the cobbles as if huddling could make them safer. Their squad leader finally stammered, voice cracking, We are loyal! Lunaris' stare didn't soften. She turned then, sword still in hand, and let its tip hover beneath Phaedra's chin. And you? With us, or against us? Ian's breath caught. For a heartbeat, he thought Phaedra might push the blade aside again with that mocking finger of hers. But instead she blinked, as if shaking off a stupor. I'm with you. Her voice slid back into its teasing cadence, and a smile tugged at her lips. She leaned a little closer to Lunaris' blade, unfazed by the gleam. Of course, ma chère. We're together now, aren't we? The word together curled in the air like smoke, her accent turning it into a promise and a taunt all at once. She tilted her head, lashes lowering in a mockery of innocence. Always together, huh? Even if it means dancing on the edge of your steel, darling. Her gaze flicked to Ian then, and her lip curled into something between a smirk and an invitation. Why not share? None. We can all have a little fun. Ian's face went hot, and he snapped his gaze to the lizard's twitching tails, pretending to busy himself with the harness. Behind them, Scamantha had already gotten to work. She crouched over the fallen Diamond and Platinum players without any hesitation, taking belts, looting boots, snapping open pouches. Bottles clinked as she tossed things into her sack, humming under her breath like she was shopping in a market instead of stealing from players. The acrid tang of burnt leather still hung in the air, and Ian's stomach churned at how easily she ignored it. The Bronzes pressed in tighter on each other, whispering nervously, eyes darting between Scamantha's cheer, Lunaris' blade, and Phaedra's dangerous grin. While Lunaris was angry at the Frenchwoman, and Scamantha was still elbow-deep in the dead squad's gear, A light, hurried set of footsteps echoed down the street. Ian looked up just as Yuki came skidding into view, cheeks flushed, hair a little mussed from running. She raised one hand in a sheepish wave. "Sorry to be late, guys," she blurted, sounding like she'd just missed a lecture. Her expression crumpled into something apologetic as she approached the cart, clutching a satchel to her chest. There was this really nice scroll. Her words trailed off as her eyes swept over the scene. The scorch marks still smoldered on the cobbles, blackened patches where people had been only minutes ago. The Bronzes stood huddled like frightened sheep. Phaedra leaned lazily against the cart, Lunaris rigid beside Ian, and Scamantha. Scamantha was humming cheerfully as she stuffed belts, pouches, whatever hadn't melted into her growing sack. Yuki's brow furrowed, her voice smaller now. "What happened? Where are the nice gem guys?" Ian winced at the phrase, "nice gem guys." He couldn't unsee the way Diamond and Platinum had screamed, pinned in their own flames. His throat tightened, and he focused hard on the reins in his lap, pretending to adjust the leather straps again. Scamantha glanced up with a grin that was far too wide for the smell still hanging in the air. "Their mom called," she said sweetly, "so I helped them go home." She cackled at her own joke, and then went back to sorting potions, sniffing one before swapping it with another. Finally, she shoved a flask into Yuki's hands. "They were with the Empire," she added, voice suddenly sharper. Yuki clutched the potion awkwardly, blinking between them all, and Ian could see the exact moment the full weight of the atmosphere landed on her shoulders. Lunaris groaned and sheathed her sword. "Queen gave us a mission. Let's go." Sometime before the declaration of war, Dmitri was preparing. Dmitri took stock of the way he always did, not with awe, not with nerves, just a cold inventory, assets, liabilities. The South Barracks square spread before him like a ledger laid flat. A broad stone expanse that had once fancied itself a parade ground and now played market, 2 long rows of stalls facing each other across a spine of trodden dust and trampled flower beds. Colorful awnings sagged under old, mismatched fabric that gave the place a patchwork grin. The smell was a bruised blend, iron from the barracks gate, boiled sugar from a kettle vendor, leather oil, a dog from someone's oversized mount, and that faint Altandai sting that clung to the city. Rose stones. He sat on a low public bench with a rounded back and flaking blue paint, luminaria pressed close enough that their elbows almost touched. Her presence brought a fizz of ozone to the air, not perfume but something subtler. The bench was scandalously ordinary. He let himself feel the grain of the wood through his glove and decided it was a good disguise, power in plain clothes. Lama had been irritating earlier, argumentative, relentless, allergic to compromise, but effective. Annoying and effective often arrived as a pair. Dmitri respected results far more than charm. He weighed the cloth satchel in his lap, respawned tokens, then tightened his grip. The bag was comfortingly heavy, not like gold, which lied about its usefulness, but like insurance. He watched the crowd anyway. Cluster after cluster of players milling about with feigned interest, the way bad actors milled in cut-rate theater to sell the illusion of a bustling city. Half were pretending to haggle. The other half were genuinely getting fleeced by a stall pushing blessed sapphires that were, to his eye, melted bottle glass with glitter frozen inside. A thin man in a moth-eaten coat shrieked the deal of the century to a trio of wide-eyed bravos. He closed the sale with a wink so greasy, Dmitri felt his jaw tighten. The bravos crowed as if they discovered fire. Somewhere, an accomplice applauded. A woman in a violet scarf palmed a purse out of a backpack of random Altandai Goa with such elegance, Dmitri wanted to hire her. He let himself scoff, a small sound with no audience. If he ran this square, the scams would pay house rent. If he ran this city, the square would be an asset, flagged routes, controlled flows, curated choke points. As it stood, the South Barracks facade loomed beyond the stalls, squat granite with teeth of iron spikes, pretending to be impregnable while its side alleys offered 3 service entries and 2 gutters wide enough for a child to crawl through. People loved the theater of fortresses. He loved the math of them, the sighing, Luminaria said. She didn't look at him when she spoke. She stared ahead, toes tapping an even beat against the bench leg, tapping like a metronome. "I know you don't like my boyfriend's plan, Dmitri, but you could at least pretend you care." He weighed the reply and chose the polite version. "There are 3 of us," he said. His tone stayed calm, the boardroom register he used when he wanted glass to cut without shattering. Shamar could take northeast alone. We could have Frosner with us here. You want a firestorm in a neighborhood of dry thatch? She murmured. Her lip ticked upward. Of course you do. A shadow unstitched itself from the shade cast by a spice stool and became a person. Night Swallow. She didn't arrive so much as occur there, and then the world rearranged itself around her as if it had always been expected. She wore the city like a cloak, he approved. He'll try to cover you, she said. He let the scoff come, softer this time, then offered her a smile that contained, he hoped, exactly the right amount of respect. You're one of the very few capable of taking care of matters, Dmitri said. He didn't waste compliments. When he spent one, he wanted the recipient to feel how rare it was. I won't allow removable gear or breasts larger than the head, Night Swallow said. The corner of her mouth quirked at the memory of the joke. Time to summon the army is almost up. I need to take a position and log off to tell them. There was no apology in her voice, only logistics. She vanished mid-breath, the air sighing as it closed. This is a mistake, Dmitri said to the space she left. Luminaria answered as if they'd been conversing about the weather. Enlighten me then, what is the mistake? He rolled his eyes to make the lesson land. The original plan involved my faking a betrayal. Luminaria grinned, sunlight breaking through the cloud. She was younger than she let herself be, and he sometimes forgot it until she smiled like that. You don't have to, Queen, said you could just be with us. He flexed his fingers around the satchel's cords again, then set the bag beside him on the bench with the care one gives a loaded pistol. Yes, he said. I told the Vainqueurs, Imbatables were joining Charlie. We held a vote. He gave it just enough self-deprecation to read as human. I am that generous. It passed. We're joining. The truth underneath. He could have made them vote any way he wanted. It mattered that they believed the choice was theirs. He let the square breathe through him. The scrape of a whetstone, the bark of a vendor. A child's laugh that didn't belong here, echoing from an alley like an old memory intruding on a new life. The barracks gate stood shut, but the hinges were bright where fresh oil had been worked in this morning. Most people never noticed how metal confessed its secrets. A tremor of mana rolled across the cobbles, a tide that neither sparkled nor sang, but begged, hungry, needy. It slipped under his skin with the insinuating grace of a practiced liar and found the places inside him that recognized its scent. Demons. His flames responded as if woken by their name. A prickling band of heat marched up his forearms. The fire in him always wanted a direction. Now it poured at its cage like an animal that smelled meat. Night Swallow, counting down. On my mark. Her message cut across his vision, sharp and utilitarian. 1 minute. Enough time to ruin or to arrange. Time to get the show rolling, Dmitri said, and rose. He slid the satchel strap across his chest, the weight settling centerline. The square stretched into a nave, emptying as people unconsciously made room. There was enough space here for thousands parade ranks, drill blocks, cavalry demonstrations designed to reassure donors. Enough space to waste men. He didn't plan to waste his men, but plans were bridges, reality was water. He would not drown because the map had mislabeled the current. He looked at Luminaria. Well, need your entrance loud, and I'll follow through quiet, he said. Shock buys us seconds. Seconds buy us ground. Her grin sharpened. I like loud thunder. I know, Dmitri said, and allowed himself a half smile. He let his gaze flit through the square, as if scanning columns, awnings, cover, line of sight, tower angles. That stack of crates, rotten bottom boards which would collapse under pressure. That board guard on the inner walkway, favoring his left leg, weak knee, probably an old injury. That banner rope frayed, could be dropped to blind a section. That gate, not built to be rammed, not tonight. But its lock arm was external, a lever hidden under a lattice of ironwork. You could fish for a lever. Most people didn't think like thieves. He did when it paid. The barracks itself sprawled, a U of stone with a yard inside, drilled in piety to order. The south gate faced them like an affront. He loved affronts. They told you where to punch and how hard the owner thought you couldn't. Positions, prepare. All 10 of his currently logged-in guildmates gathered around him. Dmitri rolled his shoulders once, shedding the pleasant constraints he wore when he wanted to be trusted. Tonight, he didn't need trust. He needed compliance. Remember, he said, tone settling into the calm that made subordinates take notes. We're not here to murder a building. We're here to gain a function. South Barracks is a lever. We take it, we swing it, we move weight elsewhere. Do not get sentimental about bricks. Above them, the sky bled red and then glassed over, demon-like catching like lacquer, until Charlie's image crowned the city. Her cloak snapped in the projection. Wind, her voice rolled across roofs and gutters, clear, defiant, audacious. I declare war. Luminarious eyes glittered, a private sunrise. She knows how to show herself. Good, Dimitri said, and meant it. Morale is a resource. Spectacle multiplies it if she wins the next exchange. He didn't stare long, he never did. Attention was capital. He spent it where it returned. A red flare split the square. Night Swallow's mark. Hot metal shrieking as it clawed skyward. Dimitri's mouth tugged, the closest thing he allowed to a grin. He slit the satchel free, snapped the draw cord, and poured the tokens out in front of the bench. They struck stone in a bright staccato hail ceramic on granite. 1,000 little ledgers opening. Others answered from every edge of the nave. Rooftops, alleys, the shadows behind awnings. A rain of tokens pattered across the parade ground, bouncing, spinning, coming to rest in ragged constellations until the square wore a second, glowing geometry over its cobbles. The first player arrived with a sound like an intake of breath. Then the second, a heartbeat later. Then the cadence shattered and became a flood. Dozens, hundreds banners, mismatched armor. The low roar of people returning to a place they had never been. The air cooled with the displacement. It smelled of damp stone and old leather, and the faint ozone fizz that always rode Luminaria's skin when she primed the storm. The vainqueurs imbattables joined positions. Dimitri's voice cut cleanly. Columns sorted themselves out of chaos because they had practiced sorting. Habits were cheaper than heroics. A voice thundered from the sky, oily and pleased with itself. Count Itzel sends his regards. 2/3 of the arrivals pivoted, as if a single spine had been tugged. Imperial standards flipped, shields locked, the clatter of fastened buckles rolling down the square like hail. Colors Dimitri had just counted, as assets slid across the ledger into liabilities, forming neat enemy ranks between the stalls and the barracks gate. Oil and sweat and iron hit the air. The sound of bodies settling into formation was a low, practiced thunder. Night Swallow ghosted in at his shoulder, breath steady, fury banked so deep it read as colder air. "Our own players betrayed us," she whispered. "Indeed," Dimitri said. His eyes tracked lanes, cover, angles, return on violence. We're going to send them back," Luminaria finished, and the word back cracked like a switch. The cafeteria smelled of sugar and cinnamon. Linares sat tucked in her favorite corner booth, fork in one hand, plate in the other, doing something she rarely allowed herself, absolutely nothing productive. Just her, a slice of fruitcake dense enough to qualify as armor, and the low hum of the Rimebreak offices running on caffeine. Around her, the other employees scurried between tables like cheerful, overworked ants. Someone's holotablet flickered with the evening newsfeed. Someone else was loudly explaining why their costume budget counted as a HR expense. Laughter spilled from one table and the clatter of mugs from another. Lunaris just smiled and took another slow bite. The fruitcake was weirdly perfect, sweet, spiced, a little crunchy. Probably smuggled from Scamanthus Lab under the label of experimental real-life Manabar, but she wasn't about to question sugar miracles. She let the warmth soak through her shoulders, the soft buzz of background chatter filling in the empty spaces in her head. And then, a cup of coffee landed on her table with the weight of a declaration. Lunaris blinked mid-bite. Slowly, she looked up. Lisa stood over her, smiling the kind of smile that made even brave people check for fire insurance. Except this wasn't the usual Lisa. This Lisa had gone full Halloween. Her red hair burned brighter than ever, loose and wild, catching light in every shade between ember and gold. Her black witch hat tilted jauntily to the side, pinned with a tiny crimson ribbon. A corseted coat of red and charcoal leather hugged her frame, lined with electronic runic etchings that shimmered like living flame when she moved. The hem flared into a jagged, flame-shaped skirt that swayed around her boots. A broom, an actual broom, was strapped across her back. Night Swallow also arrived, or rather, the Halloween version of Night Swallow, somewhere between elegant assassin and cursed house pet. Her outfit was midnight poured into fabric, a sleek black bodysuit stitched with faint silver thread, hugging her shape like shadow. A velvet choker circled her throat, with a small silver bell hanging from it, silent but threatening to ring. Her gloves ended in clawed tips, sharp enough to count as weapons, and her boots barely made a sound as she stepped closer. A cat masquerade mask covered her upper face, the kind you'd wear to a royal ball if the theme were murder, but make it cute. The mask was glossy, its feline ears perfectly sculpted, a set of painted whiskers catching the light. Underneath it, her makeup was dark. Black shadows swept toward her temples, lips the color of ink, even her somehow functioning tail. A long, sinuous black, one tipped with silk, swished lazily behind her, somehow both menacing and bored. She leaned down, the bell at her throat barely moving, and whispered softly near Lunaris' ear. Meow! Lunaris blinked. Damn! What? Night Swallow straightened, mask gleaming. Yes, she said coolly, voice like velvet over steel. You're getting a costume. Fedra forced this one on me as seducers. No, please? Lunaris tried again. Lisa glanced between Night Swallow and her with a smile dangerous and maternal all at once. That wasn't a question. Can it be? Nope. I already have a costume. Which is? Lunaris gestured vaguely at herself. Time every cripple employee on lunch break? Lisa's eyebrows arched. Try again. Off-duty swordswoman with a rich internal life? Luna, spirit of casual rebellion? Lisa sighed, the dramatic exhale that could power small wind turbines. She slid into the seat across from her and took a sip of coffee like a woman about to begin a ritual. Lola wants everyone in costume for the Halloween party. Everyone. You, me, Lucas, even Night Swallow. Lunaris poked at her cake. Maybe I can be. An invisible participant, like spiritually dressed up? Lisa tilted her head. Spiritually? Yeah? Ill-just. Think really festive thoughts, Luna. Okay, fine, Lunaris sighed. What did you have in mind? Please don't say sock monster again. Lisa's grin turned gleefully wicked. Oh, it's better, much better. Lunaris stared. You're scaring me. Good, Lisa said sweetly. That's the Halloween spirit. As you'll be. Frosner stepped out of the changing room, the door swinging shut behind her with all the finality of a prison gate. The air conditioning hit her bare shoulders, and she instantly regretted every life choice that led to this. The costume was, well, technically, a snow bunny. White fur-trimmed corset, short layered skirt that sparkled faintly with silver dust, long white gloves, and a pair of ridiculous floppy ears perched on her head like a declaration of defeat. White tights, fur-rimmed boots, a tiny puffball tail she hadn't realized was detachable until Yuki had laughed for a solid minute about it. Even her makeup shimmered with faint blue frost, courtesy of Yuki's creative direction. Frosner crossed her arms, the mechanical base of the ears twitching in betrayal as she glared at the source of her suffering. Yuki stood at the other end of the hallway, beaming all smug confidence and Halloween triumph. You look so cute, she sang. Frosner's glare could have frozen a volcano. In the snow bunny, she said flatly. And you are Yuki Indiana Jones. Yuki tipped her wide-brimmed hat, grinning like she'd just looted a tomb. Her costume nailed it. Brown leather jacket, khaki shirt half-buttoned, belt with pouches, coiled whip on her hip, and some kind of glowing amulet clipped to her collar that pulsed violet. Explorer of forbidden basements, she announced. And guess what? I found something interesting. Before Frosner could object, Yuki grabbed her wrist, bunny power, engage, and started dragging her down the hall. Frosner sighed as she was pulled along, heels clicking indignantly. This feels like kidnapping. It's an adventure, Yuki chirped. The elevator doors slid open, revealing Tramar leaning casually against the wall, hat tilted rakishly over his face. He was dressed as Zorro. Black shirt, cape, trousers, mask, and, naturally, a plastic rapier that had clearly been using as a pointer for dramatic gestures. He looked up, grinning. ¿Cómo estáis, preciosas? Oh, Frosner, you are adorable. I will feed his soul to my wolfie, she thought. She didn't even hesitate a clean smack to the back of his head. If I have to suffer trauma, come with us, she ordered. Yuki bounced in place, practically glowing. I found something. Tramar adjusted his hat, still rubbing his skull. You found trouble again, you mean? Fine, lead the way, Miss Jones. The trio descended to the basement level, the air cooling and smelling faintly of dust and machine oil. Yuki led them through the dim corridor, flashlight in one hand and enthusiasm doing all the heavy lifting. They slipped through a narrow service door into a small, dimly lit room, half storage, half forgotten cellar. The floor was concrete, the walls brick, lined with old wine racks and empty crates. A single buzzing light flickered above them. I read a note from the previous owner while I was reading law. I mean, history books, Yuki said, eyes gleaming. Something about a secret room. Tramal laughed. Ah, see, secret room in Villainess Tower. No worries. It'll protect the cute and adorable. Frosner smacked him again before he could finish the sentence. Yuki crouched near the wall, running her hands along the bricks like she was deciphering ancient runes. Taria's always a trigger brick. Aha! She pressed one slightly miscolored block, and with a sharp whiz and a flash of blue sparks, the wall shifted. A hidden door slid open with a hiss. Yuki's grin could be powered a small city. Aha! See? Told you! They squeezed inside, where there was no treasure, no skeletons, no some hidden ritual circle, just shelves, shelves and shelves of whiskey bottles. Wait, this is just a liquor stash? Tramar blinked. An excellent liquor stash, Yuki corrected, stepping in. Maybe vintage. Then her foot caught on something. Oh, click. A second later, iron spikes slammed down across the doorway, clanging into place with an electrical whiz. No! Yuki yelped, stumbling backward as dust rained from the ceiling. The three of them stared at each other in mutual disbelief. Frosner exhaled slowly. Congratulations! You've discovered the world's most dramatic liquor cabinet. Before Yuki could defend herself, a creaking noise echoed from the corner of the room, the old closet door swinging open. Out stepped a tall figure draped in black. Chains, a cloak, a faint, eerie blue glow beneath the collar. Charlie. Her head was tucked under one arm, eyes glowing through carved eye holes in a fake skull mask. Her other hand raised a fake scythe. Well, 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 she said in a deep, spooky tone that was only half an octave away from laughter. Caught little thieves of my whiskey collection. The effect might have been terrifying if Yuki hadn't instantly pointed and yelled, Dullahan Charlie, I knew you go for undead. Luminaria adjusted the mirror angle by a fraction of a degree. Then again. And, once more, symmetry matters. Her reflection glowed back at her, white and gold, light and precision. The Archangel of Dawn. The costume had taken 4 sleepless nights. Carefully selected fabrics, layer by layer of shimmered silk and special thread, until each fold caught the light at just the right angle. The gold accents weren't painted, but etched nanofilaments shed woven herself on her nanomachine. Her wings, elegant, filigree constructs of light steel, unfolded with a quiet hum, luminous feathers spreading in a perfect arc. She tilted one feather slightly. It was off by less than a millimeter. Lama, she said, turning. Am I perfect yet? Lama didn't even look up from his holopad. Yes. That was too quick, she said, frowning. He didn't even check. I don't have to, he replied, tone mild. You were perfect on the first try. That earned him a look, a half-suspicious, half-touched glance. Then she sighed and turned back to the mirror. Her hair. Maybe a softer twist. Yes, just a little. She redid it for the 10th time, setting each strand as if she were aligning stars. Lama. Yes. Now. Yes. Her wings folded with quiet resignation. You're impossible. And you're luminous, he said simply. She pretended not to smile. Lama's own costume was easier to describe, but harder to ignore. He looked like her reflection inverted, silver armor traced with gold, mechanical seams glowing faintly. A guardian built for her radiance. The low, clockwork hum beneath his breastplate pulsed with her rhythm, synchronized perfectly, of course. When she finally turned away from the mirror, her heels clicked sharply on the floor. Walking in them was like balancing on pride and calculation. Every step had to be deliberate. Looks mattered. Presentation mattered. If Charlie was frost and command, then she would be light and order. The elevator was at the end of the hallway. She took her time, wings folded, making sure they didn't brush the walls. Lama kept pace beside her, steady as gravity. Halfway there, a door swung open, and a warm puff of cinnamon and sugar rolled out like a divine ambush. Pound Cake emerged, dusted in flour and joy. His robe was beige, his sandals darker, and his smile radiant under a beard faintly powdered like snowfall. A wooden spoon was tucked into his belt, and he wore a small sign on his back that read, Need inner peace. Ah, he greeted, clasping his hands together. Sisters and brothers of radiance, just finishing my sacred duties. Cookies are nearly done. Would you like to assist enlightenment through taste? Luminaria blinked.
Assist what? They're cookies.
Llama translated. Ah, she cleared her throat. Yes, of course. The cafeteria was mostly empty, except for excited Lisa and Night Swallow pestering Lunaris. So, as usual, she realized, a little embarrassed, that it was her first time walking here as a simple guest, not needing to work on her holo or persuade someone. Feels strange, she murmured. Being here without an agenda. Llama nodded. A good, strange. They followed Poundcake through the back door, into the kitchen, and what a kitchen. Counters lined with flour, racks of bread cooling, a massive furnace purring in the corner like a dragon with a sweet tooth. There were smaller ovens everywhere, each with its own nameplate, Yeast Whisperer, Dough Light, and Serenity MK2. Ah, they're done, Poundcake declared, pulling a tray from the smallest oven. Steam and the smell of butter filled the air. Behold the path of crumble. Luminaria hesitated for decorum's sake, then accepted one delicately. She took a bite. It was sweet, painfully sweet, and warm and soft and heavenly. Her composure cracked. They're so good. The exclamation shot out of her like an uncontrolled spell. Crumbs sprayed. Her eyes widened in horror. Oh, no, sorry. Llama's hand came to rest gently on her shoulder. Breathe, he said. You're allowed to enjoy things. He took one cookie himself, bit it once, and nodded gravely. Excellent balance. The butter is perfect. Poundcake chuckled, wiping his hands on his robe. When the dough resists the need, it teaches patience. When it yields, it teaches grace. And when it burns, he held up a slightly overbaked one, it teaches humility. Luminaria laughed despite herself. The sound was light, unplanned, imperfect, and it felt wonderful. The elevator doors slid shut with a soft chime, and the reflection that blinked back at Lucas made him grin. Ian stood beside him, plaid shirt half torn, fur cuffs already shedding, wolf ears hanging slightly askew like they'd lost the will to live. Lucas tilted his head. You look like a beta version werewolf. Ian exhaled through his nose. And you look like a patch note. Flattering, Lucas said, grinning wider. You couldn't even install effort. He turned to the mirrored wall, running a hand over his jacket. The synthetic weave responded with a soft pulse of cyan light, the circuitry threads tracing across his arms and chest like veins of neon fire. His visor flickered, a faint HUD overlay reflecting party, invites, emoji reactions, and his own heart rate. The digital tattoos along his forearms pulsed in sync, faint streams of light flowing toward his gloves. The effect was clean, calculated, cool. He smirked. Yeah, worth the 2 days of sleep deprivation. Pearl not coming? Ian asked, adjusting his headband for the third time. Lucas shook his head. She asked Lola if it's mandatory. Ian snorted. It isn't. Encouraged. Exactly, Lucas said. So she's probably being a gremlin near the monitors, stealing government data for fun. That tracks. Ian leaned against the elevator wall, unbothered. Luna texted me, said, Lisa dragged her off to wear something called Yuki. Like Yuki? Any idea? Lucas laughed. If it's Lisa, it's probably an exorcism disguised as a fashion. The elevator dinged. The doors opened into light and noise. The Halloween event was massive. Long tables lined the edges, glittering under suspended orange lights. Pumpkins glowed as if with enchantments. One side held a polished podium and holo screens for announcements. The center was empty. A dance floor, probably. Though for now, just clusters of employees chatting, laughing, taking photos. Lucas took a breath. It smelled of sugar, cheap fog, and too much artificial cinnamon. Someone passed Ian a plate. A pyramid of cookies labeled Path of Crumble, baked by Monk Poundcake. Enlightenment through dough. Ian stared at it as if it were a live explosive. He's branding his desserts now. Good, Lucas said. Finally, someone here with spirituality. They'd barely made it 5 steps into the crowd when a shadow slid between the lights and purred. Lucas. The voice brushed his ear like velvet. He turned and forgot how to breathe. Phaedra stood there in a costume that looked halfway between sin and sanctity. Black silk traced her form, the bodice tight, the skirt asymmetrical and slit high, revealing long legs wrapped in dark shimmer. Her wings' matte black feathers framed her like midnight halos, and the cat ears on her head flicked when she smiled. Even her tail, he couldn't tell if it was mechanical or programmable, swayed lazily, the ribbon at its tip glowing faintly. Her eyes caught the neon of his visor, reflecting it back in amber. "You clean up nicely, Netbreaker." Lucas blinked. Thanks. You look dangerous?" she teased, leaning closer. Her perfume was warm and spiced. "I was aiming for divine temptation. Do you approve?" Ian made a quiet, choking sound beside him. "You're, glowing." Phaedra turned her attention to him, a smile curling. "And you must be her beta wolf." No, he gave up." "Yes." She laughed softly, a low feline sound that seemed to vibrate straight through Lucas' ribs. "Relax, both of you. You look like you're about to Alt F4. Lucas cleared his throat. We both have girlfriends." "Oh?" she purred. "How responsible." Her fingers brushed the side of Lucas' visor, tracing the neon edge. "I don't bite." She paused, then added, "Not without consent." Ian turned roughly the color of a burning pumpkin. Lucas tried to stand his ground. Tried, but his systems betrayed him. His visor flickered with a warning. Heart rate spike detected. Phaedra laughed outright. "Your tech's ratting you out, hacker boy." He tried to salvage it. It's for diagnostics." "Mm-hmm." She stepped back, wings spreading just enough to brush both their arms. "Well, diagnostics say you're both adorable." "Adorable?" Ian muttered. "Yes," she said sweetly. "You'll do." And with that, she slipped past them into the crowd, hips swaying, tail flicking, leaving behind a faint trail of perfume and the wreckage of their dignity. Lucas exhaled slowly. "I hate her." Ian nodded, face still pink. "Same." Lucas paused. "But also respect." "Yeah," Ian admitted. "That too." They stood there, two defeated men holding the plate of cookies, glowing and crumb-covered, like victims of divine comedy. And then Lucas sighed, straightened his jacket, and said, "Come on, let's at least pretend we're cool before Charlie finds out about this." Lucy swaggered across the dance floor, boots thudding, the tail of her tattered red coat sweeping like a flag of poor life choices. The crowd parted in amusement, half from her enthusiasm, half from the sheer volume of her voice. "Yah," she bellowed, striking a pose with one clawed hand on her hip and the other gripping a tankard that may or may not have contained entirely too much cider. "Beware the wolf of the sea." A few heads turned. Someone clapped. Someone else howled. "Ian?" Lucy grinned wide, showing off the prosthetic fangs Shed glued in herself. They clicked slightly when she talked, but that just added character. Yeah, maybe this was a bit much, even for me. But it was Halloween, and if she wasn't over the top now, what was even the point? Next to her, Catherine was holding court, long legs, sharp grin, dressed like the world's most confident werewolf. Black leather corset, fur-trimmed skirt, silver jewelry glinting under the party lights. Her ears were perfect, her tail better, her aura pure alpha, and she knows it. "Let's teach her. Mud were wolves are friends," Catherine yelled at Lucy with a grin. Naturally, Dimitri chose that exact moment to ruin her aesthetic. He arrived with his usual smirk, only this time hair. So much hair. With a wild mane of dark curls spilling past his shoulders, framing mirrored shades and a faux leather jacket bristling with metal pins. Lucy blinked. By the 7 Cs, he's unbolded. Catherine turned, blinked twice, then glared. "Rocker? Not a shiny vampire? I asked for a vampire?" Dimitri raised both hands, grinning as he pulled a guitar from nowhere. "Rockers are cooler, babe." He strummed an imaginary chord, head banging so hard the wig nearly took flight. "You jealous?" Catherine groaned, then burst into laughter, all irritation melting as she grabbed his jacket and kissed him mid-head bang. The surrounding crowd cheered. Lucy rolled her eyes. "You love birds," she muttered into her drink. "Get a crow's nest." She turned, and that's when she saw Scamantha. The woman stood near them, as if Shed teleported out of a time machine from 1890. Tailored black suit, waistcoat, monocle dangling from a chain, and in front of her, a polished wooden display case with little glass bottles lined neatly in rows. A small sign read, "Miracle, Oil, 100 Rimelion brand." Now with extra mana potency. Scamantha adjusted her bow tie and waved one of the bottles dramatically. "Ladies, gentlemen, and wolves of various taxonomies, One sip and you'll outshine the moon. Strength, youth, virility, all yours for a modest 100 creds? Lucy choked on a laugh. Yada, she's serious. Catherine, still leaning on Dmitri, tilted her head. Wait, that's your costume. Scamantha flashed a grin that could sell sand to a desert. Of course it is. I'm a miracle vendor. Historical accuracy and corporate synergy, all in one. Yar, yar, Lucy whooped, nearly spilling her drink. And what miracles do ye sell to pirates or the seas? Discounts, Scamantha said smoothly. If you buy in bulk. That earned her another burst of laughter. Lucy threw an arm around her shoulder, nearly knocking the sign sideways. You, lass, are dangerous. Scamantha winked. Always has been. Lucy raised her tankard high. To bad ideas and worse costumes. The cheer went up around them. Werewolves, rockers, con artists, and one pirate of the sea howling at the disco lights. Over the top, she thought, grinning into her drink. Maybe. But sometimes that's the point. FD adjusted his hat, tall, purple, and ridiculous. The golden ribbon around it caught the hallway lights as he turned his head, and the coat flared just enough to sparkle like spun candy. 10 years in a row, buddy, he muttered to himself with a grin. Never failed. The elevator dinged. He was ready to step in when the doors slid open and revealed 3 familiar faces inside. Lisa, Night Swallow, and between them, Lunaris. She was sitting in a wheelchair, her pale hair falling in soft waves over a snow-white yukata trimmed in pale blue. Frost patterns shimmered faintly across the fabric, as if the light itself hesitated to touch her. Her eyes were now both deep blue. She looked like something from another world, a very cute world. Vi smiled warmly. Good evening. You all have excellent costumes. Lisa's grin brightened. Willy Wonka, huh? Classic. 10 years running, Vi said proudly. You can't improve perfection. Night Swallow tilted her head. It's shiny. Thank you, he said with full sincerity. Lunaris muttered under her breath, barely audible. I was euthanized, against my will. Lisa laughed. You look amazing, though. Admit it. Lunaris didn't. But her ears turned slightly pink, and that was admission enough. When the doors opened, they all walked out together, the sounds of music and chatter drifting from the main hall. Someone handed him a small plate of cookies, stacked like edible enlightenment. A little card rested on top. When dough meets patience, it becomes wisdom. Monk pound cake. Vi chuckled. I like this guy. He didn't have long to admire the message, because the lights dimmed, and Lola walked onto the stage, microphone in hand, wearing what could only be described as a cosmic beauty pageant explosion. A silver sash across her chest read, MISSS, UNISS. Her gown glimmered with galaxy prints, and the confident gleam in her eyes said she knew exactly how ridiculous it was. Ladies and gentlemen, Lola's voice boomed. Welcome to the Rhyme Break Halloween party. Applause erupted. Afty joined, smiling. But before we begin, Lola continued, something terrible has happened. She gestured dramatically to the side of the stage. Out stepped Charlie, headless, carrying a glowing pumpkin under her arm like a trophy. The Dullahan costume gleamed under the lights, chains rattling as she struck an exaggerated villain pose. As you can see, Lola announced, our beloved queen has lost her head again. She paused for the laughter, but this time not to the Empire. It's hidden somewhere in the building. Whoever finds it first will win tonight's grand prize. The hall exploded with excited chatter. Players scattered like raid groups after loot drops, groups forming instantly, maps drawn, spells of detection, LED lights thrown around. FD just smiled, sipping his drink. This was beyond him. He was here for cookies and conversation. He drifted through the crowd until he spotted Dmitri in ridiculous rocker wig, headbanging to music that wasn't even playing. Nice wig, FD said. Nice hat, Dmitri countered. They shared a grin. Good head joke, Dmitri added. Classic setup. Agreed, Vi said. Very on brand. By the time Lola reappeared on stage, nearly everyone had returned, some with cobwebs, one group carrying a mop for reasons unclear. We've got it, Lola announced triumphantly. Yuki bounced onto the stage in her cute costume, grinning wide and holding up Charlie's head with a frost crown. Ta-da! Yuki gets first prize, Lola declared. She found the queen's head hidden in the third-floor ceiling tile. The crowd erupted again. How were we supposed to find it? Fuzuki shouted from the back. Lola opened her mouth to answer, but Yuki beat her to it, grabbing the mic. Actually, there were clues, she said proudly, holding up a folded sheet of paper covered in colorful handwriting. She began reading. Number 1. Begin where sunlight ends, but ambition climbs. Number 2. There, the air hums with old reports and stale coffee. And 3. My favorite, when the sky turns false and stars are screws, seek the hollow above the light that never blinks. Fuzuki groans. That's cheating. You need a corporate decoder for that. Yuki just winks. Exactly. I am HR compliant. The crowd groaned and laughed at once. Rhyme-break-themed riddles, Phi murmured, amused. Of course. Lisa leaned over from behind him, whispering with a grin. You're just jealous you didn't find it first. He smiled, tipping his hat. Maybe. But I'll let others have the spotlight. Lola tapped the mic again, the speakers letting out a brief squeal before her voice filled the hall. Now that we've found Queen's head, she paused for effect, grin widening. Let's start the delivery event. The crowd cheered. It's simple, she continued, pacing the stage in her Miss Universe gown like it was a battle command uniform. It's rugby. With the head. She raised one manicured finger. A unanimous suggestion from the left SOP division. A loud cheer erupted from the left side of the hall where Charlie stood, waving dramatically, still in her Dullahan costume. You know you love it, she called, voice muffled slightly. Here's how it goes, Lola continued. 2 teams. One tries to deliver the head to our queen, the other tries to steal it and deliver it first. Team Chaos, assemble. Instant energy swept through the room. People were shouting, laughing, running to claim sides. Tables scraped against the floor as improvised barriers went up. FD found himself beside Dimitri, who was fixing his ridiculous rocker wig in a metal tray reflection. You in? FD asked, grinning. Dimitri smirked. I'm not losing this hair. That's my only rule. Then you're playing defense. Dimitri nodded solemnly, then immediately ruined the effect by headbanging. Rock and roll, my friend. Fry laughed and pulled a small chocolate from his pocket, holding it out. Fuels the battle. Dimitri accepted it with a grin. You're a saint. Then Lola shouted, Go! The hall erupted into chaos. Yuki was the first to move. She leapt from the podium like a firecracker in human form, landing with both boots on the dance floor with the headball. The crowd roared. She sprinted forward, and was immediately tackled by Catherine, who appeared out of nowhere with werewolf-like reflexes and a terrifying grin. Mine, she yelled, spinning and launching herself toward Charlie's side. Mudwolves are. 2 healers jumped in, intercepting her path. Someone used a levitation spell, an air gun, and the head shot up into the air like a volleyball. A dozen hands reached. A dozen people collided, laughter echoing off the walls. FD stayed near the edge, watching, half cheering, half trying not to choke on his cookie. The fake head bounced between players, like fate itself couldn't decide who deserved victory. Lisa caught it midair, spun, and yelled, For the witches, before being body-checked by Tramar shouting, For honor! The head tumbled loose again. Night Swallow melted out of nowhere, grabbed it from the ground, vanished into the crowd, and reappeared behind enemy lines only to get intercepted by Lucas, whose neon jacket made him impossible to miss. I hacked your shadow, he declared. Impossible, she hissed, and tackled him anyway. The head rolled free once more. It bounced, rolled, and somehow miraculously stopped at the wheels of a single person who hadn't moved the entire time. Lunaris. She looked down at it, then up. The entire hall fell silent for a second. Her voice was soft, sly, perfectly calm. I'm the fastest. Then her chair glowed. FD blinked. Oh, no. With a whir of electricity, Lunaris rocketed forward, wheels sparking across the polished floor, wind whipping her white yukata. The crowd shouted in delight, laughter and disbelief mixing into a chorus as she zigzagged between players. Stop her! Someone yelled. No magic! Someone else lied. Catherine tried to cut her off, missed by inches. Lucas reached out, grabbed air. Dimitri, mid-headbang, realized too late. Lunaris' laughter echoed through the chaos, bright and wild. She shot straight toward Charlie, who was still laughing so hard she nearly dropped the fake scythe. With a dramatic skid, Lunaris raised the head and placed it back in Charlie's outstretched hand. Delivery complete, she announced, beaming. The room exploded. Cheers, whistles, stomps. Half the players collapsed in laughter while the other half applauded. Lola's voice boomed over the mic, unable to hide her grin. Luna is alone won. The second grand prize is hers. Charlie held the head high. That's my girl. Fi laughed until he had to sit down. Dimitri clapped him on the shoulder between chuckles. You see that? Wheel-powered victory. She is faster than my coffee machine, FD said. And twice as scary, Dimitri added. As the laughter rolled through the hall, the music kicked back in, and for one wild, wonderful moment, everyone in Rhyme Break was just happy. Chapter 27, A City Divided, Book 3. Sometime before the declaration of war, Lucas was glancing around. Lucas told himself he was ready for battle. He always did. It was the thing you had to believe if you wanted your legs to keep moving forward instead of bolting the other way. Still, the numbers didn't lie. Level 23. Not exactly the kind of level that legends were written about. Hell, not even the level Charlie's Bar drunks boasted about between belches. Lunaris wasn't top tier either though, and people trusted her. So if she got a seat at the table, then, by rights, he deserved one too. Right? He squared his shoulders like that would settle it. But deep down, there was a tiny crack whispering he wasn't as sharp as he pretended. Their target loomed ahead, Portside Barracks. And once he saw the place, he understood exactly why it was chosen. Whoever designed this city hadn't been dumb. All the roads and alleys spilling in from the Portside Gate bent here, like rivers funneling into one fat whirlpool. If this were Earth, he would have called it the mother of all roundabouts. But this wasn't Earth. This was Rimelion, and the roundabout wasn't circling some fountain or statue. It wrapped around a slab of military paranoia, given stone and mortar. The barracks were basically a fort in their own right, a square brute with thick walls. One massive street looped around the whole thing, clean and deliberate, like the city planners hadn't bothered with imagination. Just, here's your circle, here's your wall, get used to it. The port square spread out on the lakeward side, meant for goods and sailors coming through the gates. On the opposite side, facing deeper into the city, was, predictably, the city square. The names made him snort. Real poetic. Whoever came up with them clearly spent all their creativity chiseling walls. Unlike the market stretches he was used to, there weren't many stalls here. No bright cloth awnings, no fruit sellers hollering, just space. This street was built for movement, not browsing, and it showed. Wagons rattled, boots pounded, voices blended into a constant roar. People flowed like a tide around the barracks, not stopping, not lingering, just moving. Lucas tried to imagine himself as part of the force taking down the fort, smooth and confident. But all he could feel was the churn in his gut, reminding him he wasn't as untouchable as he wanted everyone to think. He stole a glance over his shoulder toward one of the towers at the far end of the square. Up there, standing as if she belonged on a tall tower, was Pearl. She was leaning over the stone edge, scanning the chaos below with that curious tilt of her head that always made him want to smile and groan at the same time. Lucy had given her a fancy title, Unseen Angel. Anointed, that was the word, and she even had an 5 epic class, Glimmerwitch, flashy and with an effortless way of bending the battlefield so everyone else danced to her tune. Lucas? He was a spark mage, 3 rare, which, sure, sounded solid if you asked the average gamer. But compared to the monsters gathered around Charlie, it was like bringing a firecracker to a dragon fight. He actually muttered it under his breath and groaned, the sound more self-pity than frustration. He shouldn't be in charge. Hell, he shouldn't even be standing this close to the front lines. Yet here he was, sweaty palms clenched around a fistful of tokens, checking the system clock every 5 seconds despite already having an alarm set. Under the barracks wall, Lucy was already holding court. 300 players, maybe more, clustered around her like ants waiting for a signal. Guards paced nervously along the ramparts above, 1 or 2 shouting half-hearted orders for the crowd to disperse. It never lasted. The players always drifted back like a tide that didn't care what orders were barked from above. Lisa, meanwhile, had broken formation entirely again. She was darting after that cute robe from her guild, the one who always slipped out of her hugs like it was part of her rotation. Lucas' eyes dragged back to Pearl. His chest tightened in that stupid, achy way it always did when he looked too long. He wanted to kiss her again, right here, in the middle of all this chaos. Wanted to remind himself that somehow, impossibly, Had gotten lucky twice in his life. He didn't deserve her, not even close. But she was here, and she was his, and… The alarm shattered the thought. Re-e-e-e-e. His whole body jolted, instincts wired by the army drills. Without hesitation, without a second look back, he logged off. The capsule hissed as it cracked open, steam curling around Lucas' face like a stage tube. He wasn't the only one. 4 others slid free from their pods, the hiss and click of machinery filling the room with a kind of sterile heartbeat. For a moment, he just sat there, flexing stiff fingers, watching the others climb out like soldiers from some science fiction sarcophagus. Lama spoke first, voice practiced, like he'd rehearsed the line in his sleep. Catherine's ready with me, Central ready. Seneschal and Poundcake waited with us before moving southeast. Lucas turned. His chest tightened, his mouth went dry. He pulled in a breath as if it might armor him and forced the words out smooth. All good portside. Lucy's ready under the wall, Pearl on overwatch. He left out the part about himself, how he was just one step behind the actual players, clutching at his role like it actually mattered. No one needed to hear that. He sure as hell didn't want to admit it out loud. Night Swallow dipped her chin. We're ready. Lumi and CEO are waiting to rain tokens, I'm watching from behind. Then Frosna cleared her throat, stiff and clipped. I'm ready, but Tramar's busy showing off with his mage friends. Bigger fireballs, higher arcs, you know how he is. Lamar's head shook once slowly. Noted. Proceed anyway. FD raised his hand like a kid in a classroom. I'm alone and ready to summon players. Another nod from Lama, his face unreadable, already 10 steps ahead in his mind. Plan is in motion. Good luck. One by one, they slid back into their capsules, with the hum of systems rebooting, the faint, pressurized hiss sealing them away. Lucas lingered for a second longer, staring at the dim lights across the ceiling. Good luck. Right. He clenched his jaw, shoved the nerves back where they belonged, and lowered himself into the pod. Time to unleash hell, or at least pretend he belonged among the people who could. As soon as he dropped back into Rimelion, he snapped open his interface and set the internal counter. His fingers moved fast, firing off messages to his squad while a voice in his head hammered, "Don't choke. Not now." The ripple was immediate, players snapping into their formations like pieces sliding into place on a game board. Boots thudded, shields locked, and the air thrummed with that charged anticipation before everything went to hell. Lisa sidled up next to him, staff already glowing faintly in her hands. "Tell me when," she said. But Lucas couldn't answer. His focus was locked tight on the spell weaving in his palms. He had no room to fail, no second tries. First rune, steady. Second rune, clean. Third, he held his breath and nailed it. Zap! The sound cracked through the hum of the fort, a jagged spark that lit his nerves on fire. Other signals joined instantly, popping and flaring all around him, until the weird area seemed alive with static. He hurled the tokens, breathless, and watched them cascade down in glowing showers. One by one, everyone else followed Lisa through them, hundreds more players hurling their own contributions into the air. And in moments, the barren street was crowded. An army stood where seconds ago there'd been only shadows and dust. But then a voice boomed from the sky. "Count Itzel sends his regards." Lucas jerked his head up and froze. Of course it had to be her. His ex-lover, hovering across from the Grand Masters like Shed, always belonged among gods and tyrants. How the hell had he not noticed her until now? What? The word caught in his throat. Banners snapped open before he could finish. Imperial, dozens rising above their ranks. The system tags bled from ally blue to enemy crimson, marking a third of their force as traitors in a single breath. Lucis' voice shattered the stunned silence. "Ada yed betray me, Hada, waha. Ye be nothing but a miserable landlubber, and me sworn enemy." Her laughter cut jaggedly against the enemies as she rallied her loyalists, dragging them into tighter knots around her. Lucas' eyes locked on one of the banner bearers, the system text cold and sharp in front of him. Name? Name? Let's burn them all. She was already channeling, heat lashing off her like an open furnace. "Help me, Lucas." For half a heartbeat he just blinked, mind scrambling to catch up. Then the fear cracked, and the words spilled out of him like armor he didn't quite believe in. "For the Queen!" he shouted, forcing his hand steady as he dragged the first rune into existence. Back to Charlie the First stared at the Catgirl assassin. In the future, she would become legendary fame for taking down even the toughest guild leaders and ranking among the most popular assassins in existence. Perhaps her notoriety grew because nobody ever saw her coming. She relished the shadows, revealing herself only at the final moment of the kill. Like now. Lola. The White Grandmaster's voice cut the air like a blade dipped in honey. He raised one hand high, as though clutching victory itself. How does it feel, he thundered, to lose someone so dear, so irreplaceable? To watch faith turn brittle and snap beneath your very grip? His white sleeves snapped in the wind as he spread his arms, treating the square like his personal stage. He reminded me of Riker. Now, my esteemed peers, join me. Let us show this upstart what becomes of foreign invaders who dare insult our halls. The Purple Grandmaster stirred. Slow, deliberate steps carried him across the stone, his staff clicking faintly with each pace. His robes caught the light like bruised velvet. Finally, he came to stand at the White Grandmaster's side. His mouth twitched, neither quite a smile nor a sneer. What stranger times, he said, voice low, measured, that I would stand with you for once. The White Grandmaster let out a soft, scoffing laugh, chin lifted as if the outcome had already been sealed. Then, with the quiet scrape of boots on stone, the Black Grandmaster joined them. His cloak flowed like ink spilling across the square. Al Tandai does not suffer weakness, he intoned. The Queen's gambit reeks of desperation. I lend my power to the Empire. The Yellow Grandmaster followed in his wake, bright robes swaying like banners in a storm. And I, he declared, raising his golden staff. The invaders will learn that our coffers are ours, and we will protect them. He took his place beside White without hesitation. Hopefully Scamantha, with Looney and Yuki, can do something about it. And then Shad moved, not toward them, toward me. His stride was unhurried, every step deliberate. I braced for betrayal, for the sting of steel. Instead, he stopped before me, dropped to one knee, and bowed. I pledged myself, his voice rang, and my forces to the Queen. Wait, what? He's kneeling? To me? Oh, Sayavrin, they're all staring. I should probably say something queenly, but my brain's just screaming. The Red Grandmaster walked, his cloak dragging across the stones. His expression was unreadable, his voice quiet. Curious, he said, gaze fixed on Shad kneeling at my side. Shad has never been wrong. He looked once toward the others. White tense with fury, purple unreadable, yellow glowing with conviction, black smirking, and then turned back to me. Step by step, he crossed the gap. Then he dropped to one knee beside Shad. Demon magic is impressive on its own, he intoned, but you. His head bowed, red cloak pulled around him like a fire come to rest. I pledge myself, he said, clear enough for the city to hear, to the Queen. Chapter 228, An Altandai Without Chains, Book 3. The Red Grandmaster dropped to one knee beside Shad. Demon magic is impressive on its own, he intoned, but you. His head bowed, red cloak pulled around him like a fire come to rest. I pledge myself, he said, clear enough for the city to hear, to the Queen. The White Grandmaster's robes swayed as he stepped forward, his voice booming across the city, not in fury, but in incredulous command. To pledge to her? To a foreign interloper? He spread his arms wide, staring not at me but at Shad and the Red Grandmaster, as though the weight of their choice demanded spectacle. Do you comprehend what you have done? Shad rose slowly, sure in his posture. The Red Grandmaster stepped with him, his cloak flaring as he moved to my side. Together they stood behind me, their presence like shields raised. The Yellow Grandmaster gave a sly grin, his golden staff tapping once against the stone. Then their estates will be seized, their vaults stripped bare. A fine contribution to the true rulers, I say. Thank you, my dear colleagues. But White raised a single hand, halting his words like cutting a song short, his eyes fixed on Shad. Are you certain, he asked, after all the years, after all the battles, you would cast your lot with her? Her mother falters even now, leading against the Empire's tide, and this daughter. His hand swept toward me like I was an exhibit in his lecture hall, will fall here, before my hand. Is that the future you choose? All the while, my eye stayed locked on the binding stone. The demon magic circle still spun furiously, each rune blazing, the storm of power shaking the square. But, holy Sayavrin, It was taking its sweet time to destroy the stone and crack the door open for the demons. Every second dragged, a slow bleed of eternity. I had to stall, I had to play the game. Shad's jaw set. Slowly and firmly he nodded. I stand on the winning side of history. The White Grandmaster scoffed, turning back to me with a curl of disdain. Her? She is weak. And before the words had even faded, his sleeve flared and the air detonated, wind lashing forward in a sudden, merciless strike aimed straight at me. I didn't think. There was no time. The ice answered. It roared up from the ground like a tidal wave, jagged and crystalline, a wall of ice slamming into place between us. The gust hit with full force, splintering the barrier into glittering shards that spun through the air like broken glass. But the spell was gone, absorbed, shredded, muted by the frost. Steam hissed around us. My breath misted as I exhaled, heart hammering. Ice magic. Purple's eyes widened, his voice breaking the silence. The master of the gloomy sky looked rattled for the first time. Isn't she? A runaway slave? I cut in, my grin dangerous enough to wound. You enslaved me. Hear that, good people of Altandai? I was treated as a slave, and I gave both grandmasters a chance. Behind me, the Red Grandmaster's power flared. Magic coiled along his arms, twisting into sigils that bloomed into fair golden shields. They locked into place in front of us, layer upon layer of crimson light, a bulwark against the storm yet to come. The White Grandmaster straightened, the wreckage of my shattered ice still swirling in the storm of his presence. Shards spun weightless for a moment, then were tugged down, snapping into dust at his feet as though bowing before him. His pale eyes cut through me. So it was you, he intoned, each word full of judgment, the foreign agent seated in our midst. How quaint, how predictable. I wasn't an agent, I snapped back, frost still steaming from my hands, breath clouding with every word. My chest heaved, but my voice held steady. Madame Kazi captured me, she made me a slave. The purple Grandmaster's aura flared before I could catch my breath. Symbols blazed around him, burning sigils falling like meteors through the air. Gravity itself seemed to bend toward him, the weight of his spell building like a star collapsing. Back! Shad barked. Instinct answered before thought. Ice surged at my command, blasting up beneath us in a craggy pillar. It tilted, carrying us away from the epicenter just as Purple's spell detonated. The world buckled. Everything inside that circle, my frost barrier, Red's golden shields, even the cobbles themselves, imploded under crushing gravity. Stone cracked like an eggshell, and the ground sank inward, groaning as if the city itself were breaking under the weight. The air bent. It pressed against skin and bone, heavy and merciless, every breath and effort stolen from the void. When the echo faded, ruins spread across the square, rubble strewn in a hollow crater. And at its center, untouched, stood the White Grandmaster. His robes hung in perfect lines, not a crease disturbed. Even the lingering hum of Purple's gravity pulse, dust pressed flat to the surrounding ground, seemed to bow to his poise. He smiled. Do you see, Shad? Her power is chaos, unshaped, unschooled, already breaking beneath the weight of true mastery. He spread his arms wide, pale sleeves unfolding like wings, as if he were embracing not just the square but the whole of Altandai. Stand with her, and you will be buried beside her. Stand with us, and Altandai endures. His gaze returned to Shad, narrowing, pity creeping into the faint curl of his mouth. It is not too late to join me, old friend. Choose wisely. Meanwhile, come, Empire Agent. Footsteps broke the silence. Heavy, metallic. I turned. A man stepped into the dome, armor clanking with each stride. Imperial make thick plates of blackened steel, engraved with pulsing trim. His helmet was broad, with a single narrow visor slit glowing faintly from the mana channels beneath. In his hands he carried a halberd taller than I was, its blade curved like a fang, the haft wrapped in worn leather darkened by use. He grinned beneath the steel. Ah, Charlie, you little girl. His voice dripped with contempt, each syllable drawn out as if he wanted to savor it. Surprised? You shouldn't be. His grin widened. Count Itzel was thrilled to cooperate with us. My heart skipped, then steadied. Of course it had to be Damon. He walked closer, and with a flick of thought, I willed the magic to project him into the sky along with the rest of us. Let the city see. Let them know what fool had stepped onto the stage. I shook my head slowly, forcing boredom into my tone even as ice itched at my fingertips, begging for release. You're just stupid, I said flatly, and you will lose. What do you gain from this? The words were theater, and I knew it. Every second was another chip off the binding stone, another rune inching closer to detonation. All I had to do was keep him talking, but Damon didn't bite the way he used to. He wasn't rattled. Not this time. Power. His voice was steady, clear, conviction wrapped in arrogance. Money. He hefted the halberd once, its edge catching the flickering light from the runes. What more can a man like me want? He motioned to the grandmasters with an almost mocking flourish, his gauntleted hand gleaming. They can keep ruling the city. Even the tax will be exempt for decades. Do you see? His words rang throughout the city. This is power. He turned, gesturing to the spinning circles and the storm of demonic energy roaring louder by the second. His smile twisted, dismissive. Not this. The White Grandmaster did not flinch when Damon's words rang across the dome. Instead, he drew in a long, deliberate breath, and when he exhaled it came out as a laugh, soft, somewhat cultured and dismissive. Power, money. He repeated the words as if reciting a nursery rhyme, his tone dripping with disdain. You reduce destiny to coin and steel, Damon. How peculiar. He stepped forward, the sweep of his wide sleeves billowing like sails as his arm rose toward the heavens. Above, the storm of demonic energy boiled, vast circles of fire and shadow thrumming against the sky. And yet, even in your simplicity, you serve a purpose. The Empire rewards blunt instruments as well as fine blades. His gaze shifted to me, gleaming. Let her cackle, let her stall, it matters not. She is already outmaneuvered. Then his eyes flicked back to Damon, his mouth curling into something humorless, thin as a knife wound. Just remember who set the board you play upon. So I did as asked and cackled, letting the sound ring wild across the dome. Sell it, Charlie. Sell it until the stone cracks. The binding stone trembled faintly, a vibration that traveled up through my trusty heels. Not too long now. Ah, Damon, I said, locking eyes with him. My grin widened. You don't know what you got yourself into. Do you seriously think I came here with just that plan? For a moment, his grin faltered, the faint twitch of his jaw betraying it. The glow inside his visor caught the movement. Then he barked out a short laugh. Another plan? His voice rose, mocking. Please. He slammed the butt of his halberd against the cracked stone beneath us. The clang reverberated like a war drum. The vibrations rolled through the dome. The noise wasn't just sound, it was pressure, a blunt declaration that rattled bone and nerve. Your allies? I paid them. Nathanko bought their loyalty. You lost, you're stalling. Same trick you always pulled when you were weak. Delay, chatter, and now you pray your ice buys you time. He tilted his head, visor narrowing, that faint glow drilling into me like a predator marking its prey. But time, little girl. He leaned on the halberd, its edge glinting in the rune light, is the one thing you don't have. The binding stone cracked. A thunderclap ripped through the square as fissures spread across its massive surface, glowing veins of light tearing it apart from the inside. Then the stone split, and an immense wave of mana detonated outward. Not possible. The White Grandmaster's words died out. The shockwave flattened everything in its path. Soldiers, assassins, even the Grandmasters themselves were thrown down. Cloaks snapped like banners in the storm. The yellow Grandmaster's staff clattered across the cobbles. The purple Grandmaster buckled despite using his gravity spell, and even the White Grandmaster was forced to his knees, his face contorted with pain. The mana curled around me like a living storm, pressing down with crushing force. My hair whipped wild around my face, cloak snapping, knees braced against the torrent. But it didn't hurt, not me. The energy recognized me because I was the one holding the summoning, the one steering it. This was the time. I raised my voice, and through the dome and the sky projection, my words carried across Altandai. Listen, Altandai, my voice rang, layered by the resonance of demon magic, until it felt like the city itself spoke with me. To the slaves who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The chains that once shackled you are crumbling. The circle screamed. Dozens became hundreds as they spun faster, colliding and blending together until they formed vast wheels of fire and shadow, all drawing from the dying stone. Mana streamed upward in colossal torrents, weaving into spirals that lit the dome and the heavens above. The Red Grandmaster gaped openly, his mouth slack, eyes wide with awe. "The hate of Grandmasters will die tonight," I bellowed, "and the lives they stole from all free people will return to you." Another crack split the stone, louder than the first. Pieces fell away like shattered mountains, glowing fragments dissolving into streams of energy. The circles blazed so bright, the entire dome looked like a sun collapsing, beams of power scarring the sky projection. The stone shattered, breaking apart completely, and the largest wave of mana yet surged outward. The White Grandmaster screamed, his arms thrown up as though to shield his face. Damon's body crumpled under the crushing pressure, his halberd falling from nerveless hands as he fainted, sprawled across the cobbles like a broken doll. "Don't get yourselves to the fear of slave masters," I roared, voice splitting with raw force. "To those masters who enslave you, despise you, tell you what to do, what to think, what to feel." The mana howled like a hurricane, the storm shoving dust and stone outward in violent currents. Yet in the eye of it I stood unbroken. "You, the former slaves, are holding the power now." My words reverberated, echoed by the projection above, so every rooftop and alley rang with it. Let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new Altandai. An Altandai without hate, without chains, without intolerance. The circles pulsed in time with my heartbeat, a halo of blinding energy behind me. "Join my liberation army," I screamed, pouring everything I had into the last words, "and let us all be free." The last syllables ripped through the air like thunder, shaking the very bones of the city. And at that exact moment, the demon gate flickered to life. The last fragments of the binding stone dissolved into dust, and in its place a ring of molten light tore itself open. A circle as vast as the stone spurred into existence, its edges burning with twisting runes, black fire licking outward like the gate itself resented being called here. The glow was unbearable, a wound in the air, and from that wound came a hand. It pushed through the gate with slow, awful certainty. The fingers were as long as my legs, each joint armored in irregular plates of obsidian flesh. I willed identify, and the truth blazed across my vision. Chapter 2-9. The Queen's Command. Book 3. The gate widened, runes shrieking as if they hated to bear his weight, and more of the monster forced its way through. Zaltheron was no ordinary demon. His form was immense, towering at least 3 times as tall as I was. His skin wasn't flesh so much as cracked obsidian, jagged plates shifting over muscle that writhed like molten chains beneath. Every fracture in his body bled a dull crimson glow, as if rivers of liquid misery pulsed just under the surface. Hooks and barbs jutted from him at uneven angles. Some forged bone, others uneven metal grafts that seemed to grow straight from his body. His spine was a crown of spikes, each one wet with a faint shimmer of black ichor that hissed as it hit the ground. His face was worse, a twisted parody of a human man's visage, stretched too wide, lips torn in permanent rictus. Rows of teeth gleamed like polished iron, but between them, his mouth dripped smoke that reeked of blood and burned copper. His 4 of them glowed green, but they didn't shine with fury. They shone with delight. Delight in pain, in suffering, in simply existing. The pressure inside the dome spiked the instant Zaltheron's full bulk breached the gate. Chains wrapped his forearms and dragged behind him, tipped with hooks that still clattered with bones. Each step bent the stone, leaving behind craters that wept with foul ichor. Every rune burned white-hot, the air thick as molten glass. Dust and shattered cobbles floated up, suspended in the mana storm, then were slammed flat to the ground by a force that felt like a giant hand pressing down on the world. Everyone else, Grandmasters, Daemon, soldiers outside the dome, was pinned where they stood. Their bodies locked by the sheer weight of power, eyes wide but unmoving, sweat beading on their skin. Only I remained upright in the center of it all. The bond thrummed through me, a living thread running from my chest into the demon's core. I felt it like a chain wrapped around my soul, each link hot and cold at once, gripping my authority over him. And he felt me. Zaltheron's head turned slowly, those four poisonous green eyes fixing on me. It wasn't a casual glance. It was an act of focus, of recognition. A predator noticing the one thing in the room it couldn't yet devour. The bond made his stare sink deeper, past skin and blood, straight into the marrow of who I was. My knees trembled. The crown on my head burned cold against my scalp, runes crawling like insects across the iron thorns. This wasn't supposed to happen. The mom spell has nothing to do with the summoning spell, he noticed. His gaze flicked to the crown, and his cracked lips peeled back into a wicked smile, the expression stretching too far, teeth glinting like forged hooks. The sight sent a spike of pain through the link, like a harp string plucked too hard. Zaltharon, I said, forcing my voice to sound as if I was in control. Queen Charlie. I summon you to help me in my fight, he cackled. The sound wasn't a laugh so much as a jagged saw cutting through nerves, making the air taste of copper. Queen? His voice dripped with pleasure, every word an intimate scrape across my bones. You wield the crown, yes, and yet it gnaws at you more than you at it. I taste it, you bleeded. The gate behind him pulsed, mana gathering faster. The bond quivered violently. But understand, pain does not belong to you. His smile widened. You belong to it, and I do not bow to another servant. The thread between us strained like a cable about to snap. I could feel his power surging through it, his essence testing my grip, pushing against my will. The summoning magic trembled, my control slipping like ice melting under his grasp. He was too strong to drag with summoning magic alone. My fingers clenched, nails biting into my palms as I poured mana into the bond to hold it steady. At this pace, I won't be able to control any other demon, and even controlling him impossible. You called me forth, he hissed, stepping closer, chains dragging from his arms, hooks sparking against the cobbles. You bound me in iron. He tilted his head, voice softening into something almost reverent. But chains are not torment to me. They are truth. I thrive in their grip, and every captor I have ever known. He leaned in, the gate roaring behind him, mana spiraling like a hurricane. I have broken. The bond convulsed again, pain and power lancing through me like twin blades. My breath hitched, the link was tearing apart, my will splintering against his. With one more push from him, and the summoning magic would slip from my grasp entirely. Plan B. I yanked my focus inward, pulling up the one skill I'd been saving like a last resort. Skill: Queen's Grace. Description: once per month, you may force a chosen target to obey a single command, if only for a moment. My heart pounded. Frost swirled around my fingertips as I drew the mana together, the crown burning cold against my scalp. I closed my eyes, raised my hand and shouted, not just with my voice, but with every thread of power of my title woven into me. I said, I am your queen. The words tore out of me, echoing through the dome and the city alike. And you will listen to my command. Bowed you. 2. Me. The skill detonated across the bond. Power surged outward, a tidal wave of white gold light slamming down the invisible tether. The connection that had been fraying whipped taut like a snapped cable reforged in fire. Runes crawled up my arm, burning into the air around my raised hand. Zaltharon roared, no, screamed in pain and delight at once. His massive frame shuddered, claws gouging the cobbles as the command slammed into his essence. The air smelled of scorched metal and ice. His four eyes rolled back, glowing brighter, and chains erupted with fresh cracks of energy as the magic forced him down. He bowed. The bond straightened, no longer a fraying leash but a thick iron bar stretching between us. For the first time, I felt it hold. His will still fought me, immense and alien, but for now my power coiled around his like a vice. I could steer him, control him. Zaltharon lifted his head slowly. His grin was enormous, jagged teeth flashing like hooks. His voice slithered low and thrilled. You think a crown gives you dominion over pain? His four eyes burned. It gives you a single leash. And I am not alone on it. The gate behind him surged, runes screaming as mana poured through in violent currents. The air thinned, the smell of blood and frost sharpening until it was hard to breathe. Come forth, brothers! Zaltharon bellowed, spreading his clawed arms wide. Feast on the pain of mortals and immortals alike, drown this world in the agony we were born to bear. The gate shuddered. The runes around its edge screamed, their glow flickering. Instead of more demons tearing through the breach, great tendrils of raw magic shot outward in every direction, pulsing like veins of light across the city. Each pulse carried a shockwave that rattled the cobbles underfoot and sent cracks spiderwebbing across the square. Saltheron's massive frame twisted, his claws gouging stone as he looked back. "Brothers?" His voice rose, not in fury but in confusion, a flicker of something alien and almost human. I smiled, still frozen in place, but my voice cut through the storm like a blade. "Companion circles," I said, "made demons appear where I, the queen, need them to be." His head snapped back toward me. All four of his poisonous green eyes locked onto mine. Slowly, the jagged grin returned, wider this time. "Indeed, you are the queen," he rumbled, and then, shockingly, he bowed. A demon's bow, no grace, just a massive, grinding movement of spiked limbs lowering like a predator crouching. What are my commands? The magic that had been suffocating us like a mountain on our chests was slowly lifting. It didn't vanish. It flowed outward, torn free from the binding stone and funneled through the gate to summon more and more demons, until those small gates couldn't summon more, and the tendrils broke, and no more demons were summoned all over the city. The main gate convulsed, vomiting a cluster of these horrors onto the far side of the square, right where Catherine and Lama had been waiting. Their silhouettes were suddenly framed in fire and smoke as the shrieking tide of pain-born demons began clawing their way toward them. Some had stretched limbs bent at impossible angles, joints braced with iron pins hammered straight through. They moved in twisted gaits, half limping, half lurching, their bodies grotesque. And yet every one of them smiled, lips peeled back to bare too many teeth, eyes content. Their chains rattled as they stumbled forward, dragging hooks, flails, and jagged weapons that dripped with ichor, but looked more like surgical instruments than tools of war. I clenched my fist. The bond with Zeltheron taut and iron-strong. My voice overpowered the roar of the demons. "Your first order," I snarled, "is to kill the White Grandmaster." The moment the crushing weight lifted, the Grandmaster staggered forward, his breath ragged. For the first time, his immaculate poise, fractured sweat clung to his brow, his silver hair plastered against his temples. But his eyes still burned with conviction. He straightened, robes billowing as he spread his arms wide, reclaiming the air as his stage. "So this is your gambit," he said, his voice carrying, still grand, though sharpened by strain. "To set a beast upon its master and call it sovereignty." Saltheron's claws gouged the cobbles, his four eyes gleaming with poisonous delight as the bond yanked him forward. The White Grandmaster's sleeve snapped, runes igniting along his arms, and the air howled with violent currents. "Do you think pain will shield you, girl? I am the storm, and no chain, no crown, no demon will make me bend." He thrust his hands outward. Wind howled into walls of silver force, a cyclone spiraling up to meet the demon's advance. The cyclone cracked against Saltheron's chains, sparks and ichor spraying as the demon pressed forward. The ground buckled under their clash, stone torn up like paper. The White Grandmaster's expression hardened, and then he threw back his head and shouted, "Loyal sons of the White House, to me, the Queen is a foreign invader, a usurper wielding demon magic. She would burn our homes and call it justice. Stand with me, stand with the Empire, crush her before her corruption spreads." Across the city, horns blared in answer. At the other end of the square, loyalist banners unfurled, bearing those slave symbols of Altandai. The purple Grandmaster's hands blurred as he drew the gravity down like a net. Runes spun into the surrounding air, and the ground itself seemed to tilt inward. The very weight of the square shifted as if some invisible hand had pressed a thumb into the world. Zaltheron staggered, claws scrabbling for purchase as a crushing tide slammed into his chest. Stone groaned, dust spiraled in suspended eddies, and for one long breath the Prince of Pain hung half-bowed, pinned by invisible chains of pressure. It should have been enough. It was not. Saltheron's body bulged against the force, muscles coiling under plates. He snarled an animal sound that cracked the air and pushed. The gravity bowed, flexed, then cracked in places. The demon's weight drove fissures along its edges. It held him back, slowed him, but it didn't stop him. The prince hunched, claws gouging deeper, and with a vicious pull he strained another inch forward. As Purple's net fought to hold, the yellow and black grandmasters began to cast at once, two spells braided into the same moment. Above the clamor, Shad stepped forward. "This is not the will of Altandai," he shouted. "Those who have chosen the queen stand with us. History will remember who stood for freedom." I watched them all at once, the grandmasters throwing everything into a chokehold for control, my demon straining like a chained titan, the city split across 1,000 decision points. From where I stood, I could see the white grandmaster drawing breath, eyes narrowing as he prepared to broadcast his orders. "Enough," I snapped, louder than I had meant. It cut through the music of magic. "Not everyone needs to see your execution, slavers." With the words still echoing, I reached and severed the projection. The sky above blinked out like a candle snuffed. Chapter 230. Bang Bang. Book 3, Lunaris. Leading the treasury party. The cart creaked to a halt near the purple auction house, its gaudy banners fluttering overhead like someone had tried too hard to sell. Purple as a lifestyle. Scamantha was sprawled across the treasure chest, grinning at Lunaris like a cat who'd just eaten half the kennel and was debating dessert. Lunaris swallowed, tried to look composed. Totally wasn't. Her knees were bouncing as if they had their own mana pool. Ian was right beside her on the bench, hands tight on the reins, eyes wide, and, oh stars, he was making those puppy eyes again. The kind that said, "Help me, I'm just a driver. Why is my life like this?" She wanted to pat his shoulder and tell him it was fine. It wasn't fine, but it was sort of fine, because the treasure cart was still intact. Yay! Yuki was reading her law book while leaning on the cart. Fedra leaned just a little too close to him, like she thought she could ooze herself right into his lap. No thank you." Lunaris' sword hand twitched, and she had to remind herself that stabbing her own party members was technically frowned upon. Technically. And Scamantha? Oh, stars above. She had just roasted half the warehouse. Literally. With one snap of her fingers, and diamond and platinum squads went up like festival fireworks, except less festive and more screaming. Everyone else was still shaken. Lunaris? She was trying very hard not to throw up, and also, at the same time, very relieved, because the treasure cart was safe, mission intact. Go team? Scamantha caught her look and just grinned wider, like she could smell her confusion. Lunaris squared her shoulders, because someone had to look like a leader right now, even if inside she was just yelling, "What just happened? What just happened? What just happened?" on repeat. Scamantha rose from the treasure chest like Shed, just had the best nap of her life, brushing dust off her leather trousers with a flick of her wrist. Carefree, cat-like, completely unbothered by the fact that she had, 5 minutes ago, incinerated 2 whole squads. "Oh, Luna." Her grin tilted sly as she leaned forward, eyes catching the light with a little glint that made Lunaris' stomach knot. "Change of plans." Lunaris' pulse spiked. "Change of plans? Already? She's not about to blow us up too, is she?" "Oh, stars, she's about to. It'll blast to the vault from the street." Scamantha stretched, rolling her shoulders, muscles flexing, as if she were about to personally punch through walls. But Lunaris' voice wavered before she caught it, straightening in her seat. The plan was to go inside together, and then. Scamantha bobbed her head like a teacher humoring a very slow student. "Luna, you can take some random guards, no?" Her grin widened, teeth flashing, eyes all innocent mischief. "And the Casanova here can help you." She jabbed a finger toward Ian. "I am not a Casanova," Ian protested immediately, ears going red. Fedra giggled melodiously, like she'd just been handed the funniest love letter in the world. Lunaris bit the inside of her cheek to keep from groaning. She was supposed to look like a leader, not like someone holding on to sanity by dental floss. Yuki glanced up from her book, also giggled, and kept reading. A deliberate throat-clearing cut through the cart. The bronzy leader armor scuffed, posture stiff, shifted uneasily before addressing Scamantha. And we?" Despite Charlie's very explicit order that Lunaris was in charge, every eye was on Scamantha. For a moment, Lunaris felt about as commanding as a sock dangling off her own cloak. She let out a breath and an internal sigh. Great. I'm the leader. But the cat who sets people on fire is the one everyone actually listens to. Fantastic. Scamantha sighed, as if the whole world had already failed to keep up with her brilliance. The sound carried just loud enough for every Bronzy to flinch. She planted her boots firmly on the cobbles, tugged her satchel forward, and gave it a fond pat. I don't like to explain my plans, she said, clicking her tongue against her teeth. Sk, 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 like a disappointed mother hen about to murder her chicks. Her eyes glinted dangerously, too bright, too hungry. So listen carefully. Lunaris froze, pulse stuttering. Scamantha crouched with a fluid motion, hands vanishing into the cart with a rummage and a thunk. When they re-emerged, she was dragging a squat wooden barrel across the bench like it weighed nothing. The slosh-slosh inside echoed thick and wet, a liquid sound that made Lunaris' stomach curl. I found some very volatile powder, Scamantha cooed, stroking the side of the barrel like it was a beloved pet. The liquid inside squashed noisily, the smell intense even from a distance, like sour wine left too long in the sun, mixed with something metallic. Even better than nitroglycerin, hee. Her eyes went starry as she stared down at the barrel, and Lunaris couldn't help herself. She gulped audibly. Oh, stars. This woman is dangerous. Like capital D, dangerous. Why is she smiling at an explosive like it's a basket of kittens? Anyway, Scamantha chirped, voice flipping from sinister to sing-song in a heartbeat. The plan is to blow up the back wall. She giggled, a sound that made the Bronzes shuffle their feet. But, she continued, tapping one finger against her temple, there are protection rooms. Her head tilted, eyes sliding to Lunaris with the kind of gleam that suggested someone was about to be volunteered for something regrettable. So, she purred, reaching into her coat and pulling free a vial small enough to vanish in her palm. I need our fearless leader to turn them off. The vial caught the light and shimmered faintly, liquid swirling inside like molten silver. Scamantha's eyes locked on Lunaris. Intense, unblinking, expectant. Lunaris' throat tightened. Yuki, Luna, Scamantha went on, tone light. Me, her Casanova, and the flirty healer waltz in. We distract the guards, nice and easy. We need to reach the basement. It shouldn't be too hard. Lucy said, there's a guard room, the Queen passed. The way she said guard room made it sound like a cozy parlor, instead of what it actually was. A nightmare box full of people with pointy weapons. Yuki nodded, but then went back to her book. Lunaris forced her head to nod, though her shoulders tensed. But that was the original plan, she asked carefully. Scamantha tilted her head back and laughed, high and carefree. Oh, is it? I forgot! Lunaris exchanged a look with Ian. He was sitting so straight, he looked like a poorly carved statue, hands clamped white-knuckled around the reins. Their eyes met, and in perfect silent harmony they both communicated the same thing. We have no idea what to do with this woman. Frederick giggled nearby, like this was a stage play put on for her personal amusement. Of course she found it funny. She always found it funny, like the time she suggested drinking from that mysterious glass. Scamantha, unfazed, lifted the vial higher. There is a control table in the guard room. Just throw this on the table. She tilted the glass so the liquid swirled in slow circles. The runes that protect the walls will flip. Inverse properties, weaken structure. They have contingencies for disabling, sure, but not for changing properties. Clever, no? Her smile gleamed dangerously. Lunaris' stomach did a slow roll. Throw it on the table. Just casually toss the world's angriest snow globe onto a magical circuit board and hope it doesn't blow my arm off. Easy. Totally fine. Nothing to panic about. Scamantha pivoted suddenly and thrust the vial toward Ian. And then, me and Casanova go back, join the squad, and go with the cart to do bang-bang. She actually hopped on the last words, giddy, like a child promised fireworks. Ian's face drained to the color of weak old parchment. What? Why me? Scamantha winked. Flirty healer said, you're cute when you panic. I add that also expendable. Lunaris sucked in a quick breath. He is not expendable. The words shot out before she could filter them. Her hand even twitched toward her blade, like her body was ready to duel Scamantha over Ian's honor. Oh, stars, when did that happen? When did I become his knight? Phaedra clapped a delicate hand over her mouth, eyes sparkling. Oh la la, she murmured. Protective Luna. Lunaris wanted to groan. Instead, she sat straighter, trying to muster the commanding air Charlie always carried so effortlessly. Scamantha, she said carefully, Ian is not expendable, and neither am I. Well, get to the guard room. Well, disable the runes. And then, she hesitated, looked at the barrel, at the faint mist curling from the cracks in its lid, at Scamantha's wild grin. Y'all do bang bang, she finished weakly. The Bronzies shifted again, uneasy, but at least their eyes finally turned toward her instead of the alchemist. The bronzy leader rubbed at the dent in his helmet and cleared his throat. So, us? He asked again. His voice was soft, careful, like he expected to be ignored. Scamantha had already spun away, humming to herself as she patted her satchel, clearly done explaining. Lunaris sighed internally, the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders. Great. Queen Charlie appointed me the leader, but the pyromaniac gets the spotlight, not even Tremar, but the unstable alchemist, fantastic. Socks save me. She forced a smile at the bronzy leader, even if her hands were clammy against the hilt of her sword. You're with the cart, she said brightly. You're not bronzies tonight. You're silver flames. The squad blinked at her, unsure. She raised her chin, mismatched eyes flashing with a stubborn spark. Because when anyone tries to get our gold, you're going to burn brighter than anyone else. Got it? The bronzy leader's spine straightened just a little. His men shuffled less. Someone even gave a tentative nod. Lunaris let out a breath, soft enough no one heard. Okay, maybe I can do this, maybe. Meanwhile, Scamantha was still stroking her barrel like it was a beloved dog, whispering, bang bang. Lunaris swallowed hard. Oh stars, this is going to end so badly. The five of them set off across the cobbled street, the cart and bronzies left behind in uneasy silence. Sun blasted against the looming bulk of the purple auction house, its gilded trim glinting like smug teeth in the dark. Every step made Lunaris' boots feel heavier, like she was walking straight into a dungeon marked certain doom but fancy. Oh, before I forget! Scamantha's sing-song voice cut through the tension. She spun on her heel and lobbed small vials at each of them. Lunaris fumbled, catching hers against her chest. Ian just barely snagged his before it hit the stones, while Yuki used her fast magic to catch it. Phaedra, of course, plucked hers gracefully from the air like it was a wine glass being handed to her at a party. Drink this, Scamantha commanded, already uncorking her own. Lunaris stared at the vial. The liquid inside shimmered a murky blue, fizzing faintly, as though alive. Her throat tightened. She glanced at Ian, and his wide eyes mirrored her hesitation. Yuki was blinking and examining the fluid. But before either of them could protest, Phaedra tipped hers back and drank in one smooth swallow. The both of them froze, waiting. Phaedra blinked once, then her lips curved into a wide grin. Oh, she said brightly. That's weird. Scamantha nodded, pleased. Yeah, bubble around your face. My invention, bubble. Around her face. Lunaris squinted. Sure enough, a faint glimmer shimmered around Phaedra's features, like a soap bubble stretched impossibly thin. Ian sighed, resigned, and raised his vial. If I die from this, I'm haunting her, he muttered. Me first, Lunaris whispered back, and they clinked glasses like it was a toast before swallowing. The liquid tingled going down, like drinking carbonated lightning. A faint hum filled Lunaris' ears, then pop! A weightless bubble shimmered around her face. She poked at it nervously, fingers sliding right through with no resistance. Weird. So weird. They reached the auction house's massive main door, looming taller than a giant's front gate, polished wood inlaid with ornate purple dragon motifs. Lunaris squared her shoulders, set her hands on the handles, and pulled. Nothing. She tried again, still locked. Watch! Scamantha again sang-songed, bouncing forward. She shoved Lunaris aside with surprising strength, pressed another vial, this one glowing a sickly green, against the door, and pulled a long sock from her coat. A sock. She yanked it over her face like the world's most pathetic bandit mask. Lunaris blinked. Why? Why do you have that? She whispered. Scamantha didn't answer. Instead, she pressed her palm against the vial, channeled a pulse of mana, and the world exploded. The door blasted inward with a deafening whump, splinters and smoke filling the air. The shockwave rattled Lunaris' teeth and shoved at her chest like a giant hand. Scamantha went flying right in with the debris, whooping like she was at a festival. Always, always wanted to do this, her voice echoed from the haze. Lunaris coughed, yanked her cloak tighter, and bolted after her before Yuki, Ian, or Phaedra could argue. The grand hall of the Purple Dragon auction house stretched out before her, exactly as Charlie had described, except now it was chaos. Golden tapestries hung crooked from the blast, chandeliers swayed dangerously overhead, and polished marble tiles were cracked and scorched. The air reeked of burning varnish and alchemical fumes, thick enough to sting her nose. And in the center of it all, Scamantha was already tossing vials like candy at a parade. They clattered across the floor, popped, and released clouds of hissing smoke that spread in curling tendrils. Within seconds, the opulent hall began to fill with an acrid fog, swallowing the gold, the marble, the velvet-lined chairs.
Ladies and gentlemen!
Scamantha bellowed, arms flung wide, sock still half slipped down her face. Her grin was manic, eyes bright with delight. This is a robbery. Chapter 231, Swordbear. Book 3, Ladies and Gentlemen, Scamantha bellowed, arms flung wide, sock still half slipped down her face. Her grin was manic, eyes bright with delight. This is a robbery. Smoke curled thickly across the gilded hall. She waved a hand in front of her face, the shimmer of the bubble spell catching the haze like faint soap film. At least she could breathe. The employees weren't so lucky. Clerks and attendants in neat, purple-trimmed uniforms stumbled back from their desks, eyes watering. One young man dropped the quill he'd been holding, hands clamped over his mouth as he hacked into his sleeve. A woman near him swayed, her arms full of ledgers she'd been too slow to abandon, blinking rapidly against the sting. They stared through the haze at Lunaris and her group, not guards, not fighters, just workers caught in the blast radius, their faces pale and confused. Lunaris' stomach twinged. Not slaves, she reminded herself quickly. Her boots skidded slightly on the marble as she sprinted deeper, cloak flaring behind her, sock fluttering as if it was protesting the fumes too. The smoke swirled as if reluctant to part, and through the shifting grey she saw guards, 24 at least, pressed tight near the eastern corner, shields raised in a tight formation. Grandmaster's Guard Levy, 25. Type: 2 uncommon HP, 6006 euro. Their armor was heavy plate-polished steel with dark purple etching, and the crest of the auction house was engraved into the chest plates, a stylized dragon curling around a coffer. They glinted dull in the sunlight, struggling through the fog. Every seam was clean, every strap drawn tight. These weren't sloppy rent-a-guards, they were drilled and seasoned, and between their shields, huddled against the wall like sheep corralled by wolves, 10 slaves knelt with wrists bound. Their glazed eyes flicked dully toward Lunaris, though whether with hope or fear she couldn't tell. The first of the guards spotted her, and his voice cut through the smoky chaos with the sharp crack of authority. "Halt! Grandmaster's Guard Captain Levy. 30, type, 3 rare HP, 10401 104E. The formation rippled as one, shields braced, halberds lowered in unison. The man at their front stepped forward, armor gleaming brighter than the rest, trimmed with golden filigree that marked rank. His hair was iron gray, his shoulders square, his presence serious as the steel he carried. "I am Captain Malik," he grumbled, voice carrying easily through the haze. "And you fools have chosen the wrong Grandmaster to steal from." Lunaris' chest tightened with anticipation. His gaze swept across them with disdain, as if they weren't even worth the trouble of raising his blade. "This hall you've broken into is the most secure vault in the city. You think a few tricks and smoke can rattle us. The path to the treasure is layered with traps, wards, and spells you cannot even begin to understand." He jabbed the butt of his halberd against the marble. The sound cracked. "The moment you blew that door, you sealed your own fate. Every rune in this building awoke, every corridor behind you closed. You will never reach the vault. Never. So if you value your lives, scram. Go try your luck robbing another Grandmaster, one less clever, less prepared." His teeth bared in something between a grimace and a smirk. "You'll find no victory here." "Who said we need victory?" Scamantha smiled like a wolf and slid into an uneasy crouch beside Lunaris, her grin sharp enough to slice steel. Yuki leaned in close, her hair glimmering faintly like sunlight caught in glass. "Looney, who should I take?" she whispered, fingers twitching with magic. Scamantha's eyes flicked sideways, waiting, expectant. Oh, right, she was supposed to lead. Lunaris plastered on the brightest smile she could muster, even if her stomach was doing full-on cartwheels. "Scamantha, fire!" "Yuki, flank me like we did on the mission. We'll take them on together." Her voice dropped softer as her gaze darted past the shield line, catching the shimmer of a robe and staff. Ian, please take down that mage. He's measuring us already. She nodded quickly, then gave him a pleading look. You can do it, right? Their armor was heavy plate, polished steel with dark purple etching, crests of the auction house engraved into the chest plates, a stylized dragon curling around a coffer. They glinted dull in the sunlight, struggling through the fog. Every seam clean, every strap drawn tight. These weren't sloppy rent-a-guards. They were drilled, seasoned. Ian's jaw tightened, and for a moment she thought he'd falter. But then he smirked crookedly and muttered just loud enough for her to hear, "For you, always, my little sword bear." Her eyes went wide. Blood surged into her cheeks so fast she thought steam might hiss out her ears. Sword bear? Oh stars, no, no, no. Not in front of everyone. Don't call me that out loud. She squeaked, voice cracking, heat flooding her face. Yuki blinked. Scamantha snorted, and Phaedra stars above, of course shed overheard, covered her mouth with delicate fingers, giggling like she'd just been gifted the juiciest gossip in Rimelion. Lunaris wanted to vanish into her cloak, or maybe stab herself with the nearest sock. And yet some tiny part of her glowed, warm and unshakable, beneath all the embarrassment. Captain Malik's voice snapped like steel drawn from a scabbard. Advance! The shield wall surged forward as one, boots striking marble in thunderous unison. The purple-etched plate gleamed through the smoke, halberds lowering like a forest of spears angled for slaughter. The line had barely crossed the first row of shattered tiles, before a glass spile arced lazily overhead and shattered at their feet. Thumph! A blossom of fire erupted, hungry and orange, splattering across shields. Heat washed over the hall, hot enough to make Lunaris flinch even from behind. Screams cut through the disciplined march as two guards dropped, armor glowing red at the seams. Scamantha's laughter rang bright. My prices are low. You all can be mages. I call this Scarfire, she shouted behind her, and Lunaris noticed she was recording. Was she recording an ad for her products, now? The smoke churned hotter, carrying the smell of scorched varnish and boiling oil. Lunaris didn't hesitate. Her legs worked. That single fact lit her smile as wide as the flames. She pushed forward, lungs filling with acrid air, cloak snapping around her calves. She pulled her Mistral free with one hand, her rapier with the other, blades flashing silver in the haze. She hit the front line like a note struck on perfect tempo. Mistral swept, battering a halberd aside. Her rapier darted in after, needling through a joint seam to make the wielder howl. She pivoted on her heel, sliding under the swing of another, then rose with both blades humming in counterpoint. A metronome of blood and breath. Shields slammed toward her. She parried wide with the Mistral, slipped inside the arc, and thrust the rapier through a gap beneath an arm guard. Steel scraped bone, the man roared. She kicked off his chest, spun, and flowed into the next strike, cloak snapping like punctuation. Light burst at her flank. Yuki whirled through the smoke, her hair blazing, palms flicking mirrors into existence. A halberd thrust met a shimmering coin shield, shattered it, only for the next to blossom and blind the attacker in the same heartbeat. Sun shards ricocheted, dazzling eyes, buying Lunaris space to drive her rapier across a throat seam. "Got your flank, Loony," Yuki shouted, grinning through the smoke. Lunaris exhaled, tempo steady, shoulders loose despite the crush of enemies. She slid back to back with Yuki for half a second, then surged forward again, Mistral sweeping wide to carve open space for them both. The air erupted again. Another vial from Scamantha detonated, this one spewing choking green mist that clung like spiderwebs. Guards staggered, hacking, armor hissing as if the fumes were chewing at the metal itself. "Try not to breathe that," Scamantha sang from somewhere behind, sock still dangling absurdly over half her face. "Don't forget our catchphrase, you all can be mages." Her hands blurred, pulling vial after vial, tossing them with the precision of a veteran grenadier. Fire, smoke, poison, a fake mage painting chaos across the floor. Phaedra's voice threaded through it all, sweet and clear. Healing warmth shimmered around Lunaris' legs as a cut along her thigh-knit closed. "There, mon chéri," the healer crooned, as if Lunaris were her doll. A moment later, a dart of magic flicked past Lunaris' shoulder, a lazy missile that clicked the guard's cheek and made him flinch back. Not all healing. Of course she was taking potshots too. Lunaris ducked low, parried, spun. Her rhythm carried her deeper, every strike a stitch closer toward the corner where the guardroom door yawned open. She glimpsed the bench inside, a wide slab of polished stone, carved with runes so dense they shimmered like a spiderweb. That must be the control table. The target. A curse hissed through the air, not from the guards, from Scamantha. Lunaris caught it only out of the corner of her eye, a vial bursting not into fire or acid, but into writhing shadows that clawed up a guard's body. The guard shrieked, dropping her weapon, clutching at herself as if her veins were on fire. Lunaris' stomach lurched. Did she just... Stars, was that a curse? She didn't have time to dwell. Another halberd whistled toward her ribs. She met it, Mistral widening the strike, rapier stabbing under the visor seam. Blood sprayed hot and metallic, spattering across her cheek. Push, she barked, forcing her voice louder. Push, push. Yuki darted past her, flickering into 3 after-images at once. The guards faltered, stabbing at shadows, only to eat a blinding flash of refracted light. Lunaris slipped into the gap Yuki left, cutting 2 down with swift, needle-clean thrusts. Behind them, Ian was locked in a desperate dance with the enemy mage. His daggers flashed, sloppy but frantic, scraping against the staff that batted them away. Sparks spat with every clash. Ian lunged again, missed, nearly stumbled, then grit his teeth and came back harder. Lunaris risked a glance over her shoulder, teeth clenched. "Ian!" she called, parrying hard against a halberd. Her eyes met his for a heartbeat. Puppy eyes, determined, terrified, completely out of his depth. Cute. Infuriatingly cute. Heat climbed her cheeks, even mid-fight. "Focus, Daggerbear!" she yelled, voice louder than intended. His ears went red even from here. A halberd clipped her pauldron, jolting her back into tempo. She staggered, exhaled, and reset, Mistral wide, rapier quick, parry, thrust, spin. The guardroom was so close now she could taste the stale air spilling from it. Another pair of guards barred her way, shields raised, teeth gritted. She ducked low, slid under their arcs, then burst up between them, blades crossing in a scissor slash that left both reeling. The bench loomed inside, covered in a spiderweb of glowing runes. "Yuki, cover me!" Lunaris shouted. "Got it!" Yuki's mirrors burst bright, scattering a volley of halberds. Lunaris pulled the vial from her belt, its fluid swirling. She broke into a run, not stumbling, not hobbling, but running, cloak and sock streaming. She ducked past one strike, spun through another, blades cutting quick diversions, her rhythm never faltering. 3 dance steps, a parry, a twirl. She hurled the vial, it shattered on the bench. The explosion wasn't fire or smoke. It was silence and light collapsing inward, a ripple of distorted time that sucked air toward it and then burst outward in a wave. The runes screamed, sparks crawling across them like insects on fire, then shattered all at once. The spiderweb glowed red, cracked, and flashed. The whole hall shook. The walls groaned like a beast waking. "Ah, good job!" Scamantha giggled behind her, delighted as a child. "Bang, bang!" Lunaris' pulse thundered. She spun in time to see Ian finally slip inside the mage's guard. His daggers drove forward in a desperate, clumsy thrust. The steel punched through the man's throat, blood sprayed, and the mage collapsed, gurgling. A kill notification flickered across their vision. "Going," Lunaris gasped, lunging back into rhythm. She sprinted toward Yuki, blades flashing, cutting down a guard that had cornered her friend. "Cover!" Yuki shouted, mirrors fracturing another strike. Lunaris' Mistral slammed the halberd wide, her rapier plunging into a gap. The guard dropped. She exhaled and slid back, her shoulders brushing against Yuki's. Phaedra's warmth rushed over them both, knitting cuts and filling tired lungs with strength. "Breathe, mes chéris," she sang, her voice far too calm for the chaos. Another magic missile flicked from her staff, bursting harmlessly against a pauldron. But it was enough to stagger the guard. Together, they reset their footing. Lunaris spun her blades, breathless, cheeks flushed, heart racing with equal parts terror and exhilaration. "We did it. We actually did it." Ian scrambled back to Scamantha like a mouse to a very questionable cheese, cheeks flushed and chest heaving. He looked like he had been run through a blender and come out mostly intact. Then a thunder of boots descended. 10 reinforcements came down the main stairs like a tidal slap. Lunaris felt the shift under her feet, the way the hall's pressure leaned toward them. They managed to leave 7 guards standing. That had seemed like little a moment ago. Now there were 17, and the math tasted bad. Scamantha was mid-smirk, sock half off as she hooked a finger into Ian's shirt, as if he were a tassel on her coat. "Pardon us, Mr. Guard," she cooed, voice syrupy sweet. "It was fun and all, but we're leaving. Ta-ta." And she hauled him toward the blasted doorway with a casual tug that made him fold like origami. The captain's jaw snapped. "Don't let anyone else leave." His command rolled down the marble, and the 10 new guards surged forward to the blasted open doorway, shields forming a living barricade that bisected the hall. They planted themselves there, halberds crossed, faces hard. The captain finished, and the words had no room for doubt. "They'll pay for it." Bonus: World's okayest first day. Lunaris was excited. The cardboard box dug into her palms, as if it were offended. "Okay, endurance test," she muttered, nudging her wheelchair forward with her elbow. Inside the box were all the essentials for a new life. A mug that said, "World's okayest duelist," a tiny potted plant named Sir Leafington, and about 7 different brands of optimism, all precariously stacked. She'd been here this morning, depending on how one measured time, after a party that ended in both a job offer and medical paperwork. And now, here she was. Morning. Lobby line. Version 2.0 of herself. The building gleamed as if it knew it. All sleek silver lines and glowing veins, like a futuristic fang biting the skyline. The same one she'd seen in the dark hours, glittering above the city like an invitation and a dare. The automatic doors opened, and that wave of scent rolled out to greet her again. The place looked different in daylight, somehow busier and even more ridiculous. A jungle of hanging plants drooped from the ceiling, as if they were auditioning for a luxury nature documentary, and the floor was so clean it made her nervous to breathe on it. There were so many people. Dozens of new hires, interns, and probably half of Rimebreak Kingdom were trying to figure out where to get their badges. The queue wound through the lobby like an overachieving snake, everyone clutching boxes and forms. Lunaris wheeled herself to the back, balancing her box on her knees and trying not to bump Enion's heels. Okay. Calm. This is fine. New quest, fine desk, don't panic. Reward, dental insurance. She couldn't see the front from here, just the shimmer of holo screens and a receptionist moving with endgame boss precision. With all the posters of Charlie, it felt like a lair indeed. Then, movement caught her eye, a familiar figure cutting through the crowd. "Heracles," she called, raising a hand and almost tilting Sir Leafington to his doom. He turned. The last time she'd seen him, he'd been holding a cocktail. "Luna," he said, blinking, and then smiled wider. "You actually showed up." She puffed out her cheeks. "Of course I did. I'm very employed now. Officially." He glanced at the box, then at her wheels. "Need a hand?" "Maybe an extra save slot," she joked, shifting the box back to stability. "HRAI told me to come in the morning, but I think everyone got told to come in the morning." "Yeah," he said, scanning the crowd. "Half the city got hired after that party." "That tracks," she sighed. "I think Lola spawned us all." Heracles chuckled. "Wouldn't surprise me." She smiled at that, nervous energy fizzing. The lobby noise blurred around her, voices, laughter, and printers booting somewhere above. Heracles tilted his head toward the elevator. "Come on," he said. "Wait, shouldn't I, check in or something?" Lunaris asked, clutching her box a little tighter. "Tez, like a line. A very serious-looking line." He just grinned, already steering her wheels with one hand like it was the most normal thing in the world. "You're with me." That sentence sent a quick, fizzy panic down her spine. "Are you sure that's allowed?" she whispered, lowering her voice as if they were about to rob a bank. "Allowed." He waved a dismissive hand, the motion lazy. "I'm head of legal, Luna. The Queen herself relies on me." That was hard to argue with. She blinked at him, mouth halfway between impressed and terrified. "Besides," he added as they reached the elevator, "I can bother important people." She wheeled in after him, the door sliding shut behind with a whispery hum. The box in her lap felt heavier now, as if Sir Leafington sensed they were trespassing in boss territory. So she started, stealing a glance up at him as the elevator glided. "How important are we talking?" Heracles' grin curved like a secret. "Lola." "Oh." Her voice squeaked a little. "That important?" "Yep." The elevator chimed. A half-moon space stretched before her, most of its desks empty. Only a handful of people were actually there, technicians murmuring over screens, a couple of analysts sipping coffee, the occasional flash of a holo report scrolling lazily across a floating panel. An enormous wall displayed feeds, but instead of battlefield chaos, it showed random streams of players, one of whom was Catherine. Next to the wall was also a poster of Charlie. This time she was smiling, and the poster said, "We see everything." And there, at the far end, on the raised platform overlooking everything, was Lola. She was sitting behind a curved desk, haloed by 3 floating holoscreens, her fingers moving in precise gestures. The screens projected faint blue light across her face, catching on her glasses, turning her expression unreadable. Even from across the room, she radiated efficiency. Heracles leaned toward Luna as they rolled forward. "Told you," he whispered. "Important." Lunaris swallowed, trying to keep her smile steady. "Oh, stars," she muttered under her breath. "Boss floor. Actual boss floor." Sir Leafington wobbled in agreement. Lola looked up as they approached. Her eyes softened immediately, the hint of a smile replacing the sharp focus she had worn a second earlier. "Lunaris," she said, and even her voice carried that blend of professionalism and warmth. "I'm glad you came straight to me." Heracles stopped beside Luna's chair, giving a mock salute. "Delivery complete," he said lightly. "She's all yours, boss." "Thank you, Heracles." Lola's smile turned dry. "Now go before you rewrite rules again," he chuckled, tapping 2 fingers against his temple. "Wouldn't dream of it." Then he gave Lunaris a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Welcome, Luna. Try not to faint." She blinked. "No promises." He laughed again and strode off, leaving Luna feeling suddenly tiny in a room built for command. Lola gestured gently toward her desk. "Don't worry, it's much less terrifying than it looks." "Lies," Luna whispered, but she rolled closer anyway. Lola chuckled, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a small envelope and a sleek white badge clipped to a ribbon. "Everything's ready. In the name of the Queen, I welcome you to the family. Your paperwork went through last night, and the medical capsule will be ready this afternoon. You'll start the rehabilitation cycle right after lunch." Lunaris blinked. Her chest did a weird little flutter. "Wait, so it's really happening?" "It's really happening." Lola's smile widened. "And I'm glad you came to me first. I just followed Heracles," Luna admitted, then added quickly, "but I was going to find you." "I believe you," Lola said with a small laugh. Then she opened the envelope and placed a few items on the table, the badge, and 3 tiny translucent chips that blinked with faint LED lights. "First one's your standard access chip," Lola explained, placing it delicately in Luna's palm. "Second opens low restricted areas, labs, testing halls, cafeteria after hours. The third one," Lola held it up between 2 fingers. It pulsed faintly blue, "is for restricted sections. You won't need it often, but it's part of your clearance." "Oh, stars," Luna whispered. 3 keys? I feel like I just unlocked a side quest." Lola smiled, sliding the last chip toward her. "Just remember, every access is logged, and Pearl monitors it." That made Luna straighten a little. "Ah, so no, late-night curiosity missions?" "Exactly." Lola's eyes sparkled with humor. "Unless you want Pearl sending a drone after you and hacking into your social media, I would be sad to read a report in the morning over breakfast." "Noted," Luna said solemnly. "I like my breakfast non-judgmental." Lola chuckled again, then leaned back. "Your new office is down on the 7th door. Juliet asked specifically to share with you." Lunaris blinked. "Who's Juliet?" "That," Lola said, tapping the badge into Luna's palm with a wink, "is why we use the same names as Rimelion." But she forgot to add hers. "Well, she put in the form Lady of the Eternal Night, so it will be a surprise." Luna clutched her box a little tighter, heart skittering. A new office, a new life, and apparently a mysterious roommate. She took a breath, exhaled slowly, and smiled. "Okay," she whispered to herself. Quest accepted. The 7th floor was a maze. Sleek hallways, walls that glowed faintly with embedded light strips, doors that all looked just slightly too identical. The badge in her lap pinged every few meters with polite digital beeps, and each one made her feel simultaneously important and lost. Okay, east maybe? Or northish? She took another turn, then another, until she spotted it. A simple door marked with a silver 7 and a subtle pearlescent shimmer where the nameplate would eventually go. "Found you," she whispered, half relieved, half victorious, and rolled inside. The room was larger than she had expected. One tall pillar divided the open space down the middle, and 4 desks were arranged around it, 2 on each side, all minimalist and unassuming. Only one desk was missing a chair, clearly meant for her. Lunarese wheeled over, balancing her box like sacred cargo. Her desk was bare, except for a hollow monitor hovering above the surface and a small drawer containing a brand new hollow tablet still wrapped in its plastic. The faint scent of unused tech hung in the air. "Well, Sir Leafington," she whispered, lifting the potted plant and setting it in the corner, "we've officially moved in." The mug went next. "World's okayest duelist," proudly angled toward the door like a badge of honor. She pulled out a few more treasures. A tiny knitted sock banner her big sister Lisa had gifted her, a sticker of a cartoon rapier giving a thumbs up, and a small crystal paperweight shaped like a moon. Cute, colorful, and slightly foolish. Exactly her. She was adjusting the mug's angle when her gaze drifted across the room and froze. The opposite desk looked like it belonged to someone who thrived on midnight and caffeine fumes. The entire surface was matte black, covered in neatly arranged, very pointy stationery. A single hollow monitor glowed with dark mode code lines, the only splash of color coming from a blood-red LED keyboard that pulsed like a heartbeat. A sleek black thermos sat beside it, labeled "Don't." On the pillar above the desk, a few things were pinned. A photo of a black cat with matching eyeliner, a cracked mirror shard framed like art, and a note written in a tidy handwriting that said, "Touch anything and perish." There was also, inexplicably, a single candle, unlit but clearly expensive, and a set of wireless earbuds draped across a dagger-shaped letter opener. Lunaris blinked. "Oh, stars," she murmured. "My deskmate's crazy." Sir Leafington rustled a leaf in agreement as a door slid open behind her with a soft hiss. "Lunaris?" Luna turned, halfway through arranging her sock banner, and her heart did a funny skip. The woman standing in the doorway was dressed like the personification of "Don't mess with me." Black jacket, dark eyeliner, hair cascading in glossy midnight waves. "Night Swallow," Luna breathed before she could stop herself. For a heartbeat, the woman just stared, clearly surprised, but then her face softened into a smile. A real one, not the smirk Luna remembered.
Lunaris, you made it finally.
Yeah. Luna beamed, then immediately panicked and gestured vaguely at her desk. "And I brought a plant life, see?" Night Swallow arched a brow, then followed Luna's gesture toward the potted greenery. Her lips twitched. "You brought that?" "This is Sir Leafington," Luna said seriously. "His very well traveled." For a moment, the room hung quiet. Then Night Swallow let out a small, helpless laugh, soft and entirely unlike her usual monotone. "Of course you named it. Of course," Luna said proudly. Night Swallow shook her head, amusement lingering at the corners of her mouth. Then she caught herself, cleared her throat, and turned slightly as if regaining composure. "Wait, so you're Juliet?" Luna asked, curious. Night Swallow stiffened like she'd just been struck by a spell. A tiny blush colored her cheeks. "Call me Night Swallow," she blurted. "Okay, Night Swallow," Luna chirped, instantly agreeing. "What should we do, Night Swallow?" Night Swallow paused, halfway between fond and exasperated, then looked toward the far side of the room. "You don't have your capsule yet, right?" "Nope," Luna admitted, following her gaze. "Come on." Night Swallow walked toward a side door opposite the entrance, her boots clicking lightly against the polished floor. Luna rolled after her, the empty box bumping softly in her lap. The room beyond was smaller, colder, lined with 3 capsules. A 4th space was open, empty cables coiled like waiting vines. Luna stopped, gazing at them. "Yeah, I have a special one," she murmured, cheeks coloring. "With, medical thingies? The problem's actually in my head, not my body, or something like that." Her voice dropped, shy and embarrassed. "Repairing bodies easy," they said. "My brother was trying to find a cure, but this is the only thing that can work." Night Swallow turned to look at her. "You've got a brother?" Luna nodded. "Mm-hmm." Night Swallow's grin slipped back.
Is he cute?
Luna gasped, scandalized.
Jewel!
"Swallow," she corrected, immediately smirking. Luna puffed her cheeks in protest as Night Swallow smiled innocently, a hand on her hip, her aura suddenly feeling a lot more like sunlight in disguise. "Okay," she said, stretching her arms overhead before crossing them again with a grin. Instead of talking about your cute brother, let's grab something to eat. I wasn't talking about him being cute, Lunaris mumbled, still sulking just enough to make her point, while she threw away the cardboard box under the table and grabbed her mug as if it were a shield. Night Swallow laughed, and before Luna could react, she was already behind her chair, hands gently gripping the handles. Come on, Tiny Knight, lunch break. I can roll myself, Luna protested, but the words came out softer than she meant. She glanced up at Night Swallow's smirk, half teasing, half genuine care, and her resistance fizzled out. Yeah, she muttered instead, smiling. Okay. The wheels hummed as Night Swallow pushed her out of the office. It was weirdly nice being helped not because someone thought she needed it, but because someone simply wanted to. What do they have? Luna asked as they reached the elevator. Therese, apparently a mysterious new baker downstairs, Night Swallow said, tone mock serious. Chocolate cake, allegedly life-changing. Wanted to investigate. Investigate a cake, Luna nodded. A noble mission. Precisely. The elevator chimed open, and they stepped into the cafeteria a minute later. It was early, so the room was only half full, quiet clusters of employees chatting, the smell of fresh pastries drifting from the counter, sunlight filtering through the big windows and glinting off the polished steel. Tables. Wanna wait, or should I grab it? Night Swallow asked, already scanning the menu board. Normally, Luna would insist, I can do it, I'm fine. That was her default line, independence flashing bright. But this time she hesitated, glanced at Night Swallow's calm face, and just shrugged. Okay, she whispered. Night Swallow smiled. That small, rare smile that made her look less like a Rimelion assassin and more like an older sister who'd seen too much and learned to be gentle. Got it. She rolled Luna to a table near the window, parked her carefully, and went off toward the counter. Luna leaned her chin in her palm, watching her go. The cafeteria walls were sleek white and chrome, lined with company posters. And, as everywhere with Charlie, stylized portraits of her, sometimes regal, sometimes smirking, sometimes in that ridiculous leader, but also a queen pose. The slogans underneath shifted depending on the department. Exploit efficiency, adapt or be adapted. Innovation is sovereignty. Luna exhaled softly. When Shed first come here, she thought the villainous act was just a front, a bit of theater masking a soft, exhausted human underneath. But now, seeing her face printed, branded, and framed on every wall. Yeah, maybe the act wasn't an act. She watched a pair of interns walk past, chatting under a poster that declared, The Exploiter Delivers. Neither of them seemed to find it weird. Luna frowned, tracing the rim of her world's okayest duelist mug with one finger. If this is the normal, she murmured, I'd hate to see the illegal stuff. Lunaris was halfway through counting how many Charlies were staring at her from the posters, 7, possibly 8 if the reflection counted, when a warm, accented voice purred right behind her. Excusez-moi, is this seat taken, mademoiselle? She turned and blinked hard. The woman standing there looked like Shed just stepped off the cover of Corporate Enchantress Monthly. Her black blazer fit like a tailored secret, sleeves rolled to the elbows. The silk blouse beneath it shimmered with faint violet undertones every time she breathed. Her pencil skirt left just enough to imagination to cause minor workplace accidents, and the faint scent of spiced vanilla lingered around her like a signature. Her hair, dark with a single streak of auburn, was tied back loosely, and when she smiled, her lipstick curved into trouble. No, Lunara stammered. The seat's free, totally free. Occupation 0, merci. Phaedra slipped into the chair across from her, with the grace that probably required a minor degree in physics. Her accent rolled softly, and French, the vowels warm, deliberate. You are new here, non? Yeah, Luna said, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Day 1. Ah. Phaedra's eyes lit up, equal parts curiosity and amusement. Bienvenue. I am Phaedra, a marketing division, im Lunaris, she said. Systems analysis, or night? I don't know, actually. And Chocolate Cake Appreciation Society, apparently. That earned her a laugh. Très bien. Ambitious for a first day. She leaned forward slightly, eyes glancing down at the mug in Luna's hands. World's okayest duelist, she read aloud, lips curving. How modest. It's a joke, Luna said quickly. I used to fence, kinda. In Rimelion. And never mind. Phaedra's smile softened, eyes flicking with interest. That explains the sparkle. The what? Sparkle, Phaedra repeated, tapping the air near Luna's chest. Right here. You have that look like you still hear boss music when the printer jams. Luna couldn't help laughing. That's not inaccurate. Bon. Phaedra tilted her head, studying her a moment longer, then nodded toward the mug again. But coffee from that? None. You deserve something better, something that wakes your soul, not just your neurons. Luna blinked.
Like tea?
Phaedra's grin sharpened.
Like temptation in liquid form?
That sounds dangerous. Only if you say yes, Phaedra said, already standing. She leaned down just slightly, voice dipping. Do you say yes, ma belle duelist? Sure? Enchanté. And with that, she glided toward the counter, heels whispering across the polished floor, leaving Lunaris alone with her heart doing speedruns. Night Swallow arrived 30 seconds later, balancing 2 plates of cake and an expression that said, "What did you do now?" Luna just stared at her mug.
I think I just agreed to drink sin,
she whispered. Night Swallow sighed.
Ah.
So you met Phaedra. She then sat down across from her, placing a plate in front of Luna. Phaedra's not dangerous, she said calmly, slicing her own portion of cake. And FD says she's actually a competent healer. Luna blinked. Healer? Really? She looks like she heals people by ruining their lives first. Probably does, Night Swallow said dryly. Luna picked up her fork, eyed the chocolate cake suspiciously, and took a small bite. The world stopped. Her eyes widened. The frosting was velvet, the sponge rich, the flavor blooming like a spell going off in slow motion. It wasn't just good, it was amazing. Oh, stars, Luna mumbled through a mouthful. This is transcendence. She took another bite. Ascending. Night Swallow took a bite too, and even she couldn't keep a poker face. Her expression flickered from neutral to slightly alarmed to quietly euphoric. Okay, she admitted, that's illegal. They ate in silence for a moment, sharing that sacred expression reserved for discovering food worth worship. That was when Lucas showed up. Hi girls, he said cheerfully, dropping into the seat beside them without asking, all hacker swagger and sleep-deprived charm. Have you seen Ian? Night Swallow didn't even look up, just gave a single slow nod, the universal emo gesture of no, but I could find him if I wanted to. Luna swallowed her bite and smiled. Hi, Lucas. Rob was talking with him last night, and he said he'd pick me up after lunch. Cool, Lucas nodded, drumming his fingers on the table. By the way, have you seen any shady people around? His grin turned conspiratorial. Luna blinked and glanced at Night Swallow, which rolled her eyes. I'm not shady. But you like shadows, Luna said with a giggle. Night Swallow grunted something in a foreign language that probably translated to, I tolerate you. Lucas leaned in, lowering his voice. Yeah, well, Charlie's under the table side has something going down today. Can't say what, but it's spicy. I need to run before someone finds my access logs. He stood clearly proud of himself. Night Swallow took another bite, unfazed. She's a villainess? Is this like the fortress? Luna asked, tilting her head. You also said she's super evil and everyone was like, scared of her. Lucas froze mid-step. His face went from confident to crimson in a second. Well, not scared per se, just, deeply respectful. Night Swallow said around her cake. Before he could dig himself deeper, a familiar voice, smooth as espresso and twice as dangerous, drifted over his shoulder.
Oh, Lucas,
Phaedra purred. He jumped, as if someone had just installed new reflexes in him. She was behind him, a cup in each hand, eyes glinting with amusement. She set Luna's drink down, some shimmering crimson espresso creation that looked like it was plotting something, and let one finger trail casually along Lucas' shoulder as she passed. Back so soon, she teased. I thought you'd be hiding in your little server room by now. Lucas straightened his jacket as if it might shield him. I was just leaving. Leaving me? Phaedra tilted her head, voice feigning a pout. Quelle tragédie. Her hand lingered just a moment too long, tracing a lazy circle against the fabric of his sleeve before withdrawing. And here I thought we were due for another diagnostic session. Lucas' ears went red. That was system maintenance. I just helped you with the system. Pearl has cams there. Of course she was watching. She smiled, predatory and kind at once. You always look so tense when I'm running my scripts. Night Swallow leaned toward Luna. He's doomed. Luna nodded solemnly. Yeah, critical failure on charm resistance. Phaedra circled him slowly, like a cat inspecting her favorite toy. You really should relax, Mon Hacker. Stress lines do terrible things to handsome faces. I am fine, Lucas stammered, nearly tripping over the chair leg. I have to, debug something. Phaedra's grin widened. Then let me know if you need hands-on assistance. He escaped before she could add another line, nearly colliding with the door. Phaedra watched him go, then sat down gracefully, resting her chin in her hand again. Adorable, she murmured. Night Swallow shook her head. You broke him again. Phaedra gave a satisfied sigh. He needed patching. Luna giggled into her mug. You're scary. None, Phaedra said, smiling. Just efficient. The drink was red, not bright red, like someone had liquefied ambition and added glitter for taste. Luna hesitated, then took a sip. Her entire nervous system applauded. Oh, stars, she gasped, eyes wide. What is this? Trade secret, Phaedra said, smiling behind her cup. A little coffee, a little stimulant from a monk, and a dash of something that makes you want to redecorate your life. It tastes like confidence. Exactament. By the time Luna finished it, and the last glorious bite of chocolate cake, she could practically hear her own pulse. Her fingers drummed on the table, her hands twitched, her brain felt like it was downloading new skill trees. Night Swallow was halfway through another forkful when she finally noticed. You okay there, Sparkle? Perfect. Luna chirped, slightly too loud. Totally fine. I can feel my atoms. Phaedra chuckled, setting her cup down. Ah, l'effet secondaire. You may wish to, how you say, walk it off. Night Swallow arched a brow. She doesn't walk, Phaedra. Then race, Phaedra said smoothly, leaning forward with a grin. Race her back to your office. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she added, unless, of course, Lunaris can't do it alone. That did it. Luna's spine straightened like she'd just been challenged to a duel. I can do it alone, Luna. Night Swallow started, but it was too late. Luna pushed off the table, wheels spinning with the clean hum of over-caffeinated destiny. Bye, she called, shooting past a row of tables. The cafeteria became a blur of startled employees and near-miss collisions. She weaved between chairs like a slalom racer, dodged a tray, apologized mid-turn. Sorry. Very sorry. Excuse me. Speed buff active. And zipped through the automatic doors with the momentum of a small, determined comet. By the time she hit the hallway, her laughter echoed off the glass walls. She flew down the corridor, cape of imaginary wind fluttering behind her, the world narrowing to lines of light and the glorious hum of motion. When the elevator doors opened again, she coasted out triumphantly, breathless and beaming. Beat you, she declared to no one in particular. 30 seconds later, Night Swallow appeared, unhurried, cake fork still in hand. She stared at Luna, who was grinning like she'd just conquered gravity. Luna? Yes? No more caffeine. Luna laughed, eyes bright. Okay, just maybe half, none, quarter, Luna, fine. She pouted, but the grin came back anyway. But I won. Night Swallow sighed, half smiling as she brushed a crumb from her sleeve. You always do, somehow. Chapter 232, Meet for the Line, Fine Book 3. The captain finished, and the words had no room for doubt. They'll pay for it. Lunaris' boots skidded on the marble as she backed toward a hallway, cloak tugging behind her. The sock fluttered stubbornly on the mantel, its threads soaked with a haze until even it was out of breath. Back, back, she called, forcing steadiness into her tone. Choke point now. Yuki obeyed in a flash, one hand tugging Phaedra by the sleeve, the other already weaving pale mirrors that sprang into existence like shards of glass suspended midair. The light refracted through the smoke, scattering it into distorted shapes. The guards hesitated just long enough for Lunaris to plant herself at the hallway's mouth, blades up. Phaedra raised her hand, murmuring a spell, a light flaring along her fingertips. She pressed it forward as if she could simply will a path open into the treasure corridor beyond. The light shattered. Lunaris flinched as a soundless pulse struck the hallway. Her skin prickled, her stomach turned cold. Phaedra gasped, stumbling back as if shoved by invisible hands. The air itself gleamed faintly, solid, humming with runes she couldn't see. A ward, Phaedra hissed, clutching her wrist as if the recoil had burned her. A war. The corridor is sealed. Of course it was. A deep laugh rolled through the hall. Captain Malik strode to the front of the guard line, halberd gripped tight. His armor caught the light even through the smoke, filigree glowing like molten gold. "There is no path forward," he announced. His voice filled the chamber, echoing off the cracked marble and dangling chandeliers. "You entered through fire and smoke, thinking chaos would make you ghosts. But here, in this hall, you are trapped like slave rats. The wards woke when you blasted the door. The only exit is through us." The guards slammed their halberds against shields in unison, a metallic thunder that rattled her teeth. Lunaris forced a smile, though her chest felt like it had been crushed by the invisible wall along with Phaedra. "We don't have to do this," she called out, raising her rapier like a pointer. "You'll ruin your very fancy armor, and it'll probably ruin my hair, and nobody's happy. How about we all take a break? Tea? Biscuits?" Malik's expression didn't move. "Chains or corpses? Choose." The line advanced. The first halberd thrust at her chest, straight and disciplined. Her mistrail batted it wide, rapier stabbing into the gap it left. Armor clanged, a grunt sounded, but the guard didn't fall. He only leaned harder, shield pressing in. Another halberd came from her left. She ducked, but the haft clipped her shoulder with bone-rattling force. Pain sparked down her arm. She gasped, teeth clenching, and countered with a desperate twist of her rapier. Paradox/pulsed. The strike landed twice in the same moment, one in the now, one in a sliver of possible time. The guard staggered back with a roar, blood spraying from a wound that bypassed his armor. For a moment, relief surged through her. She could carve them down one by. Another slammed into her side. The shield wall had filled the gap before the first man even fell. She stumbled, caught herself, swung high only for a halberd butt to smash against her ribs. Stars burst across her vision. "Lunaris!" Phaedra's voice woke her from her stupor. Healing warmth swept over her side, dulling the pain, stitching torn flesh closed. Her health bar rose, then dropped again as another blade nicked her thigh. She hissed, shoving it aside with her mistrail, stabbing blindly with her rapier just to make space. Too many, too close, too disciplined. "I wanted a duel," she gasped, breath ragged. "Not." She twisted, parried, spun, a halberd buffet. A breathless laugh escaped her, but the guards didn't laugh back. Steel rang against steel. Boots slammed against marble, the rhythm of a war machine swallowing her in its grinding teeth. She ducked one thrust, deflected another, only to be rammed by a shield that drove her back against the side wall. The impact rattled her bones. Her lungs screamed. "Push!" Malik roared, voice like iron. They surged together, shields a living wall, halberds striking in seamless tempo. She barely had space to breathe, let alone strike. Her blades flashed like twin ribbons, darting at gaps, but every wound she carved seemed meaningless. Another guard always filled the space. Blood slicked her fingers. She wasn't even sure whose. A halberd grazed her cheek, opening a shallow line that burned as blood mingled with sweat. Another thrust tore across her pauldron, metal shrieking against steel. She twisted, but the tip still bit her collarbone. "Hold still, damn you!" Phaedra cried. Her hands were frantic, weaving green light again and again, but the healing felt slower, weaker. The cut sealed just enough to stop her from collapsing, but not enough to truly recover. "Merde, you're bleeding faster than I can close it. I'm not FD," Phaedra spat, sweat dripping down her brow. "I'm a battle healer." "You're doing fine," Lunaris shouted, even as her knees buckled under another shield bash. She spun, mistrail catching a halberd just before it split her skull. The force numbed her arm. She stabbed with her rapier on reflex, grinning madly at the clang it made against steel. "Okay, maybe not fine now, but alive-ish, alive-ish." Her health bar screamed down to half, then to a quarter. "If you stop healing me, I won't drink that mystery energy drink." Phaedra forced it back to a third. Another blow sent it skidding lower. Yuki darted forward, mirrors flashing, light bursting into the eyes of two guards at once. They flinched, shields raised too high, and Lunaris slipped through the gap for a moment, rapier darting into one, mistrail slashing at another. Both fell, staggering with shallow wounds. But then the formation closed again, and Yuki was forced back, dragging Phaedra behind her. "I can't hold them," Yuki shouted, her voice cracked, frustration plain. She summoned another mirror, shattered it into shards that blinded a halberd strike, but the pressure didn't ease. They're endless. They're disciplined, Malik corrected, voice cold as he stepped behind his men. His eyes were calm. He hadn't raised his halberd once. He didn't need to. You are not a duelist here. You are meat for the line. The words struck harder than the halberds. Her rapier slipped under one guard's visor, blood spraying warm across her wrist. She gritted her teeth and pushed him back. Her mistrail parried another, sparks screaming from the steel. She stumbled, half falling, cloak torn at the edge. The sock fluttered madly as if protesting her foolishness. She was bleeding everywhere now, her arm, her thigh, her side, cut shallow and deep. Her health bar flickered like a candle in the wind. Phaedra's voice shook as she tried again. "Stop fighting alone, Luna. I cannot. Her chant faltered as another wound tore open across Lunaris' ribs. She shoved healing into it anyway, desperation bleeding through her tone. "I can't stop," Lunaris gasped, spinning into another strike. Her blades whirled, silver arcs that clashed against the wall of purple-etched steel. "If I stop, they'll cut you down." Her grin broke into a grimace. She was shaking, muscles screaming, breath ragged. Her rapier trembled in her grip, her mistrail heavy as stone. The guards didn't tire. Their boots thundered in unison, shields pressed close, halberds stabbing in perfect rhythm. Every time she carved one down, another filled the space. Every second was bought with blood. Her vision blurred, sweat stinging her eyes, smoke clinging to her throat. Her health bar dipped again, dangerously low with only a sliver left. Phaedra's light pulsed, trying to patch it, but it flickered, rising only slightly before another strike carved it away.
"You owe me a kiss,"
Phaedra whispered, her voice breaking.
"But I can't save you anymore."
"You are saving me," Lunaris insisted, her laugh turning hoarse. Her blade swung wide, desperate, her stance loosening.
Maybe not fast enough."
Her cloak shredded under another strike. Her mantle flared faintly, nudging her to duck an instant before a halberd could split her head. She gasped, stumbled, stabbed in reflex. The sock still fluttered, absurd, loyal, ridiculous. But she technically was the last undefeated left sock division member. Her knees buckled, the world narrowed to steel, blood, and breath. Still, she fought, because if she fell, they fell with her because she wasn't done yet. The floor shook as if the world itself had been punched. Marble tiles cracked underfoot, chandeliers rattled against their chains, and dust cascaded from the ceiling like shaken flour. Lunaris staggered, blades raised, blinking against the sudden rush of smoke and fire that belched from deeper in the auction house. Then came the delighted yell. "Don't mind if I do." Scamantha's voice was like a child unwrapping chaos. It was followed by the unmistakable sound of coins raining in sheets. Clink, 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 spilling like applause down the halls. Lunaris' mouth went dry. Oh, stars, she's already in the treasure room. Across the hall, Captain Malik's head snapped toward the noise. His jaw clenched, eyes narrowing between her battered stance and the door that led outward. "Turn off the runes," he barked. One of the guards broke formation immediately, sprinting for the side passage to the control room. The others tightened their shields around him, halberds bristling. Lunaris forced her blades higher, her arms aching, body screaming. "Oh, you don't want to go in the control room?" she tried, voice wobbling despite her grin. "It's, full of cats. Really angry cats." Malik didn't even glance at her. Moments later, a scream ripped from the control room, not the loud shout of a man in battle, an unholy shriek of someone being roasted alive. The guard stumbled back into view, armor blackened and curling, his body little more than ash wrapped in steel. His voice was a croak, broken, desperate. They scrambled the runes. He collapsed into a heap of smoke and metal. A peal of laughter rang through the vault. "Scamantha again. Robbing you blind, guards." Malik's teeth ground audibly. He ripped his halberd from the marble and hurled it aside, the weapon clattering to the floor. When he drew his sword, the sound was different, an edge that hummed with enchantment. "This farce ends now," he snarled. "Men, with me!" The shield wall lurched forward. The press was immediate, suffocating. 10 halberds jabbed in unison, the formation like a machine of steel and muscle. Malik walked just behind them, his presence anchoring their rhythm, his sword raised high. Lunaris spun her rapier in a tight flourish, the motion more to steady her nerves than to impress. "Okay, Luna. 1 duel, 10 opponents. Same thing. just way more stabby. Her mistrail caught the first thrust, knocking it wide. Her rapier darted after, needling into a joint seam, but the guard didn't falter. Shields slammed, forcing her back into the narrow hallway. She hissed, twisting to parry another thrust, her cloak flaring with every frantic spin. Behind her, Phaedra raised her staff again, trying to weave combat magic. Her magic sparked, flared, then shattered against an invisible force. She cursed, voice high with panic. "The wards are still active. We can't get through. Scamantha, tell the guards how to open it." Lunaris risked a glance back, just long enough to see the wall shimmer faintly. Phaedra's face pinched with strain as the recoil knocked her to one knee. Malik laughed, the sound cold. "Your teammate abandoned you. There is no escape." "Okay!" Scamantha sounded so giddy. "All runes are reversed," she yelled while there was distinct sound of treasury being liberated. "Tell them to enter wrong password, not the correct one." Paradox Slash was finally off the cooldown. Halberds jabbed again. Lunaris ducked, barely avoiding the steel tips. She darted forward, her rapier glowing. Paradox Slash pulsed through her arm, and her blade struck twice in the same instant. The guard before her screamed, staggered, fell.
"Yes,"
she gasped, exhilaration surging.
"Captain!"
A voice called from the control room. Lunaris blinked as 3 more guards appeared, grinning despite the chaos. One raised his fist in triumph. The wrong password worked. Then the wall shimmered once, twice, and collapsed completely. The wards fell with a groaning sigh, opening the treasury corridor wide. From inside came a cascade of coins, followed by Scamantha's shriek of joy. "Whee!" The guards' faces dropped. Their laughter died instantly. "Oh," Lunaris muttered, ducking another halberd strike. "Good job, dear guards." Malik's roar drowned everything. His fury shook the marble. He moved like no one she had ever fought before. His first strike knocked her back 3 steps, her arms numbed by the sheer weight of his blade. She spun, parried desperately, and still he was faster. Every duel she had fought until now had rhythm, tempo, gaps she could slip through. Malik gave her none. His sword carved arcs wide enough to crush 2 guards at once, yet he never lost precision. Every cut forced her to the edge of disaster. "I need to be even faster. I need speed." She ducked low, slid under a swing, came up with a thrust, and he batted it away with contemptuous ease. His boot slammed into her stomach, hurling her back against a side wall. The breath left her chest in a gasp. "Girl," he growled, stepping forward, "you may have survived fodder. Against me you fall." Her knees wobbled. So doomed. A halberd lunged at her from the side. Yuki's mirror flared just in time, deflecting the strike. "Move, Looney!" Yuki shouted, her voice weak with strain. She grabbed Lunaris' cloak, yanking her aside as Malik's sword slammed into the floor where her skull had been a heartbeat earlier. Marble exploded in shards. "Thanks!" Lunaris wheezed, stumbling back into stance. "Nearly got deheaded. Nearly got dead," Yuki snapped, mirrors flickering around them as she pulled Phaedra further behind. They bolted. Lunaris half stumbled, half ran through the corridor, sock fluttering wildly, blades heavy in her hands. Yuki covered their flank with flashing mirrors, Phaedra clutching her robes as she gasped out healing light. The treasury was wreckage incarnate. Pedestals toppled, marbles scattered in dunes, walls cracked wide open. One entire side had collapsed outward, the city visible through a hole big enough for a giant to walk through. The air reeked of smoke, saltpeter, and scorched silk. And in the middle of it all was Scamantha. She was laughing, shoulders shaking, hair wild in the firelight. A hunk of fused gold was cradled in her arms like a newborn, still glowing faintly. Her grin was bright enough to outshine the flames. All gold here is a quest prop, useless to us, but still something. Guards surged into the corridor after them. Scamantha barely looked their way. She tossed the vial lazily over her shoulder. The potion hit the marble and detonated into fire hotter than the sun. Guards shrieked as their armor melted, bodies dissolving into nothing. The smell was of iron and burnt leather, and the hallway sealed itself in a curtain of roaring flame. Lunaris gagged, tears stinging her eyes. She staggered into the ruined vault, and then outside through the hole, coughing. And there, blessedly, was Ian. He was pale as parchment, hands tight on the cart's reins. Relief cracked through her exhaustion. She stumbled to him, wrapped her arms around his chest, sock trailing across the cart rail. Oh stars, we lived, she breathed. Behind her, the Bronzes stared wide-eyed into the molten vault, their awe mingled with terror. Yuki leaned against the wall, panting, while Phaedra collapsed into a sitting heap, robes scorched. Lunaris straightened, battered, bloodied, grin trembling on her lips. She raised her blades, sock fluttering like the laziest banner in Rimelion. One treasure liberated, she declared, voice hoarse but bright. 3 more to go. Chapter 233, The Board You Play Upon. Book 3, Richard Surdin. The only mage in history to ever reach the 11th circle, was the strongest ally of the 5th king of Falcon Ridge Kingdom. After his potential was recognized by the king, he led a carefree life. However, his naivety eventually brought him misfortune. Richard was soon assigned his first military duty, but during a sudden invasion, his allies deserted him. However, what shocked him the most was the king's decision to not provide him with any backup. The same king who he worshipped like a god. "Aren't you an 11th circle mage?" smiled the king. After a gruesome battle, his will to fight finally ran out. Lying down, he thought to himself, if I was a little bit more cautious, maybe, just maybe, I could have saved myself. At the southern barracks, Dmitri watched his player rebel. Dmitri rose, and the noise of the square rearranged itself around the decision. Habit did the rest. His men found him the way filings find a magnet. The first standards came up through the churn of bodies, near black cloth that drank the light, rimmed in a thin ribbon of orange, and at the center, a rim-break snowflake rendered in ruthless white. Charlie's crest. His edit. Fire on the edge. He gave the banners a small nod that said more than praise, approval lobbed, expense justified. Winds took the fabric and made it speak. A dry flap, a snap like a ledger shut on a figure that would no longer change. Standards left and right. Center with me, he said. Voice even, unhurried, the kind that made men realize they were already obeying. Columns to files, shields forward, lances sloped low. We are not here to decorate the street move. The Vainqueurs Imbattables answered as if the order had lived in their bones all morning. 200 loyal. The spine of something larger spooled into formation across the aisle of trampled flowers. Along the flanks, the orange-edged snowflakes climbed above heads, wing flags to rally and pin. The center standard settled behind Dimitri's shoulder like a verdict delivered. Across the aisle, Empire standards lifted in hostile echo. The betrayal had shaken out neat as a slit throat. 2/3 of the newly summoned players had pivoted to Itzel's payroll, and they did what cowards loved, interpose. Their ranks locked shields between the stalls and the iron-toothed gate, a wall assembled out of men's borrowed certainty. The garrison behind those bars watched from their catwalk like bookkeepers who expected to inherit a shop after the fire. The Queen's banners rose elsewhere above rooftops, at alley mouths, even painted on shields that still smelled of new leather, and the square behaved like a current crossing a drop, tension turned kinetic. Players leaped the way they always did, hungry for first blood, desperate to be seen on the winning reel. Lances kissed bucklers, arrows lifted. And with the first hiss of bowstrings, the air turned heavy. All the boiled sugar and dog and leather oil burned under the metal tang of incoming. Dmitri didn't flinch. He raised one hand and cut the square into pieces with 3 gestures. Left, refuse. A curt sweep. The left wing obeyed, drawing back half a pace, angling their line to turn the enemy's flank advance into a drag. His guild leading the charge, the others joined them because they didn't know better. Right. Advance 2 stalls. Hold on the kettle cart. The forward files pushed as a single decision. Boots thudding, shield lips scraping wood, awnings fluttering against helm crests as they slid into the new lane. Center. Kneel. Shields, spears over. The sound that followed was leather and iron folding into a single ribcage. Knees thumped stone. Spear hafts rapped against boss rims in disciplined clatter. The formation grew teeth. The first arrow landed. One took a man high on the pauldron. Iron rang, and he grunted, anger more than pain. Another kissed the wood of the bench Dmitri had just left, sinking to the fletching beside a fleck of flaking blue paint. Someone on the garrison walked loose too early and hit his own shield line. A hissed curse drifted down. Standard steady, Dmitri said. He didn't raise his voice. His standard bearers already knew the math. Flags were worth 100 individual heartbeats if they didn't waver. He felt Luminaria step to his right without looking. The ozone on her skin cut the air cleanly, a neat incision through crowd stink and fear sweat. Night Swallow ghosted to the other side, presence like a colder patch of shade. The first volley sang out from the Empire line. Not ragged, someone over there could count. The spells and the arrows came in a sheet, darkening the lane between the stalls. Dimitri's center raised their shields as one. Impact patterned across iron like rain on tin, a staccato that would have been pretty if it weren't so eager to perforate. His healers started weaving first spells. Return fire answered. His ranger crossbows spoke with the dull, mean thunk of close-work machines, and the enemy's front rank learned the same lesson again. Standing still is a luxury. Secure the wings, Dimitri said. We hold the aisle. The Vanquors left bent but didn't break. The right bit into a pocket around the kettle cart and made it a brace point. From above, it would have looked like a jaw aligning. From here, it felt like a decision taking shape. The Queen's banners, his version of them, billowed hard in the wind, and men around him stood a little taller. Assets, liabilities. He counted, subtracted, moved. The square listened, and bled. The collision came in layers. Sound first, then pressure, then the little details that always arrive late. The flash of a rivet where an enemy shield had been mended twice. The way a spearhead sang, when it skimmed a buckle instead of meat. Dimitri indexed what mattered and discarded what did not. Center is your cost center, he said to no one and everyone, a dry aphorism hidden in command cadence. Spend where the pressure pays. The enemy had done the obvious. If you wanted a gate, you struck the teeth. They compressed toward the middle, shields overlapping, boots grinding flowerbed dust into paste. It was a clumsy doctrine, but numerically honest. Push the ledger until the columns on either side buckle from strain. Dimitri's center accepted the impact the way a well-built machine accepts torque. Kneeling, line braced, spears stabbed over shields in rhythmic thrusts that cared nothing for glory. The front rank of traitors hit and stuttered. Second rank piled. A man screamed because someone behind him thought more pressure was always the answer and made his ribs decide otherwise. Rotate front three, Dimitri said. Right wing, peel one file, tuck behind center. Left wing, bait and bleed, tempo 3. He didn't wait to see whether they understood. They'd been taught to understand before the teaching. He tilted his chin toward Luminaria. You go, center. Her head turned. He saw the moment she slipped into the other Luminaria public, the one with edges buffed for gods and cameras. And the city had cameras now, yes. Charlie's dome threw reflections everywhere, catching faces and plating them in grandeur. But there were players streaming. That fool Riker was also streaming. Luminaria found a camera and smiled into it, walking forward with measured steps. No teeth, no beam. A small curve loaded like a slogan. Propaganda, Dimitri thought, and approved. Morale moved numbers, numbers moved gates. He watched her posture. Even the way she adjusted her grip on the staff had narrative in it. Left hand up, right hand low, collarbone turned to make the line of her neck clean. The wind teased her hair to frame rather than hide. The woman had an instinctive director in her head, useful as she remembered the difference between audience and enemy. Center is underweighted, he said. You'll go loud. We'll go quiet behind it. Finally, she murmured, not to him and not to the camera, but to the charge humming under her skin. She stepped forward, ozone sharpening until the air felt like a bit tongue. The men on the kneeling line made room without looking. They could smell the storm coming off her bones. Dimitri opened his palm, traced 3 rapid sigils in heat. The kind of quick math you did because you had to hit send before the market moved. A wash of invisible pressure settled over the front ranks. A fire veil, thin as breath, more convection than flame, just enough to spoil arrow flight and make incoming sparks hesitate. You didn't set your own men on fire unless the numbers demanded it. Right, hold your greed, he called. No heroics. When she hits, you push one stall and stop. Left, sell the weakness. When they buy, cut their price. A banner dipped on the left to acknowledge. On the right, a lance captain knocked his haft twice against his thigh, a Vanqueur's signal for understood, leashed. The first actual clash in the center looked exactly like it should. Nothing dramatic up close, only the ugly rhythm of close fighters doing physics with swords and knives, mages trying to shoot and missing. Everything. Arrows not hitting anything. Lances couldn't fully couch in the narrow. They made do with brutal half-thrusts. Somewhere to his near left, Night Swallow ghosted out of a stall shadow and took a man 3 ranks in by sliding her blade through a gap a patient seamstress would envy. Enemy arrows came low, then high, adjusting to the fire veil. Dmitri watched the way their fletching behaved in the heat shimmer and marked where he would stand if he were them. He didn't stand there. Crossbows, offset 2, he said. Aim for forearms, not faces. Make them choose between holding shields or holding blood. Make their healers work overtime. The next volley from his side hit elbows and wrists. A line of shields sagged as nerve endings learned new priorities. Luminaria walked the last 5 steps to the kneeling men, like a human explanation of inevitability. She stopped at the seam between his center and the enemy's courage and, of course, glanced once more toward the camera. The look she gave Riker's crew was not adoration. It was an invitation. Dmitri almost laughed. She was staging the war poster in real time. Then she rose. It wasn't jump or leap. It was a decision obeyed by physics. To the onlookers, it would read as grace. To Dmitri, it read as calculus. The lift of hot air from his veil, the push of her own charged field, the small, showy arc of lightning that snapped down from nothing to light her. Bones blew and shove her higher. Men cheered. Empire arrows angled up like accusations. The square brightened as if someone had tugged the dimmer. Hold, Dmitri told his line, a quiet warning. We trade seconds for ground. When she opens them, take the ground and not a heartbeat more. The first enemy spells gathered cold light behind shields, a sickly green along the edges of a staff. He saw 3 casters cluster, greedy for an angle. He logged them like expenses to be cut. On my count, he said. 2, 1. He raised his hand. The center breathed in, and Luminaria smiled that small, mysterious smile again, as if she were listening to an audience only she could hear. Wait, Dmitri snapped, a scalpel of sound. They will. Lightning took the rest of the sentence and burned it to white. It didn't descend from a cloud. It birthed itself from the air in a clean, straight line that hammered her spine and shoved her upward as if the sky had hands. The crack rolled across stone and into teeth. Luminaria lifted, a slow, deliberate ascension that turned the center into a theater. Sparks spidered off her calves and fell in shining threads that fizzled on shield rims, crawling like curious insects. She extended her staff, a conductor testing the hall, and chanted. Enemy mages had waited for the silhouette. Patience was a cheap virtue when someone else's neck was under the knife. 3 staffs lifted as one. A 4th came late from near the gate. A 5th, damn their enthusiasm, from the catwalk. The first spell left the central cluster in a flare of viscous green, a glob of curse light that wanted to cling. The second was honest, a bolt of raw force, ugly and fast. The third glittered with frost. Charlie's fan? Dmitri moved before the recognition finished, body writing while the mind already tabulated. He cut 3 quick runes in the air with his left-hand loop, hook, strike, drawing them in heat so thin it looked like mirage. With the right hand he threw free-form fire, not a ball but a ribbon that he coiled into a shallow dome above the kneeling line and under Luminaria's ascending arc. The curse light hit first, splashing across the dome and sheeting off in ugly green curtains that fell on empty stone. He angled the dome to spill the debris away from his own men. The force bolt arrived a blink later. The dome flexed, dimmed, heat rippled, redirected, and the bolt smacked a stall post instead, blowing kettle hooks into sparks. Hold, he said, and his center held. He adjusted the sigils again, loop, hook, strike, keeping the shell thin, tight, focused where eyes, not spectacle, told him the next shots would come. He could feel the hunger of his fire wanting to eat instead of curve. He denied it with a thought and a small, mean smile. Asset discipline. Another volley angled high from the traitor's left. Crossbow quarrels this time. Lead waited to punch through arrogance. Dmitri flattened the dome to a plane and tilted it like a shield. 2 quarrels bit and stuck, their lead smearing, their flight ruined. A third slid through a thinner spot and hissed past Luminaria's boot by a handspan. Electricity crawled along the shaft and chewed it to cinders midair. Center, up 1 step. Right now, he said, not looking. The right wing surged exactly 1 stall length as instructed and stopped, shields overlapping, angle corrected. The left wing obliged his earlier bait. They showed a seam, the enemy bought it, and Night Swallow slid into the purchase to make it regretful. Above the air around Luminaria tensed, the way a room tenses before an argument that changes a marriage. Little lightning filaments reached down again. Not strikes, not yet. Braces, struts, the invisible architecture of something heavy about to land. Do not get cute, Dmitri murmured to her, who could not hear him and would have ignored him if she could. He burned another rune, then another, then stopped drawing and trusted the muscle memory of a man who understood his tools. Free-form fire flared in his hands and hardened into plates where he pointed, a slanted screen for Luminaria's flank, a quick tongue of flame to slap a frostbolt aside, a stitched seam to keep. The shell from splitting when a black-edged hex tried to eat it. The hex hit and folded itself like oil on a hot pan, skittering off in a greasy hiss. The frostbolt shattered against a ridge of heated air and became pretty, useless glitter that made men flinch like children. Someone on the catwalk finally remembered he had a horn, its note cut thin and reedy through the square. Garrison arrows came a second later, badly timed with the traitor's volley. 2 friendlies on their side went down to their own men. Dmitri didn't waste pity. Crossbows, spells, catwalk, he said. 2 ranks, ignore the gate, make them duck. The thunk, thunk answered him. Elemental and cure magic sang, and the men above did what men always do. When anonymous death arrives in a tidy sequence, they stooped and hid behind their own parapets, which made their angle worse and their morale follow. Luminaria climbed. Power followed her like a dress train. She held the staff straight up now, both hands locked, voice pulling the storm taut. Dmitri saw her massive spell building. It would work. It would also tempt every idiot with a projectile to try to hit the brightest thing they'd ever seen. Shields high, he called, eyes low. He kept his own eyes everywhere. A traitor mage on the far right wove a longer spell, too elaborate for the melee, arrogant in the belief that attention was elsewhere. Dmitri sketched a needle of fire and sent it there. Not to kill, but to interrupt. The man gasped and lost the thread. The spell collapsed with a pop that left his palm smoking and his confidence subtracting itself. Another force bolt. He met it with a convex flare and redirected it into a rotten crate stack. The bottom boards gave, as predicted. The upper crates tumbled into the enemy's knee line and did what 3 training lectures never had. Taught them respect for gravity. Left now, he said, and his wing, which had been playing patient, stepped into the stagger and bit. Not a charge, a careful, brutal 2-step, stab, step, stop. Dmitri heard the animal sounds players make when their line moves without their consent. Good. Consent was for contracts. This was acquisition. Lightning at last decided it had heard enough charging. The first broad strike rippled outward from Luminaria like a ring thrown into a lake of metal filings. It didn't come down in spears. It came down in curtains, sheets of pale fire that did more frightening than killing, at least on the first pass. Shields lit, hair lifted, instincts screamed. Half a rank flinched backward. That was all he needed. Center, advance 1, Dmitri said, precise as a scalpel. His kneeling line rose as if glued to a single tendon. They took the ground Luminaria had shocked open and refused the second bite. He was not here to feast. He was here to reprice. A nasty little arc shot from the traitor's rear, a whip of blue that wanted to wrap her ankle. Dmitri snarled and threw a plate of heat like a discus. It hit the whip mid-length, exploded it into sparks, and vanished with the smug finality of a magician palming a coin. Lumi, he yelled, calm layered over fury, finish and drop. Then again, do not give them a silhouette. Whether she heard him or merely agreed with physics, her lightning tightened. The second wave formed above her, thicker, more honest. He braced the shell, fed it another thread of fire, and felt the cost in his shoulders and the back of his eyes, his mana dipping lower than he would have liked. And while the city watched the lightning, Dmitri moved the ledger 1 inch at a time toward profit. Chapter 234. The Ledger Bleeds. Book 3. And while the city watched the lightning, Dmitri moved the ledger 1 inch at a time toward profit. The second wave didn't fall like judgment. It unfolded, a filigree blooming from the crown of storm above Luminaria, lines of light intersecting until the sky itself looked drafted. Then the grid collapsed in sheets, a bright guillotine dropping edge first into the traitor ranks. Shields flashed white and failed. The first 3 rows convulsed as arcs ran along wet leather, kissed buckles, climbed spear shafts, and leapt skull to skull with the miserly fairness only electricity possesses. Some dropped where they stood, boneless as ropes cut free. Others reeled back, mouths open in perfect O's that made no sound under the thunder. Smell recalculated the square, hot iron, ozone, a sugar crust suddenly burnt. Center, 2 and stop, Dmitri said, and his line rose as if pulled by a single tendon. Boots thudded one rank forward. Spearheads punched through the softened guard. A traitor captain tried to shout an order and ate a half to the teeth. He went down choking on his own certainty. Right, hold your profit, Dmitri called. Left, clip the knee, not the throat. The right froze where it was meant to freeze. The left took half a man's worth of ground. Above, the luminous geometry tore itself to shreds in a last stubborn glitter. Luminaria hummed at its heart like the answer key after the exam. Then the light drained out of the air, and gravity remembered its job. She descended. Not a fall. A landing, as choreographed as the ascent. Her heels kissed stone with a faint crack and a hiss, as residual charge bled into the cobbles. She held the pose for a moment, chin high, staff up, then turned her face toward the dome's reflection and gazed the crowd the smile they wanted. Small, victorious, proprietary. Dmitri stepped into her periphery without looking at her. You're empty, he said, even and quiet. Cooling, she murmured, lips barely moving, eyes still playing to the gods in the sky. I can keep the face. Good, Dmitri said. Keep the face. It'll keep the numbers. A volley of enemy arrows, late and panicked, came high. Dmitri flicked 2 fingers, and the top edge of his collar flared just enough to scare their trajectories. Shafts skittered, clattering harmlessly across stone. He didn't look up. He didn't have to. Fear was measurable. This was the return. Mages, crossbows, elbows again, he said, and the next thunk-thunk stitched forearms until shields sagged on ropes of human pain. A traitor mage behind the staggered center tried to spool a proper hex under the cover of her friends, body's hands weaving too many flourishes, the theatrical kind that win admirers and lose wars. Dmitri wrote a straight line of white heat and pushed it through the weave. The spell hiccuped, unraveled, and slapped its owner across the face with the sting of a classroom ruler. She dropped, more offended than injured. Night Swallow, right pocket, Dmitri sent her order. Clean their casters while they're watching Lumi. A shimmer left his shadow. A problem would stop existing soon. Someone shouldered through the ripple of men and banners toward Dmitri with the kind of smile that didn't belong in a kill zone. Matteo, 40, give or take. Armor that sat between medium and heavy functional plates over quilted mail, scuffed where scuffs belonged, clean where vanity wastes time. He wore the grin of a foreman who'd just found a surplus. That Queen's speech was something, he said, nodding past Dmitri toward the sky. Newly freed slaves are already approaching, eager to help us. Dmitri glanced up into the dome where Charlie was shouting some queenly speech. Their foolish queen. His mouth didn't change. I wasn't listening, he said, and meant it. Theater was a cost center unless it paid back. He lifted his gaze back to Matteo. She forgot to mention that. Can you help organize them? I work in HR, Matteo said, still smiling, but this is different, old friend. His voice warmed, then leveled. Yes, I'll whip them. Count on me. Can I use the reserve weapons? The request slotted into a waiting space in Dmitri's head. The reserve case, locked for newbie players without kit, a hedge against exactly this moment. He didn't waste a second. He tugged a stiff paper from the inner pocket of his coat. A crisp rectangle he carried for signatures that moved weight without arguments, leaned it on a shield rim, and signed with 3 quick strokes. Ask Farhad, he said, tearing the corner with the mark and pressing it into Matteo's palm. This should persuade him. Matteo's grin faltered, lines knitting over the bridge of his nose. I've seen him in vids. Wasn't he opposing us with our queen? Then, Dmitri said, not unkind, he was opposing us. Now, we are with her. He cut his chin toward the banners, his edit of her crest fire-rimmed. The winning team, for once. Tell him so. If he hesitates, show the paper and say her name twice. Where do you want them? He asked. Relay position, Dmitri said. Closer to the city center, out of this square's churn. A block back on the Market Road wide mouth, 2 alleys, 1 roof ladder. Stage there. Arm them in motion. Lama needs a plug that moves to wherever the ledger bleeds. Matteo nodded once, taking it like a job ticket. The grin returned. He looked past Dmitri to the press at the gate, to the traitors wedged between stalls, to the vanqueurs biting their measured inches. A shame to leave this one, he said. But right. It is, Dmitri agreed. He put a hand on Matthäus' pauldron, one firm pat, nothing dramatic. Make them able, quickly. If I can't make it. Good luck, Mattheo finished. Not a prayer, a contract clause. They both looked up at the same moment. The dome rippled. A shape moved across the projection like a stain torn out of night, a demon prince. Hideous creature. Dmitri didn't flinch. He'd already priced that nightmare earlier. "You better hurry, Mattheo," he said. "Beam already gone," Mattheo answered. And he was, turning, shouldering through files, raising the signed corner above his head like a talisman as he vanished down the lane. Dmitri exhaled a small, satisfied breath. The right man to whip chaos into columns had just left with authorization. Good. Delegation paid. He reset his world to the square. Luminaria's staff still crackled, selling the myth while her cooldown ticked. Night Swallow's shadow dissolved over an enemy pocket. The orange-edged snowflakes flagged where they were meant to flag. He checked the numbers, and the numbers still didn't smile. "Center, freeze," he said. "Left, tempo 1. Right, dress in." The formation obeyed, bones locking under a skin of noise. He tasted the air. Ozone had thinned. Iron and old sugar returned. The enemy's line, dent and all, remained fat with bodies. Not favorable yet. Then the ground hummed. A deeper vibration, stone answering to a language that didn't respect architecture. Demonic runes lifted from the cracks like teeth, pulled by invisible pliers, rising in a ragged red script that crawled across the cobbles and painted itself along the base of the barracks wall. A great tendril, raw magic, not color, not element, just pressure whipped from the binding stone's direction, snaked under the dome's projected horizon and lanced toward the south gate. Behind the traitors, along the gate's iron lattice, wicked characters flared. Dmitri smiled, and this one reached his eyes. "Genuine." "Queen," he said under the noise, almost amused at himself. He had underestimated her. She told them, in that airy way of hers, demons will come. She had not specified where, how, or to whom. Maybe she had forgotten. More likely, she had priced betrayal and muddied the water on purpose. He would not take her lightly again. Thanks Ivrin, he had chosen her column when the board split. The demon gate shuddered once, twice, and then spat black shapes into the traitor's rear ranks. Demon of Pain Levi 27. Type, 3 rare HP, 890890. They came 2 abreast at first, then 4, then a spill. Not the prince's nightmare geometry, just big black-skinned humanoids with long muscle and smooth scalps, eyes set like a man's, shoulders a hand higher than most races. Dmitri's mouth crooked. Finally, someone normalizing baldness. Some wore plates, honest and ugly. Some wore layered robes that moved like poured ink. All carried steel. A traitor in the enemy's rear shrieked as a demon's glaive took his thigh and conscience in one clean bite. A guardsman on the catwalk leaned too far to aim and took a spike through the ribcage for his curiosity. The demons didn't choose sides, they chose throats. "Demons aren't on our side," Dmitri said, "but well use the opportunity." The square convulsed. The traitor wedge, already dented by Luminaria's net, bucked as new pressure chewed at its spine. Shields pivoted the wrong way. Orders contradicted orders. Someone shouted from the rear rank and was cut at the hamstring before the R left his teeth. "Center, anchor," Dmitri snapped. "Right, 1 store left, take the seam. Left, hold and bleed." He flattened his palm and dragged the line in the air. His men moved along it as if it were a rope. The right wing slid into the disarray the demons had torn, biting down at 45 degrees, turning the traitor's wedge into a pocket with edges. Spells and crossbows spoke again, thunk, thunk, aimed per earlier instruction for elbows and wrists. Now those shots paid double, because men trying to look both ways held shields badly. Forearms ruptured onto bolt heads. Shields sagged onto ankles. Ankles tripped friends. Night Swallow appeared inside the confusion and removed 2 enemy casters by the reliable method of making their necks reconsider solidarity. She vanished before their neighbors realized they were suddenly in charge. Good. As expected. The ledger moved. The demons worked with ugly competence. One hooked, one hewed, one shoved a shield, another used the sudden window. They fought like a crew accustomed to bad corridors and screaming hours. The smell turned, hot iron to bitter pepper, the itch in the sinus that says this blood is not a kind you know. Right, stop. Center, advance one, Dmitri said. He burned a quick sigil and tossed a ribbon of fire low along the ground. Shallow heat, not to kill, but to herd. Boots on the other side jerked from the warmth and stepped where he wanted them to step, into the demon's arcs, into the Vainqueur's points. A demon in robes raised both hands and traced a red mark in the air. Dmitri met it with a white line and cut the glyph before it closed. The robed thing hissed, more annoyed than wounded, and changed its mind to steel. Standards down one, he called. The near black cloth dipped as ordered. Psychologically, the space shrank. The enemy felt watched. The men around him felt kept. A traitor captain rallied 3 files for a push that might have worked yesterday. Dmitri sent 2 words. Night Swallow, now. She ghosted along the captain's sound and ended the sentence with an unremarkable choke. Demons crashed through the spine of the traitor wedge. The back burst open in 3 places like rotten fruit. Screams retimed the square. The remaining traitors tried to flow toward the gate for shelter and met a robed demon who did not think gates were for safety. 2 strokes. New policy. Left, clip and yield, Dmitri said, giving his outside wing a small cruelty. Step in, take a knee, step out, harvest, don't chase. Center, hold on the lip. Right, dress on banner. He refused the urge to gorge on collapse. Profit was taken at the price you named, not the price panic offered. A demon turned its head and locked eyes with him across the ruin, calculating, not mindless. Dmitri inclined his chin a fraction. The thing bared flat teeth, not a smile. Then the red script sputtered and died. The tendril snapped back toward the binding stone like a tape measure, and the summoning went from torrent to scattershot, and uglier for it. 2 demons burst up near his right banner in a spray of grit. Another shouldered out from under a stall table, as if the street had birthed it wrong. Lines kinked. Dimitri's orders came like clamps. Right, inward hook. Center, hedgehog. Luminaria, collar on the rear. Mages, crossbow steady. It blurred after that. Shields rotated until knuckles went numb. Twice he heard the dry twang of a string replaced. Twice Luminaria bled thin lightning for the camera and a mean inch of space. Night Swallow ghosted out and back, with a new cut each time, breath steady and eyes flat. The catwalk's archers grew scarce. The hiss of their volleys thinned to stray needles. The traitor wedge, what was left of it, flowed through the gate, and the gate answered with a bang and the spiteful whisper of murder holes. Dmitri spent men like coins and bought ground in careful change. They edged into open stone, away from the stalls and their false cover. It felt like stepping off scaffolding onto unfinished air. Demons kept coming in 1s and 3s, not enough to break them, enough to keep the teeth busy. The square stank of hot iron and burned sugar. Somewhere a kettle still boiled, forgotten, skinning itself into black candy. His voice sanded down to the register that carried without shouting. The orange-bordered snowflakes held high and blackened at the edges, coals and a crosswind. Slowly, the math tilted. A hole where a line had been. A standard planted on the kettle cart and not torn down. A corner of the catwalk went silent. Dmitri felt the ledger nudge toward his column and let himself breathe once through his nose. Boots. Behind. It arrived from the alleys like low weather. First a rumor of leather, then the thud of bodies moving as a plan. Standards pushed into the square from the market road and the river lane. Too many, arranged in the neat cruelty of a drill sergeant who enjoyed his work. Hundreds of people. Rear, face, Dmitri said, already turning the formation, already cutting the square into new pieces. The front seethed with demons and the garrison's spite, the back filled with fresh traitors, locking shields with theatrical confidence, closing the aisle. Pinned. Doomed. He smiled thinly, but not for them. The board was lost, but a king never tips his own pieces. Very well, he murmured, and raised his hand. Chapter 235. The Spark in the Firestorm. Book 3. Lucas was looking at the betrayal. The sky was a storm of color and betrayal. Red banners rose in waves across the square, embroidered with a strange variation of the Empire's heraldry. Lucas' breath caught as he realized how close they were. The traitors hadn't just turned. They'd regrouped behind them. Rimebreak forces, his forces, were pinned. The barracks wall loomed at their backs like a silent executioner, and ahead, the Empire's army fanned out across the square, banners fluttering like hungry tongues. Lucy's voice ripped through the din.
Hoist the colors!
Brine break. Stand by me. Blasted scallywags, give 'em no quarter. Her words cracked something open in the crowd. A dozen blue and white banners shot up among them, the snowflake of Rimebreak gleaming cold on white fabric, except Lucy, in all her pirate glory, had added bones beneath it, the skull and snowflake standard of lunacy and loyalty. Lucas winced. Bones? Really? It looked like a tavern logo designed by someone half drunk, and yet something about it worked. The flutter of those ridiculous flags made his pulse quicken, and against all logic, the pirate talk actually hit. Lisa didn't need banners to announce herself. She stepped forward, hair whipping in the wind, her staff pulsing with molten light. No circles, no precision, just will. Her fire didn't form so much as break free, spilling out of her in surges that painted the air orange and white hot. She told him it wasn't disciplined like Dimitri's, or elegantly woven like the White Grand Master. Lisa's flames raged. They obeyed emotion, apparently. The heat slapped Lucas' face as she thrust her arm forward. A sheet of fire rolled over the front line of traitors, and one unlucky rogue screamed as her armor went cherry red. Her HP bar nosedived, half gone already, and the rest started ticking down in pulsing chunks. Her gear blistered, the metal hissing like meat on a forge. Lucas' stomach twisted. Envy, admiration, or too many feelings at once. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Sparks crackled between his fingers, gathering in a trembling sphere. He wove the runes. "Come on," he muttered, as if the spell needed convincing. Then he released it. Powerful spark flared across the square, a blinding thread of blue that snapped into a warrior's chest. The man convulsed, muscles locking tight, weapon slipping from his grip. Attention. Target stunned. Duration, 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's all his magic gave him. 3 seconds while Lisa's flames could level squads. Lucas exhaled, the taste of ozone on his tongue. They even had Lumi, who was on another level than him. He shook his head, refocusing on the fight. The battlefield screamed around him, steel, magic, chaos. All he could think was that he'd never wanted a higher class more in his life. The clash came like an avalanche with no direction, just noise, motion, and madness. The first wave hit before Lucas even realized the lines had broken. Warriors from both sides surged forward, their battle cries clashing into a single, mindless roar. There was no formation, no rank, no clean strategy, just chaos wearing steel. Shields slammed, blades skidded, the cobblestones turned slick under boots and blood. The city square that had moments ago felt wide and open now felt suffocating, boxed in by walls, smoke, and the sheer density of bodies. Rimebreak's warriors were trying to hold the front, or what counted as one. A line in name, only more like a desperate knot of shouting, sweating figures swinging at whatever moved too close. The enemy pressed in just as messy, their banners and armor indistinguishable in the blur of light and dust. Lucas fell back automatically, along with the other mages and healers. His boots scraped against the stones as he retreated a few paces behind the melee, every instinct screaming to stay useful, not useless. The air around him buzzed with mana signatures. Flames, water, frost, poison, the rhythmic hum of magic. He felt the ozone sting in his nostrils, tasted metal and ash on his tongue. In front of the army, Lucy towered above the chaos, hammer in both hands, her pirate coat flaring like a banner of its own. She swung the weapon as if physics had taken the day off, smashing helmets, denting armor, and sending men sprawling. Every hit came with a yell that sounded halfway between a laugh and a curse. "Rimebreak, crush these bilge rats!" Her voice cracked through the pandemonium, rallying the few who still remembered what side they were on. Lucas ducked as a stray fireball shrieked past, the heat brushing his face. Lisa was next to him, hair wild, her hands already burning with that molten, chaotic light. She looked like she was being consumed and empowered at once. Her magic didn't hum, it howled. Flames erupted from her palms, not as neatly formed spheres, but as snarling bursts of willpower. They moved like living creatures, darting out and twisting around enemy spells. Lucas tried to keep up. Sparks leapt from his fingertips, crisp and bright, darting through the melee to strike a rogue on the flank. The man jolted, armor twitching, muscles seizing up. Attention! Target stunned. Duration, 4 seconds. Not bad. 4 seconds was something. Except, it wasn't. because right beside him, Lisa was rewriting the definition of impact. She threw her arm forward with a yell, and a blazing orb the size of a truck screamed across the square. It struck the enemy line, detonating in a burst of heat that washed over everything. When Lucas blinked away the afterimage, 10 enemy health bars were already halved and burning down fast. He grimaced, wiping sweat from his brow, forcing his own sparks to keep flying. Each one landed, each one mattered, but none of them felt enough, not next to her mythic-level chaos. He saw Pearl then just for an instant. A flicker of motion too graceful for this battlefield. Her drones, no, her crows, circled high above, catching flashes of combat, sending signals her back. Or however her magic worked. Lucy spotted her marking the enemies and bellowed, "Yar, Pearl, set another mark. Smashin' and splinterin', me hammers hunger ain't sated." Even in the madness, that ridiculous pirate lilt somehow worked. It pushed the fear back, if only for a second. Lucas felt it, the way her bravado held the line together through sheer absurdity. An idea hit him, half panic, half inspiration, the kind that only shows up when everything's burning. Maybe his sparks didn't have to fly solo. Maybe if he paired up with someone who actually knew what they were doing. He spun toward the Watermate squad. "Nuala, we can combine." The leader turned, all motion and attitude. A petite mage, skin sun-kissed, curls escaping from her hood, eyes bright like polished amber. Even mid-battle, she looked annoyingly composed. "We're counterfire, stop bothering me," she barked, flicking her wrist. 2 perfect water orbs blinked into existence beside her, humming with mana pressure. "Bubble left now?" Her squad responded instantly, snapping into position, translucent domes flaring up like shimmering glass shells. The air hissed as stray embers splashed harmlessly against the barriers. Lucas froze mid-spell, watching the coordination, the grace, everything he didn't have. Then he exhaled through his teeth, muttering mostly to himself. "But I was supposed to lead." His grin was crooked, self-defense more than humor. Cute and terrifying. Great, she's going to be the real's favorite. He turned back toward the front, the heat slapping his face again, sparks crawling down his arms like restless insects. A sharp whistle sliced through the air, then thunk. Pain exploded in Lucas' shoulder. His body jerked sideways as an arrow punched through the joint, the force knocking him to one knee. He gasped, blinking through the sting. The shaft jutted out from his cloth armor, glistening red. Behind the front, someone screamed, "They're firing from the barracks!" He turned. Sure enough, archers had lined the upper walls, their silhouettes barely visible in the haze. Arrows streaked down in volleys, thudding into friend and foe alike. The air filled with the hiss of incoming shafts and the crack of spells answering back. To his left, a healer extended her hand, golden light wrapping around him. The pain dulled instantly, replaced by a hot throb. She was yelling something, voice shrill over the roar. "We're surrounded! They're behind us!" The words hit harder than the arrow. Lucas' stomach flipped. Surrounded. The word hollowed him out. He was supposed to be leading. He'd sent the signals, given the calls, tried to act like he belonged here. He wasn't supposed to freeze. Not now. The battlefield blurred, the screams, the magic, the smoke, all blending into one choking mess. His heart hammered against the wound, sinking with the panic clawing its way up his throat. And then P3RL. "Sweetie, take Lisa and move the mages. You're frontlining now." For a second, he just stared at the message flashing in the corner of his vision. Then the absurd truth hit him. She was right. He was on the front line. Somewhere between retreating and casting, had drifted forward, and now there was an open space behind him under the barracks. He forced air into his lungs. His girlfriend was watching from above, her crows seeing everything. He couldn't let her down, not again. "To the center," he shouted, voice cracking but loud enough to overpower the chaos. "Warriors, cover us from the barracks fire. Nuala, take your mages and run." Lisa turned to him, still wreathed in heat, confusion flickering across her face. "What are you? Move!" He grabbed her sleeve, ignoring the burn of her mana, and pulled. She stumbled with him as they fell back, weaving through mages frantically reforming ranks. Arrows rained down, clattering off stone, striking magic and iron shields alike, piercing gaps in armor. One hit a mage beside him, clean through the chest, sending the man sprawling. His nameplate faded. Another respawn. Another lost position. Lucas bit down the surge of fear, and kept dragging Lisa until they reached the relative chaos of the center line. Behind them, the warriors finally seemed to realize what the hell they were supposed to be doing. Orders started snapping through the comms. Squad leaders yelled, "Two fronts, split. Barracks left, Empire right." The line began to reform, rough, uneven, but something resembling structure. On one side, the Empire's army pressed forward. On the other, the barracks defenders rained death from above. Rimebreak's battered middle became the fulcrum between them. Lisa ripped her arm free, flame still crawling up her wrist. "You could have warned me," she shouted, but there was no anger, just adrenaline. Lucas wanted to grin, to make some cocky remark, but his shoulder throbbed and his heart was still clawing at his ribs. "Just saving your mythic ass," he muttered, voice tight. "P3RL, good call. Hold the center. Wow, hold the front with Lucy." He looked up toward the distant rooftops, where he imagined her standing with her drones, no, crows, circling the battlefield like ghosts. Even now, she was watching him, believing he could handle this. That belief was a weight all its own. Lucas tightened his grip on his staff, shoulder screaming in protest. Around him, spells cracked the air, warriors clashed steel to steel, and Lisa's flames painted everything in feverish light. And somehow, despite the fear, despite the pain, he stood a little taller. The ground started humming like the stone itself was choking on something it didn't want to spit out. Lucas turned toward the barracks wall, just as red light bled through the cracks. Lines, no, runes, tore free of the cobbles, glowing symbols dragging themselves upward like they were clawing out of the floor. "Oh, hell no," he breathed. The entire wall pulsed once, the air thickening until it pressed against his chest. Then it ripped open. A wave of raw magic burst from Charlie's direction, and the runes fled, and the first shape clawed its way out. Demon of Pain, Lev 27. Type, 3 rare HP, 890890. Lucas' heart tripped over itself. "Oh, great. We needed more problems. She could have warned me. The demons came in twos at first, then more. 4, 8, dozens. They poured out from under the barracks like the ground itself was vomiting soldiers. A rogue, barely a meter ahead of him, screamed as a glaive sliced through his thigh, cutting his HP in half before he even hit the ground. Another demon leapt onto the catwalk, impaling a guard through the ribs and yanking him off like a broken puppet. Lucas' stomach lurched. The demons weren't picking sides. They didn't care about banners or colors. They were just cutting everything. Behind him, someone yelled, "They're on our side, right?" "Sure," Lucas muttered, sparks flaring in his palm. "If by our side you mean Enion's throat." He fired a powerful spark into one of the creature's faces. It flinched, just enough for a warrior to finish the job with an axe. The body hit the cobbles, twitching before melting back into black mist. Lucy turned, shouldering her way through the crowd like the battlefield was hers, and everyone else was just set dressing. Her hair whipped over her shoulder as she hefted her hammers, the things already glinting with enchantments that hummed low enough to rattle teeth. "Demons, you say? Ha! More victuals for me, hammer, I tell ye. To me, scurvy imps a rhyme break. Show 'em teeth." Lisa cursed beside him, already gathering more flame. The heat of her magic rolled over him, and for a second he forgot the pain in his shoulder. Demons, betrayers, barracks fire. Rhymebreak was boxed in from every direction, and all he could do was keep his sparks flying and pray the system didn't spawn something worse. Chapter 2036, The Price of Portside. Book 3, Lucas is facing barracks, demons, and the Empire. The battlefield had stopped making sense. Demons were tearing into anyone that moved. Lucy was laughing like a lunatic on the front line, yelling, "Aye, that donkey sings sweeter than rum." And her hammers were singing against demon skulls, and the barracks were still spitting arrows and fireballs into everyone. It wasn't a war anymore, it was a blender. "Don't let them bunch up," Lucas shouted, his voice raw from smoke. "Mages, spread! Healers, behind behind." Someone nearly tripped over a dead player's inventory drop, stumbled into his line of sight, and he shoved them aside just as a stray bolt scorched the cobbles. The heat brushed his cheek, the smell was instant, burnt hair and iron. Lucy's roar carried from ahead, "Ho ho, baldies! Dimitri's school reunion or the demon's ball. Mehammer'll give 'em a new shine, dents and dents. Remembrake, swing true." Both of her hammers came down with a crunch, sending up a spray of black ichor. The demons barely noticed half the hits, they just kept swinging. The Rimebreak formation, if it could still be called that, was folding in all directions. Demons from the barracks, traitors from the gate, friendly fire from panicked archers. Every spell was a gamble. Barracks fire, north wall, someone yelled. I see it, Lucas barked, eyes darting. His mana sense flared, runes lighting up behind the enemy. Nuala, Bubble Right, Lisa, Burn the Gaps, no wide spells, were boxed in, not baking bread. He moved as if had been doing this for years, adrenaline erasing the hesitation that used to choke him. The commands came out clear, clipped, his. Mages shifted, bubbles flared, the chaos bent ever so slightly into something resembling order. Then another arrow storm hit. Wood shattered, magic flared, someone screamed. Lucas didn't stop. Couldn't. Focus the demons, use them for cover. Let the Altandai guards or the Empire waste their mana on them first. Sparks surged around him, drawn to his pulse as if they could feel his momentum. For the first time since the fight began, he wasn't following someone else's orders. He was the voice others looked to. Somehow, the madness listened. Wind mages shifted formation, their gusts slicing incoming arrows out of the air with audible snaps. Battle mages stepped forward, fire and stone and lightning turning the front ranks into a meat grinder. Healers huddled behind summoned barriers, their restoration beams flashing like camera shutters. Lucas stood in the middle of it all, shoulder throbbing, lungs burning, but grinning anyway. Lightning mages, prepare your best spells. He bellowed, and the air prickled in response. Then he spotted Nuala again, annoyingly composed even with smoke curling around her face. Nuala, he yelled over the din. Splash the traitors! Make them wet! She blinked, incredulous. That's not how physics works. It does today, he shot back. Her expression screamed, this idiot, but she sighed, flicked her wrist, and turned to her squad. All water mages make it rain on the idiots. The answer came in a chorus of runes. Moments later, shimmering orbs burst overhead and released heavy sheets of water. It crashed down across the traitor lines, soaking armor, banners, and half the square. Lucas felt the surge in his fingertips before his brain caught up. All right then, he muttered, sparks crawling up his arms. Let's see how not physics feels. He thrust both hands forward and finished the last rune of shocking big zap. The name was stupid. Some kid was the first to find the spell, but the spell itself didn't care. Power detonated from his palms, a pulse of blinding blue that tore through the soaked cobbles and jumped from body to body. The air went electric, literally. Crackling arcs ripped through armor, danced across puddles, and turned the front line into a twitching, sizzling mess. Screams blended with the sharp ozone hiss as health bars plunged. Other lightning mages saw it and joined in, bolts chaining through the water like a living net. The air stank of smoke and burning mana. For a wild, impossible moment, the traitor formation broke. The traitor line wavered, then broke. Lucas saw it in their faces the moment they stopped fighting to win and started fighting to survive. Push, he screamed, and for once, everyone listened. Lucas' heart hammered in his throat. It's working. Then came the hiss, the angry, rolling hiss of heat. Enemy fire mages raised their staves, flame blooming across their line. The puddles steamed, smoke curling upward. Seriously? Lucas groaned. Lisa's laughter came before he saw her. Let me help you, she yelled, eyes wide and gleaming, her staff already burning like a star. Lisa, wait! Too late. She slashed her arm through the air, and a wave of fire roared past him, feeding the steam into a white wall that swallowed the square. Lucas ducked, coughing. The entire world reduced to hissing heat and crackling light. Somewhere in that fog he was still shouting orders, half instinct, half madness, but people were moving. The fog broke in patches, steam thinning under the sunlight until the battlefield came back into focus. What had been a boiling storm of light and screams now felt hollow, as if sound itself had burned out. The puddles hissed, the dead players left behind equipment, and some of the poor players were stealing the stuff. And then Lucas saw it. Movement retreat. The traitors were pulling back. Armor clanked, boots splashed, orders barked. The entire front line folded in on itself, turning tail toward the city streets. At their head walked a man who looked far too casual for someone commanding a retreat. Early 20s, maybe. Dirty blonde hair sticking to his forehead. That kind of face that said, "I'm not even trying," and a grin to match. Back, Empire. Regroup. He shouted, voice bright and clear like this was some kind of field trip. Lucas squinted. He didn't know the guy, but something about him set off alarms. Was it his confidence, that easy stride? Lucas was about to yell a question when Lisa's voice cracked across the square first. Brian, what's this? Her tone wasn't anger so much as heartbreak in disguise, the kind that didn't quite know whether to shout or break. Brian turned, still wearing that half sorry, half smug grin. Forgot I have a gig at Nathankle? He said, shrugging like he'd skipped study group instead of switched sides in a war. Before Lucas could process that, one of their robes darted toward Brian, blade flashing. Brian's smile didn't even fade. He shifted, drew his sword in a single fluid motion, and reality stuttered. Steel clashed. The rogue blocked the swing cleanly, except an afterimage finished it. A second strike, delayed but perfectly timed, sliced into the man's side. The rogue stumbled back, HP bar chunked down. Lucas froze. His brain caught up a second too late. That move. That was Lunaris' move. Lucas, Luna, I think someone here has your class. Lunaris, really? Stars, that's amazing. Where? Quietly. Definitely quietly. Es Lucas, I think toward the southern barracks where Dimitri is. Lunaris Lunaris, Baldy needs help. Oh, leave the rescue and class theft combo to me. Es Lucas, don't you need to rob banks? Lunaris, we've just finished the robbery. Charlie will understand, and shall be so proud. This is important. Lucas blinked at the chat flashing in the corner of his vision, part of him almost laughing. Of course, shed core murder and class stealing important. Lisa wasn't laughing. She raised her staff, her pout trembling between fury and guilt. I wouldn't tell you about us, she yelled, voice cracking again, and flung a streak of fire his way. Brian ducked under it with absurd ease, embers scattering harmlessly behind him. He straightened, still smiling. Sorry, talked to you at school. Still friends? Lisa hesitated, then huffed, lowering her staff. Yeah. Traitor. Brian's grin widened just before he turned away, his retreating silhouette lit by the dying flames around them. The Empire troops melted into the streets after him, leaving only the hiss of cooling stone and the faint buzz of Lucas' mana still fading from his fingertips. He exhaled, realizing his hands were shaking. Great. First demons, now relationship drama. Totally normal war. A new ping lit up on Lucas' HUD. P3RL, sweetie, focus on demons. Dimitri's been warned, but he isn't responding. Lola isn't either. His pulse skipped. Dimitri or Lola not answering was bad news, maybe catastrophic, but he shoved the thought down where it couldn't reach him. One crisis at a time. The Empire flank was gone. Brian and his turncoats had taken their mess of troops with them, leaving only the demons spilling across the square and the barracks still stubbornly manned. The garrison soldiers, NPCs, kept fighting with eerie precision, volleys disciplined, their losses final. No respawns or second tries. Lucas forced himself not to think about it. This was war, and they'd chosen their side. The demons, though, were everyone's problem. With the last of them having stopped pouring from the rift, the red glow beneath the barracks faded, leaving dozens, maybe hundreds, already loose across the square. Black skin with bald heads gleaming, blades dragging behind them, voices a weird mix of words he failed to recognize. Mages, refocus, Lucas shouted. His throat was coarse, but command came easier now, instinctive. Left side, target demons. Right, suppress the wall. Don't give the garrison a breath. Lightning cracked, fire arced, water hissed into steam. The air became an orchestra of destruction, spell after spell hammering into the demonic front. Some beasts burst apart under concentrated volleys, their bodies dissolving into black mist. Others pushed through, wings unfurling, claws gouging stone. Keep steady! Lucy's voice thundered from ahead, both hammers raised high, her coat torn, her grin fierce. Let our masts tremble and our blades call out like sirens. Rhyme break, make their hearts stagger. The cheer that followed rolled like a wave through their line. Warriors advanced, shields interlocked, stepping over the fallen equipment. The mages behind them hurled spells in perfect rhythm, their light painting the smoke in violent color. A demon lunged, impaling one of the frontliners, but was instantly crushed under a coordinated strike. A hammer from Lucy, a spear from a knight, and a searing bolt from Lisa that reduced it to smoke. Lucas' eyes darted across the battlefield. reading the flow like a current. The demons were thinning. The barracks wall was cracking under the constant barrage. For the first time today, the impossible looked winnable. Lucy pivoted, raising her left hammer toward the looming gate.
Scamantha gifts, now!
On cue, shadows peeled from the flanks. Rimebreak's rogues, light-footed, masked and grinning, darted through the smoke, vials flashing in their hands. They planted them along the gates, hinges, door frames, even under the portcullis lip. Each potion glowed with unstable mana, fizzing like bottled storms. Lucas saw one road trip catch herself, grin wider, and still make it out before the last vial hit the stone.
Fall back, someone shouted. Get clear of the blast.
The rogues scattered, diving behind barricades and rubble. Lucy raised her left hammer again, waiting, eyes locked on the gate. For a moment, the square went quiet, just the hiss of dying demons, the rumble of spells fading. Lucas could feel the charge in the air, static crawling across his skin, a storm about to break. Then the potions went off. The explosion wasn't fire so much as light-blinding, white gold, rippling outward in a shockwave that punched through the gate like paper. Wood splintered, metal screamed, and the entire archway disintegrated into raining debris. Lucas ducked instinctively, shards pelting his cloth armor. When he looked up again, the barracks gate was gone. The Rimebreak army cheered, ragged but loud, the sound echoing off the square's walls. Lucy planted her right hammer in the rubble and roared, "Rimebreak, the port side is ours!" Lucas exhaled, half laughing, half gasping. Smoke and mana haze burned his eyes, his spark-stained gloves trembling from adrenaline. They'd done it. Somehow, through betrayal, demons, and chaos, they'd actually taken the damned barracks. Bonus chapter, Sono Gia Perfetto. Roberto pushed through the glass door of the cafe with the morning swagger that suggested he'd already lived an entire day before sunrise. He was born dramatic. Even the soft jingle of the door sounded like it was applauding him. It was still early, the hour where the world yawned instead of hurried. The cafe was half full. A couple of sleepy office workers clutching their cappuccinos like life preservers, an old man stirring sugar into his macchiato with monk-like patience, and a young couple sharing a croissant. In suspiciously synchronized bites. Behind the counter, Isabel glanced up with mild horror. Then the patented sibling eye roll so powerful it should have been registered as a natural disaster. "Bro, per favore," she groaned, switching between exasperation and affection with the ease of someone raised to survive Roberto.
Getting breakfast from me again? When you finally get a job?
Roberto's hands flew to his chest, wounded. "Isabel, Madonna mia, you cut me before the coffee even touches my lips." She raised an eyebrow. Translation: try harder. He leaned on the counter, palms splayed, grin crooked, voice dropping into that guilty little brother charm he deployed like artillery. "I have a job offer, Si. My adorable Bella Charlie, she promised she can hire me." Isabel blinked, then sighed. "That poor girl," she muttered under her breath, already reaching for the espresso portafilter with an air of resignation. Roberto straightened, affronted.
Hi, no, you cannot pity her.
"She is fantastica, a queen of parties."
La Festa? A few days ago?
It was. He kissed his fingertips, flinging the gesture dramatically into the air. "Patheta." "Even the lights danced," Isabel snorted. "Lights don't dance, stupido. With Charlie? Everything dances," he said proudly, tapping the counter for emphasis, and Isabel, despite herself, smiled. Roberto strolled toward his car with the self-assured grace of a man entering a duel he was already winning. He didn't need to look at the machine to know it was ready. He slid inside, tapped the wheel twice like greeting an old friend, and the engine purred awake. "Ah, perfetto. Let's take the scenic route, Sid." And he did. The morning traffic was light miracolo, so he let the drive unfold like a lazy waltz, only going over 100. No rush, no chaos. Just music humming from the speakers, a cool breeze through the cracked window, and Roberto drumming his fingers on the wheel like every red light was an invitation to make a dance between AI cars. When the towering silhouette of the Rimebreak skyscraper rose ahead, gleaming like some futuristic cathedral, he slowed just enough to flash the little access card Charlie's assistant had given him. The security scanner blinked green. "Visto?" "They recognize greatness," he said to absolutely no one, winking at the sensor. The barrier lifted. He dipped downward into the underground parking, spiraling through clean steel and concrete until he found a spot near the elevators. Roberto stepped out of the car, straightened his jacket, wrinkled but charmingly so, and headed for the elevator that led into the building proper. He glanced up at the small security camera above the doors. "Buongiorno, signorina camera," he said, tipping an imaginary hat with a flourish. "Try to catch my good angle, eh?" The elevator dinged, and up he went. When the doors slid open at the main lobby, he stepped out into enthusiastic noise, clacking heels, chattering employees, coffee cups sloshing, the rhythm of a workplace that actually felt alive. Roberto strutted to the front desk, where a junior secretary in a neat blouse glanced up. "Ciao," he said with a smile that could power a small town. "I'm here for a job offer." "Roberto's the name." She blinked, checked her computer, and then pointed toward a hallway plastered with helpful signs. "HR handles all hiring. It is on the elevator button, big HR letters. Your room is 11. Roberto gave a theatrical shrug. "Va bene, lead me to bureaucracy." Another elevator ride later, he entered HR. The air changed instantly. Grey suits, grey desks, grey walls, Charlie's Stern posters. Cheery greetings delivered with the dead-eyed energy of flight attendants in a storm. Everything smelled faintly of toner and cheap perfume. Roberto stepped into HR like a splash of color entering a grayscale photo. The rows of gray suits barely looked up, except one woman near the front who gave him a half-hearted wave without lifting more than a wrist. Her expression was the embodiment of "I have seen everything, and none of it impressed me." "Welcome to Rimebreak," she droned, voice flat. "Who invited you?" Roberto blinked. Scusa, I thought you accepted people." She let out the longest, most soul-crushed sigh known to corporate humanity. "You're one of those." "Name?" His shoulders drooped in theatrical defeat. His charm, la potenza di Roberto, bounced right off her. "Costa. Roberto Costa." She clicked something, squinted, clicked again. "You're in the system, but blank. Some intern must have screwed up filing your info. No matter." She attempted a smile. It failed on takeoff. "What is your experience in our field other than Rimelion? Tell me about a time a raid or guild event didn't go as planned. What happened? What was your role, and what did you learn from it?" Roberto stared at her. Raid? Sid. Recently, we raided that maison, and mamma mia, it was glorious. His hands flew everywhere. I rode this beast." She cut him off without a single blink. "What game was that?" Roberto blinked twice. "No game? I don't really play games," she breathed in, long-suffering, corporate-level despair. "Look, Roberto, what was your previous experience? What is your job?" "Tuba driver," he said proudly. "Reason I want to work here. It doesn't pay well, ma. I love fast cars." "So you have no experience in gaming?" She pushed her keyboard aside and clicked something on her holoscreen. "That is not acceptable." For a moment, Roberto's shoulders dipped. His smile faltered. Just a flicker, but it was there. "Charlie Bella promised cosa si succedendo?" Then he straightened and gave her a hopeful grin. "Really? I'll learn fast. Prometto, I can learn." She shook her head, sympathy-free. "We have no shortage of, sorry for the word, grunts. What the Queen is looking for," she gestured at the wall, where Charlie stared down from a hyper-realistic poster like a boss about to fire half the planet, "is elites, or people with the potential to become elite." "That's me," Roberto winked. "I'm special." "See?" She exhaled. "I thank you for the interest, but you are not our ideal candidate. I have no idea how you even made it past the first screening." "Doors are there." Shed already pulled out our holo, mentally done with him. Roberto reached into his pocket and held up his badge. "So, I have to return this?" She rolled her eyes upward and froze mid-rotation. "Is that VIP pass?" She snatched it from his hand as if it might detonate. Her eyes narrowed at him with the suspicion normally reserved for racers disguised as UPS drivers. "Who, may I ask, who gave you this?" "Oh, Charlie, my Bella," Roberto laughed as he rose from the chair. "Thank you for the interview, signorina. You were charming." Wait. She practically leapt to her feet. "Sit down." He sat, puzzled. She turned the badge over in her fingers as if she expected it to glow. "Roberto, this means you don't need to talk to me to be hired. You had already been hired." The reasons she swallowed, far above my pay grade. "If I may ask, who put you in the system?" "Oh, that cute assistant of Charlie. Lola." Roberto tapped his temple, trying to recall. Sit, I think, Lola. The woman paled. I see, no wonder. She probably deemed the details not, important, and left the rest to us. She sat slowly, very slowly, glancing sideways at Charlie's poster like it might judge her for being rude earlier. All right, she said, pulling up Roberto's blank profile. Let's get you properly into the system then. Roberto whistled his way up the stairwell like it was a personal triumph. Who needs the gym when you have stairs, see? He wasn't even out of breath, mostly, and the upbeat rhythm of his footsteps echoed off the concrete like a marching band that got lost but stayed enthusiastic. He pushed open the door to the training room. A few rows of seats were already arranged in front of a projector screen, and a man in a too-neat suit stood at the front, hands clasped, eyes bright with that I love presentations hunger. Ah, our last one. Come in. Roberto muttered something under his breath. Always last, sempre, and took a seat next to a guy wearing shorts and a hoodie who looked like he just rolled out of bed and decided corporate orientation was the best way to spend his morning. Before Roberto could say a single charming word, the presenter launched in. As you may know, the man said, puffing up importantly, Rimelion is a real world, so your decisions there will matter far more than you think. When you go there, the world is as real as ours. Everything we do has consequences. Don't be fooled by the game system. He gestured dramatically to a poster on the wall, Charlie smiling and winking. Somehow, despite the cheerful pose, her smirk looked like it could end economies. As you know, our queen is an elf. On Earth. She has merged her body, so you can consider that proof. I will now go over your sheets and help you pick. Roberto tuned out. Slowly. Beautifully. With the grace of a man who had mastered the art of not listening to nerds talk about stats. His brain drifted, yes, consequences, but when do I get to go room? Race options. Choose whatever looks the best. Stats? Bah. If Charlie wants me strong, I will become strong. If she wants me handsome, sono già perfetto. Slides past, rules past. A miniature lecture about racial synergies nearly killed him. At the end of the session, the presenter handed out holopads filled with corporate structure and rules. Roberto signed without looking, just like he ignored the HR contract. If Charlie Bella ever wanted to screw me over, he smirked internally. She could steal my coere. Easier than paperwork. After another eternity, the instructor finally handed each person a fresh holo with their character creation interface. Remember, he said, cheerful now, you can pick anything. The Queen's orders are clear. You are free to explore as you desire. Roberto raised his hand. Just tell me, he said, leaning forward, who handles the drinks the best and likes fast cars? Mounts. The man blinked, startled, then brightened like someone finally asked a question he loved. What a question. With their constitution boosts, he mumbled, lost in thought. But culturally not that acceptable malice to intelligence, and then also malice to strength. He wandered through the data in his head for a full minute. At last, he nodded. Arfox. Almost nobody picks them because of the penalties, and their skin is deep brown with purple streaks. But, my question? Roberto reminded gently. The man beamed. Their constitution bonus is insane, helps them drink like champions. Our historian told me yesterday about one Arfox who drank as much as 2 dwarfs combined and won. Also, I saw on the forums that one of the fastest mounts in the game was found by an Arfox player. Roberto's grin was instant and full wattage. Perfetto. Sign me in. He selected Arfox on the holo, didn't bother changing any appearance sliders, default was fine, he'd grow into it, and slap the holo shut with satisfaction. Fast mounts. Strong drinks. La vita perfetta. Roberto opened his eyes to sunlight, and for a moment he thought someone had changed the saturation settings on the world. Then he realized he had changed. He was taller. Not by much, but enough that the ground felt a fraction farther away. His hands, holy mother of espresso, were exactly as the suit man had described. A deep, earthy brown, streaked with curving lines of violet, like someone had painted lightning through his skin. Madonna Bello, he murmured, turning his hand over. It wasn't frightening, just new, different, wild. And he liked the wild. He looked around. He was standing at the bottom of a dirt pit. A real pit. Wooden crates stacked around the rim like someone had been mid-delivery. Hello? He called out. A voice answered immediately. Ah, another. Roberto climbed up, feet already used to this extra weight, this new height. When he reached the top, he saw her. A woman, half-orc like him, stood waiting. Her skin mirrored his, deep brown with elegant swirls of purple, but her clothing, mamma mia. Layered leather straps, beads, and cloth wraps crossed her torso and shoulders, leaving most of the large purple streaks exposed, glowing faintly under the sun like natural tattoos. Her hair was braided tight, adorned with tiny silver rings. Her smile was bright and warm. "Oh, una bella signorina, a beauty!" Roberto laughed, spreading his arms as if welcoming good fortune itself. And he meant it. She was stunning, strong, confident. The unusual skin tone didn't faze him at all. It suited her. She dipped her head politely. "Thank you. Yes, this is where the gods decided you should enter our realm." Her voice bubbled with excitement. "Our elders think it's the best thing that could happen. You outsiders make excellent drinking partners." She laughed at her own joke, and Roberto instantly joined in. "Perfetto! Drinking is my specialty," he grinned. "So, signorina, how do we do this?" She gave him a look, up and down, assessing. "Do you fear pain?" Roberto blinked. "Depends on the pain." He remembered the instructor's advice about realism settings. He'd set his to 100. Her grin widened. "Favorite weapon?" He shrugged. "I shoot, sure, but I can't use a bow. When I was younger, we used axes with my pa to cut wood." He rubbed his chin. "So maybe something like that?" "Perfect." She turned, pulled a crate open, and rummaged inside. "This," she said proudly, lifting a compact crossbow with one hand, "is a repeat crossbow. Only 10 bolts. Reloading is annoying, and it's not as good as a bow, but—" She glanced at his bare arms. Roberto looked down. Yep, bare-chested. The only thing he wore was a skirt like Hydrat from waist to knees. No armor, no shirt, no shoes. "We're not as strong," she finished with a grin. "So we use what we can, right?" She handed him the crossbow. It was tiny, one-handed, sleek, with a wooden grip polished smooth by previous owners. A metal slide mechanism sat across the top, ready to feed bolt after bolt with a satisfying click. Then she handed him a bundle of bolts, a lot of them, and a single, short, one-handed axe. "Now," she said, stepping back to give him space, "we believe in trial by combat. You can't die here, at least not for long. So our elders decided you should fight until you can't stand." She pointed behind her to a massive wooden gate carved with swirling patterns. "You'll be in Pit 64. The world fragment will generate enemies for you to fight." Her eyes sparkled, excited for him, or for the show. "Ready?" she asked. Roberto grinned, lifting his new crossbow like a toy he absolutely should not be trusted with. "Sempre pronto, signorina." She handed him one last thing. 20 squat glass bottles filled with a swirling amber and red liquid. Her smirk said chaos incoming. "Red ones are for after fights, the others for courage. Don't drink it all at once." Roberto pressed a hand to his heart. "Signorina, I am insulted. I am a professional." He was absolutely going to drink it all at once. He slipped the bottles, bolts, and axe into his inventory. Mamma mia, that felt weird and cool at the same time, and headed toward Pit 64. The corridor was carved into reddish stone, flickering torches casting long shadows. He expected something. A ceremony, a gatekeeper cheering, a mystical vibe, maybe a drum circle. Instead, a single glowing system message hovered in front of him. "Attention! Enter Pit 64 to begin. Trial attention. Defeat all monsters." He sighed. I can do that." Before stepping inside, Roberto pulled out one bottle. "Just a little," he promised himself. He took a sip. Strong, warm, burned a bit, so he drank the whole bottle anyway. "Attention. You have entered intoxicated state 1 pain. Tolerance increased by 40. Roberto laughed so loud it echoed. "Charlie must love it here." He stepped into the pit, a circular arena about 10 meters wide, nothing else. Then a ripple in the air. A pop like compressed air being released, a creature snapped into existence 2 meters away. It was nothing from Earth. 6 legs like a panther, but jointed wrong. Blue-black fur. Mandibles. Too many teeth. Not enough sense of personal space. It screamed and lunged. Roberto barely had time to raise the repeat crossbow before the creature slammed into him like an angry motorcycle. He staggered, bare feet skidding in the sand, the breath punched right out of him. He shouted something incomprehensible and pulled the trigger on instinct. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 bolts fired in rapid succession, one grazing its shoulder, the others sticking shallow into its hide. The beast shrieked, turned, and leapt again. Roberto yelped and threw himself sideways. The alcohol helped sort of. His instincts were loose, floaty, relaxed. His limbs felt delayed, but he wasn't panicking. The hits didn't hurt as much as they should have. Well, that's the 40%, he wheezed, grinning despite himself. The creature slashed at him. Claws skimmed his chest, scoring lines of burning pain. Roberto hissed, stumbled, fired again. The crossbow clicked uselessly. No, not now, Stronzo weapon. He dropped it and fumbled for the axe just as the creature pounced. Its weight crashed into him, driving him to the dirt. Mandibles snapped inches from his face, close enough that he could smell something foul and wrong. Roberto shoved an arm under its throat and swung blindly with the axe. Crack. The axe connected with something solid. The creature reeled back, stunned. Roberto scrambled to his feet, breathing hard, adrenaline pounding through the alcohol haze. Pain flared across his ribs, back and arms, hot, stinging, but manageable. The monster lunged again. This time Roberto sidestepped, roared the axe down in a clumsy arc, and hit its flank. It screamed, twisting around, tail whipping across his face hard enough to make his vision blur. Ow! Casso! He swung again. Miss, another swing. He clipped its leg. It staggered, favoring the injured limb. Roberto, sweaty, bleeding, and very drunk, couldn't help but grin. One more. He charged this time, closing distance before it could recover. He slammed his shoulder into its body, knocking it off balance, then buried the axe into the side of its neck with both hands and all his weight. The creature collapsed in a shuddering heap. Silence. Roberto stood there panting, covered in sand and sweat, cuts stinging all over his body. Blood trickled down his arm. His wrist throbbed. His ribs felt bruised. He checked his settings, squinting at the floating interface. 100%. Mamma mia. Charlie really is insane. He shrugged. My back pain at home is still worse. He wiped the sweat from his brow, retrieved his crossbow, downed a healing potion that tasted like medicinal honey, and prepared for whatever came next. Roberto dragged himself out of the pit 64 hours later, crawling over the edge like a man returning from war or from a very enthusiastic pub crawl. Sand clung to him. Sweat dripped. Faint, glowing streaks of purple that hadn't been there before pulsed. He stared at them. Ooh, bello. Level 4 already, he murmured, patting one glowing line on his ribs as if it were a new tattoo he didn't remember getting. All around him, other pits rattled with noise, players yelling, cursing, fighting for their lives against creatures that made Roberto's first opponent look polite. A spear flew out of one pit. Someone screamed in another. A man with a bruised face begged the system to reconsider his realism settings. Roberto ignored all of it. He dusted himself off and marched over to the woman from earlier, who was leaning on a crate, arms crossed, watching him approach with a knowing smirk. Hello, Signorina, he said, flashing his best grin. I didn't get your name. She lifted her chin, purple streaks shimmering on her skin. You need to earn the right to hear it. A gaze slid across the new lines on his arms and chest. But I see you were busy fighting. How was it? And why did you stop? Roberto, he declared proudly, tapping his chest. And I stopped because… he held up an empty bottle and a quiver full of nothing. I'm out of booze and bolts. Hawa burst into laughter. Of course, you're already one of us. She sounded far too proud, as if she'd personally forged him out of alcohol and questionable decisions. Roberto was about to say something charming and probably ill-advised when a blur shot across the pits. A tearing wind slammed into him hard enough that he had to brace his legs or fall over. Sand whipped up in a wave. His hair flew back. What, Caso? Was that? He turned just in time to see it. A creature shaped like a bird-kangaroo hybrid, towering and glistening, its feathers shimmering like a heat mirage, its legs built for impossible speed. It bounded across the arena grounds, each step a thunderclap, each stride faster than a motorcycle tearing down a racetrack. Majestic didn't even cover it. Horwes smiled softly, almost reverently. That? Ah, one of the messengers. Roberto's eyes widened, then lit up with determination. Can I ride one? Hawa lifted a bottle, his bottle apparently, and took a long drink before answering with a dreamy sigh. Only the elite can. Her gaze followed the creature longingly. One day, maybe even. We can, Roberto nodded solemnly, gripping the axe at his belt. Yes, one day. When he stepped out of the capsule back in Earth's Rimebreak building, he felt lighter, energized, buzzed, but fulfilled in a way work was never supposed to feel. He waved goodbye to a few employees, slapped a vending machine like it was an old friend, and strolled toward the exit, humming to himself. The fighting, the drinking chi meraviglia, and it doesn't even feel like a job. He lifted his chin proudly, grinning at the elevator doors as they opened. I knew Charlie would help me out. Chapter 237. The Intel Never Sleeps. Book 3. After Lola got assassinated, Lola blinked at the floating words. You died. Your skill. She turned the interface off and just sat there, like a cheap joke without a punchline. Her reflection warped faintly in the glass of the VR capsule lid, pale, sweaty, eyes too wide. She unlatched it, hands trembling more than she wanted to admit. The hiss of air as the pod opened sounded wrongly final, like the sound a door makes when you're the last one left to close it. She sat up slowly. The tower's VIP room was silent, soft gold light spilling from the ceiling. Usually, that calm meant safety. Now it felt like mockery. She hadn't even been killed in a glorious duel. No cinematic death. No rallying speech cut short by fate. The realization hit her in disjointed waves, each one colder. I didn't check them. I didn't check anyone, I thought. We were united. That after everything, they'd trust me like I trusted them. She'd been so focused on the strategy, the supply lines, the impossible logistics of war. Counting numbers, not knives. Lola let out a hollow laugh. It sounded like it belonged to someone else. Poundcake warned her. Too many gaps in the chain, Head said. Someone will slip a blade through it. Shed smiled, made a joke about paranoia. Because surely no one would actually. Her hands curled on her knees. She couldn't even remember who had landed the killing blow. A face? A name? Nothing. Just the sound of a cut and the taste of iron and her hand reaching for Charlie. I didn't die fighting an army. I died trusting one. The room was still. The faint hum of the AC behind the wall was the only sound. For a long while, Lola just sat there staring at the floor. Her pulse slowed, but the hollowness stayed. Next time, she thought numbly, I won't assume anyone's a friend. Lola pressed her palms together, elbows on her knees, and closed her eyes. In 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4. The rhythm was mechanical at first, shallow and uneven. Her heart didn't want to listen, but she kept at it, stubbornly following the pattern Charlie had shown her a few weeks ago, when Charlie had decided meditation was going to fix her stress issues because apparently queens could just breathe away trauma. The memory made the corner of her mouth lift, faint but real. Charlie had sat cross-legged on the carpet in a hoodie 2 sizes too big, eyes screwed shut, mumbling, I am calm. I am majestic. I am not thinking about burning Altandai alive. Shed looked ridiculous, and endearing and super cute. Lola exhaled again, slower this time. The knot in her chest eased, not gone, but quieted. When she opened her eyes, the room felt less like a tomb. She reached for the low coffee table beside the capsule and flicked her wrist. A hollow tablet slid up, its faint hum filling the silence. The translucent light of the interface bathed her fingers in blue. She lifted it, hesitated, then pressed it gently to her chest. The device was smooth and warm from her touch, and the subtle vibration of its core thrummed against her heartbeat. Something about that steady, synthetic pulse grounded her more than the breathing ever could, a tiny, artificial heartbeat she could rely on. All right, she murmured, mostly to herself. Let's see the damage. She stood, straightened her wrinkled blazer, because she would never go to the public capsule naked, and stepped into the elevator. The mirrored walls caught her reflection, hair slightly mussed, eyes shadowed but steady again. When the doors slid open, the world exploded with noise. The command floor was chaos incarnate, a sprawling open space shaped like a half-moon, with rows of desks descending toward a massive central display wall. Over 20 hollow screens flickered there, each streaming a different feed. Battlefield streams, scout reports, live chats, system dashboards. Color and static washed across the room like a digital storm. PR staff darted between stations, their voices overlapping in sharp bursts. Someone yelled about damage control. Another cursed at a crash in the Catherine stream. The air buzzed with panic and caffeine, the distinct too many deadlines, not enough sleep aroma. Holographic overlays floated mid-air, charts, view accounts, strategy maps, all fighting for space. The glow of the screens turned every frantic face into a mosaic of blue and red light. Lola stepped forward, shoulders squared, still clutching the holotablet close to her chest. For a moment, no one noticed her arrival, too busy firefighting. Then someone did. "Seneschal's up!" a voice called. Heads turned. The storm wavered. Lola exhaled once more, steady and calm this time. "All right," she breathed. "Show me everything." The noise hit her like shrapnel. Charlie is waiting for something. Dimitri's taking command. Frosner's attacking. Tremar's hindering her. North Barrack Army's late. Poundmaker is alone. Portside is. 10 voices clashing, overlapping, feeding each other's panic until it sounded less like a briefing and more like a market riot. Papers scattered. Someone dropped a stylus that clattered far too loudly for the distance it fell. Lola didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Enough. The word cut through the air like a red pen through the report. The room froze. The background hum of screens suddenly felt deafening in comparison. She walked toward the central command hub, a circular space surrounded by tiered consoles, and every step she took seemed to pull the chaos back into orbit around her. The projector lights traced over her shoulders, glinting off her ID badge, the subtle gold trim of her jacket, and the hollow tablet still clutched to her chest like a tether. She stopped at the center of the circle. "Hugo?" The man on her left straightened reflexively, brushing imaginary dust from his immaculate suit. Hugo looked like the walking embodiment of damage control, perfectly gelled hair too, white smile, tailored navy jacket with a pocket square. His tablet was already open, full of scrolling comment feeds and sentiment charts that blinked red like open wounds. "After you left," he began. "After you died, but no one said it. The central square is in disarray. Lama assumed command of the Southeast Army and sent Poundmaker there alone." Lola gave a nod, the kind that meant she was already processing 6 implications behind the statement. "Olivia?" She turned to her right. The older woman adjusted her glasses, silver hair tied back with military precision. Her expression was calm in that academic, "I haven't slept in 2 days" way. "Chief," Dimitri reacted fast to the traitors. "His army is holding organized, stable. Unlike Portside, which lacks a leader. Lucas tried, but is not up to the task." One of the 20 hollow screens flared brighter in response to her command gesture, sliding to the forefront and enlarging until it dominated the air above them. A city-side square appeared. Pearl stream showed the Rhine-break banners pressed between Imperial formations and traitor ranks. Smoke, shouting, magic flares painting the cobblestones. "FD has only the Loyalist army," Olivia continued, tapping her console. "But they're still late to challenge the barracks." Another screen floated forward, flickering to clarity. FD sprinting down a wide Altandai avenue, wind whipping his cloak, a vanguard of troops following behind him. "Also, Chief," Hugo said quickly, swiping open another feed. Tremar's stream. The image flickered up, chaos and laughter all at once. Tremar and his squad were mid-contest, launching fireballs the size of siege carts down an Altandai street, while chat emotes screamed across the overlay. He was running a contest for the largest fireball with his friends. Hugo continued, grimacing. "Good for engagement. Viewers love the chaos. We even enabled betting." But the feed zoomed out. Frosner was already on the field, her weird druid magic flaring as if she'd been dragged in to parent the pyromaniacs. Around them, hundreds of animals, big cats, mud wolves, bears charged the front line, summoned or otherwise. "It's a mess, as you can see," Hugo finished, voice tight. "Numbers are on their side, but Tremar's cursing about low mana." Before Lola could answer, Olivia's voice slid through like the crack of cold glass. "We got a report that Lunaris," she hesitated, as if saying it might summon the problem itself. "Wealth Liberation Team entered their first target. Guns blazing, to speak politely. No active streams." Hugo cut in again, already flipping his hollow display toward Lola. "And the Queen herself," he said with a grin that was half nerves, half opportunistic showmanship. Olivia groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Don't encourage that tone. She's talking with the Grandmasters," Hugo continued, his voice softening when he saw Lola's expression. "And Damon's just entered the field as we speak." The central screen brightened and grew, and there she was. Charlie. Lola's heart skipped just for a beat. Charlie's figure stood against the eerie golden haze of the dome projection, her aura visible even through the distortion, that fierce, impossible determination that made everyone around her forget how mortal she actually was. A part of Lola's chest ached pride, love, fear, guilt all tangled together. Shed left her there, surrounded by grandmasters and traitors. You were supposed to protect her, remember? SWAT and all that. Her throat felt dry. She forced a steady breath out through her nose, smoothing the emotion back into composure. Her gaze tracked the screens, each glowing with chaos, death, miscommunication, and slowly she saw patterns instead of panic. Threads she could pull, gaps she could close. All right, she said finally, calm, controlled, dangerous in its precision. We fix this before Charlie notices how bad it is. The team straightened instinctively. The noise dimmed. Orders were about to flow, not shouted, but executed. A few minutes it was working, but then, Chief, before we start, Olivia asked, "Your assassin?" Every sound in the room stopped. Fingers froze over hollow keyboards. Lola looked up slowly, letting the silence hang just long enough to sting. Then she smiled, small, controlled, too calm for comfort. "Can you put my assassin on the screen?" Hugo's hands were already moving, half because he was efficient, half because he lived for dramatic reveals. The central hollow shifted, a dozen smaller screens collapsing inward, until one massive image filled the space above the table. The assassin's face flickered into view, cat-like ears, dark hood, eyes bright on her stormy and focused expression. She looked as if she were enjoying herself. "Who's she?" Lola asked, voice light but cold underneath. Hugo's lips curled into a smug half-smile. "Name's Maria." He flicked his wrist, and a translucent feed appeared beside her image. A Riker's player profile, chat logs, archived threads. She advertised herself as an assassin for hire, Hugo continued, scrolling. "Freelance player. You can see in this thread." He zoomed in, lines of text popping up. Discussion about her previous kills in other titles. A bit of a celebrity in niche PvP circles. He flicked further down, eyes gleaming as he found what he wanted. And here, anonymous post under her thread. "Looking for top-tier killer, 10k gold. Target provided privately." Dated a week ago. Olivia adjusted her glasses, frowning. Coincides with her joining the assault. Lola opened her mouth and didn't get the chance to respond. "Demon!" someone screamed. Every screen in the room flickered. The central display surged with new footage, the runes, the light bending like molten glass. And then it emerged. Massive, clawed, wrong in all the ways that made skin crawl. A demon prince. Lola's jaw tightened, her mind snapping gears mid-thought. "File that information for later," she said, her voice steady as the room panicked around her. "We'll handle Maria once we survive the war." Then, louder, a command that carved through the rising shouts. "For now, we focus on the battles. Move, people!" She snapped her fingers. Instant motion. The hollow screens blazed back to life, flooding the room with light and motion. Voices rose again, but this time with direction. Linking Llama's command feed, minute scouts reporting, patching visuals to sectors 3 through 6, updating barrack maps, sending informer to the capsule. South flank has new demons, tagging now. The air buzzed with kinetic purpose. Runners darted between desks, tossing data slates. Holographic streams shifted in a dizzying rhythm as Scout's short bursts of footage came in, flashes of battlefields, spellfire, and banners fluttering in light. Lola watched it all with quiet satisfaction. Her posture easy, composed, the calm that pulled people in and made chaos look manageable. "Ask Llama for army orders," she said, voice carrying over the hum. "Use the minute intervals of reports. Top priority. We need to relay information fast back to Rimelion, people. Lives depend on it, someone called. Fingers danced over controls, lines of data linking across displays like veins filling with light. A low tremor rippled through the holograms. The feeds darkened and then burst open again, now showing more. Demons. They were pouring through on every screen, the front lines, the city squares, even the northern streets. Every battlefield turned bolder and darker in the span of seconds. Even so, Lola smiled. "See?" she whispered, almost to herself. We are the intel office. Commanders rely on us. Her gaze swept over the room, meeting eyes that were wide but burning with focus. So let's give them info before I go back to Rimelion. Several heads snapped toward her. Back? One technician blurted, disbelief going through his voice. What about the respawn timer? Lola's smile turned faintly amused, the smile that said she already knew the answer and wasn't going to share it. Silly things like that can't stop me. Rimelion, The Exploiter Progression Lit RPG by Marek Suzuki, Chapter 238. When the Stone Cracks. Book 3. Lola in the PR control room. The feeds shifted in quick succession, one after another, the chaos narrowed to a single stream in the port-side barrack battle. Brian. The traitor moved through the ranks, recalling the Empire players to him. On screen, Lucas hesitated. Lisa barked something at him. Rhine-break banners rose like desperate flares in the wind. But the tide was wrong. The Empire troops weren't pressing. They were retreating under Brian's command. And the demons were filling the vacuum. Chief, one analyst shouted. Brian's retreating toward the CEO position. They're going to overwhelm him. The room snapped alive again, voices overlapping, panic scraping through professionalism. Lines of light flickered across the hollows as feeds rearranged, multiple perspectives converging on the southern district. Lola pressed the small hollow tablet against her chest again, the warmth barely reaching through her tightening ribs. Her thumb brushed the edge of the interface, a quiet, unconscious comfort. Who can reinforce them? She demanded. No one answered. The room filled with frantic typing, overlapping pings from comms channels, error tones. She scanned the faces, analysts, coordinators, PR specialists, but everyone suddenly found their screens very, very interesting. Her voice sharpened. Who can reinforce? The South? Silence. It was Olivia who finally spoke, her tone dry. Nobody. Everyone's tied up, every division, even the new slave one. Brian gave us portside barracks. She adjusted her glasses, jaw tightening. So he could take out the South. Lola's eyes fluttered shut for a second, breath steadying, a tiny, practiced pause before she spoke again. Can we get our people out in time? Lumi, CEO? Before anyone could answer, Hugo slammed his palm against his console. Lunaris abandoned her post. Several heads jerked toward him. What? Lola asked, voice low. She gave the command to Yuki, Hugo said, reading off a report, and left for the South Barrack. For a moment, Lola could only stare. The surrounding noise faded, replaced by the slow thrum of blood in her ears. What? Hugo just shook his head, eyes scanning through messages. We don't know why. Olivia's voice came next, quieter but grim. Also, Queen is engaging the Grandmasters. Lama and Catherine are preventing the others from joining the fight. They've engaged Don's army. All 20 screens dimmed to highlight a single feed. The one brave Rikers player making Queen's feed. Charlie. She stood at the heart of the battlefield, frost and ruin swirling around her like a living storm. Her clothes torn, eyes blazing. Every movement she made carried the weight of command and desperation both. Each swing painted the battlefield in arcs of brilliance and violence. Each frost construct brought brilliance. Lola's throat tightened. She'd seen Charlie fight before, back when everything still felt like a game, when the stakes were numbers and loot, not lives. But now there was something different in every gesture, every burst of mana. Lola could fight. She had the class and skills to stand shoulder to shoulder with amazing players like Yuki or Catherine. But what she lacked was confidence. Lola's fingers curled tighter around the hollow tablet until she could feel its hum pulse against her palm like a heartbeat. If she could just get back in, if she could help. She had a Marvel class. Not legendary, sure, but she knew what that meant now. After watching the streams, the Marvel class changed battles. They tilted the scales. That was enough. She clenched her fist, resolve locking into place. Then she twisted, facing her team. Olivia, she said, voice steady. You're my deputy. Olivia's expression didn't even flicker, except for the tiniest upward curl at the corner of her lips. She adjusted her glasses with deliberate precision, the glint in her eyes unmistakably pleased. Of course, Chief. Hugo, Lola continued. Second her. He let out a theatrical sigh, but the grin he hid behind his hand betrayed him. Yes, Chief. Lola nodded once, the decision sealed. Keep the feeds alive. No silence, no gaps. And no maximizing profits at players' image expense, got it? Not half-naked Luna situation again. Then she turned on her heel, pace quickening toward the VR capsule bay. Her hollow still glowed against her chest, light flickering across her blazer like a heartbeat that refused to quit. The command room watched as the doors closed behind her, their chief disappearing into the capsule that would carry her back into Rimelion. Back at the main square, Charlie the First, turned back towards Shad and the Red Grandmaster, letting the chaos thunder around us for one quiet heartbeat. "My prince and I got the Grandmasters," I said, forcing a confident smile I wasn't sure I still owned. "Help my people take the city." Red blinked, startled. Maybe had expected orders whispered in riddles, not tossed like grenades. But Shad just looked at me with that strange, quiet pride, the expression that made it seem like had seen this outcome long before I had. Like his gamble on me on this was already paying off. "We understand," he said simply. Both turned and strode away, cloaks snapping in the demon wind. Across the square, I saw Catherine and Lama holding a standoff with the Empire's turncoats, the two sides frozen in a silent, murderous tableau. Guards and players facing our elites. The Catgirl assassin had already dragged on to their line, blades out, posture relaxed but deadly. Apparently, we were letting her. Saltheron straightened, the air groaning around his frame. The gravity fields collapsed in glittering fragments, scattering like powdered stars before fading into nothing. His 4 eyes burned in the dimness, twin pairs of sickly green suns, each one reflecting something ancient and gleeful. When he exhaled, it wasn't breath but smoke hot and stinking of molten iron. "Do you think we'll just let you?" The White Grandmaster's voice cracked across the square like my old whip. He staggered upright, one hand raised, trembling, but still alight with power. Wind coiled around his arm like a serpent refusing to die, hissing with each breath he drew. He looked at me, but his words were meant for the prince. "You are an abomination," he said coldly, the wind thickening into slicing ribbons that shimmered. "A wound torn in the world. Return to the pit that spawned you." "I.e. hopefully meant for the prince?" The air glowed silver, runes flaring in a cyclone of razor wind. "Or I will carve the name of your shame into the skies above Altandai." The gale roared, shredding the smoke and the silence alike. Purple's face was slick with sweat, his composure cracking in fine lines. The runes orbiting his wrists pulsed faster, warping the air. When he spoke, it wasn't loud, but it carried. "Don't speak to it," he hissed. "Just crush it. The moment you name something that old, it notices." His magic deepened, gravity humming low, the vibration you felt in your ribs, not your ears. The surrounding cobblestone sank, dust trembling upward as if caught between falling and flying. Yellow tried to laugh, and it came out brittle, scraping along the edge of hysteria. "Perhaps we can negotiate," he said, his hands flaring gold. His light spilled across his trembling fingers, rich and false as a coin freshly minted. "Demons love bargains, don't they? Pain for protection, torment for truce?" His grin split wider. "Everyone wants something." The Black Grandmaster didn't answer, he just drew. The sound wasn't metal. It was the sigh of something pulled from the void itself. His blade wasn't forged, it condensed, smoke becoming form, darkness sharpening into an edge that hissed with every breath. He stepped forward, his voice low and deliberate, like a prayer spoken to something already listening. "Demons are pain incarnate." The sword tilted, drinking the light. Perhaps it's time pain learned what happens when it bleeds. Zaltheron's laugh was soft, almost human. The light spilling from his cracks deepened to crimson. "You speak of power," he hissed, "yet your fear gives you away. Even your spells quake to escape you." He advanced. The air tore around him. "Masters of magic?" he echoed. "No, you cultivate scraps. You kneel to what you cannot control. Chains dragged, metal whispering like knives." "You have named yourselves rulers," the demon prince said, voice low. "Now, let me remind you what rules you." "Zaltheron," I said, steadying my breath. "We use the Ulvath Noarim." His head twisted, 4 eyes locked onto me. The air itself seemed to flinch under that gaze. For a moment, everything went silent. The wind, the crackling runes, even the screams in the distance. Just him and me, caught in the moment between command and carnage. For a terrifying second, I thought he might laugh. Instead, his neck tilted, joints creaking like old gates, the cracks across his obsidian skin glowing redder. You know that art? His voice was lower now, not mockery, something closer to reverence, dangerous, reluctant respect. The memory flashed 15 years ago, in the future, demon realm debugging. I'd learned the technique then, watching demon kings and their champions tear through enemy strongholds like divine storms. Ulvath Nuarim, if I remembered correctly, it was to bear one's claws beneath another's shadow. The champion goes full offense, no defense, no restraint, trusting the liege to shield, to mend, to keep them alive. With me supporting you, I said, forcing a grin, we'll wipe the floor with them. He watched me, unreadable. The world seemed to shrink to that stare, judgment made of flame and stone. Then, slow as continental drift, he bowed his head. Very well, he rumbled. Then I am yours, Queen. And then he moved. The sound wasn't a roar at first, it was a detonation. The cobbles beneath him cracked like ice, fissures racing outward as the air buckled around his charge. His laughter followed a moment later, deep. Not pain, not rage. Joy. He hurled himself at the grandmasters. The wind of his advance tore banners from the walls. His chains whipped through the air, their hooks burning red-hot, trailing sparks that screamed against the stone. The grandmasters responded instantly, years of mastery snapping into reflex. I ran. No, I flew. My beautiful heels barely touched the cobbles, they cracked underfoot in little puffs of frost as I crossed the square. The world stretched thin around me, sound smearing into a single low hum. I blinked, and suddenly, I was 5 meters closer. My brain caught up a moment later, and I flicked my stats open mid-stride. Name, Princess Charlie. Race, Steppe Elven. Gender, female. Level, 535 Alive Path. Sovereign Ruler, 7 Legendary. Class, Sovereign of Strife, 6 Marvel. Physical stats, 2 Uncommon. Magical stats, 3 Rare, 2 Uncommon. Still me, but the class was now 6 Marvel. The bonus hit like a drug. I could feel everything. The drag of the wind on my cloak, the weight of mana threading my veins, the pulse of my heart sinking to the rhythm of the spell's circles overhead. So this was what an effective level 35/6/6 Marvel NPC felt like. Kinda nice. Like main character privileges on steroids. I focused, letting the chill flood down my arms. Ice crawled along my palms and bloomed outward, sculpting itself into the familiar shape of a long sword and shield. Standard issue. I wanted to try as Wyhender, but no, let's not test new gear mid-conquest. Genius. Ahead of me, Saltheron towered, a cathedral of obsidian muscle and hatred, and the Black Grandmaster was already moving. He cut across the battlefield like a shadow, darkness streaming from his blade until it howled, a sound like torn fabric and dying stars. Aim for the core, he barked, calm, professional, the voice of a man who'd killed too many legendary beings to count. Then he vanished. One blink, and he reappeared at Zaltheron's flank, sword already mid-swing. The air cracked, reality peeling just to make room for the arc of that strike. I didn't think, just moved. Ice burst from my outstretched hand, forming a wall in his path. The blade hit it, screeched through it, and exploded it into glittering shards, but not cleanly. When the pieces fell, one of Zaltheron's chains sparked, a tiny crack through the metal. I glimpsed one of Riker's players crouched in the rubble, streaming. Of course he was streaming this, never waste a good conquest. Fine, if Riker wanted a show, it'd give them one. I tossed my hair back, frost and ash scattering like sparks, and stepped into the open light. Prince, let them come, I said, voice ringing. Let them burn and bleed and scream our names. We do not yield. Not now, not ever. Bonus chapter, Black Friday. I woke up with my face staring at me from the nightstand, not the mirror. Worse, a figurine. I groaned into my pillow. Why are you here? Because you promised a merchandising contract, Lola's voice answered sweetly from the doorway. I flinched. Forgot I had a Lola in the room, not just in my existential crisis. She leaned against the frame, hollow in hand, hair pulled back into a messy bun that somehow still screamed terrifying competence. The tablet projected faint blue graphs into the dimness, all jagged lines and percentages that I refused to focus on. You're up early, I muttered. Is the world ending or something? It's Black Friday, she said. So, yes, right, that. I pushed myself upright, blanket falling to my lap. Queen Charlie figurine glaring heroically from the nightstand like she was judging my posture. Same, honestly. I hate Black Friday, I said. You said you liked when you were just a gamer buying discounted plushies at 3 a.m., Lola pointed out carefully. Now you're… How did Dimitri put it? She tapped her tablet, checking. Our anchor personality and customer trust vector. That sounds like something that should be illegal. You just hate being a figurine, she said, then smiled. Happy Capitalism Day, Your Majesty. I flipped the figurine so that it faced the wall and slid out of bed. What's he doing? Dimitri? No, Santa. Yes, Dimitri. She stepped into the room properly and handed me a mug. Coffee. The smell hit me before I could even process what she was doing. I glanced at her suspiciously and shook my head. I don't drink coffee. Lola let out a long-suffering sigh that said Shed already expected this exact response and produced a second mug from behind her hollow, like a magician pulling a rabbit out of bureaucracy. Spicy tea. Better, I said, grinning at her as I accepted it. You knew. I always know, lady, she replied, voice perfectly even, but I caught the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. The Rikers Superstore goes live with Black Friday bundles in. She checked her holo with the precision of someone timing a military operation. 48 minutes. The flagship store downtown opens at 8. Riker was very excited you approved it. I blinked. I approved what now? She continued as if I hadn't spoken. You're scheduled to arrive soon, do a live signing. After that, an event with premium buyers, QA after lunch, and… wait. I froze with the mug halfway to my mouth, tea steaming accusingly at me. Signing what? Lona's eyes sparkled with mischief, which meant I was already doomed. I set the tea down carefully, like it might explode. If you say body pillows, I'm quitting the event, the kingdom, and possibly the planet. Not body pillows, she said smoothly. I sagged in relief. Thank for… Not yet, she added, voice perfectly innocent. I stared at her. She stared back, hollow held like a shield of plausible deniability. Lola. She coughed delicately into her fist. Today, it's just the figurines. And plushies. Plural, I repeated faintly, my soul filing for early retirement. Dimitri had the brilliant idea to do a rhyme break Power Girls line. Her tone suggested this was completely reasonable and not at all a sign of an impending merchandising apocalypse. In the top 4 are you, Lunaris, Catherine, and me. Limited Black Friday editions. He's positioned it as an investment collector's opportunity. Price starts at 1,000 credits. I made a noise that wasn't quite human. He's saving the other girls for the next event, she finished, as if this was supposed to comfort me. I pinched the bridge of my nose. And my participation in this train crash is… You're the one who can look at a camera without trying to strangle it, Lola said, as if this were a rare and valuable skill. So, you're the face, the de facto leader, and the signature. And the vaguely overwhelmed but lovable queen who convinces fans this is fun and not an optimized revenue funnel. I looked at her blankly. Dimitri organized this with Riker. It is an optimized revenue funnel. Shh. She patted my arm with the gentle condescension of someone soothing a child who'd just discovered capitalism. That's on page 3 of the deck. The public only gets page 1 and a Yuki plushie. Teresa Yuki plushie? Limited edition, she confirmed. It glows in the dark. I groaned and let my head drop back against the headboard. I hate that he's good at this. No, you don't, she said, voice annoyingly accurate. You like he keeps the lights on. That's different. Only emotionally, she replied, already moving toward my closet. Come on. Shower, clothes, car. Dimitri is already at the store testing line management strategies. She paused, glancing back. Which is a corporate code for seeing how far he can push people before security intervenes. Great, I muttered, swinging my legs out of bed with all the enthusiasm of someone walking to their own execution. What could go wrong? Black Friday. Crowds. Limited merch. My face on collectible figurines. Definitely nothing. The figurine on my nightstand continued staring politely at the wall, blissfully unaware of its role in my merchandising hell. I flipped it back and went to get ready. Riker's flagship store didn't just occupy a block. It was the block. The building loomed like a glass and steel cathedral to capitalism. 5 stories of gleaming chrome and floor-to-ceiling windows that reflected the morning sun like a challenge to the gods. It was a structure that made you wonder if zoning laws were more like gentle suggestions when you had enough money. And Riker definitely had enough money. The entire front facade was alive with movement. Massive hollow screens, each one the size of a small house, covered the windows in a cascading grid of light and motion. Trailers of rhyme break battles looped endlessly. Lama and Lumi being a power couple, Catherine being charming herself, Trauma and Scamantha exploding something. Even Brian, or the Catgirl assassin, had a scene. A banner stretched across a third of the building, letters bold enough to be read from orbit: BLAC, Friday Event Limited, Rhyme Break Edition, figurines, first 200, signed below that, in smaller but still absolutely massive, text: please don't camp overnight. Mr. Riker will not pay your medical bills. Which was a lie. Because people had absolutely camped overnight, the line wrapped around the entire block. Then the next block, and possibly the block after that. I couldn't actually see the end from here. It was like someone had taken every Rhyme Break fan in the world, shaken them vigorously, and dumped them onto the street in a glittering, cosplaying avalanche. Security barriers formed orderly channels, manned by staff in matching black uniforms. Coffee stands had been set up every 50 feet, steam rising from industrial-grade espresso machines. Food trucks lined the opposite street, their menus suspiciously Rhyme Break themed. And the fans themselves? They'd transformed the sidewalk into a miniature festival. Folding chairs, card games, portable chargers, blankets, pillows. Someone had brought an actual tent. People traded queue positions like stocks. Others had organized a betting pool on whether I'd actually show up on time. Rimelion merch was everywhere, and things with Rhyme Break I didn't know we had. Hoodies, hats, foam swords, at least 7 people in full cosplay armor that looked expensive enough to be actual armor. Plastic crowns glinted in the morning light. Someone had a banner that read "Quee Charlie Step on Me," and I decided immediately not to make eye contact with that section of the crowd. Inside, through those massive windows, I could see the store itself. It wasn't a shop. It was a complex. The ground floor alone looked the size of an aircraft hangar, with gleaming displays rising in tiered platforms like a retail temple. Figurines, posters, clothing racks arranged with geometric precision. Interactive kiosks glowed with blue light. A massive statue of Lunaris dominated the center. Damn, Dimitri probably forced her to sign it because of the medical bills I need to bonk him. Upper floors were visible through the atrium, gaming lounges, what looked like a cafe, private VIP sections with velvet ropes and mood lighting. This wasn't just a store. This was Riker saying, I have so much money I can turn shopping into an experience you'll remember longer than your own wedding. Lola pulled up to the VIP entrance in the back, bypassing the entire spectacle as I stared up at the building. This is insane, I said. This is Tuesday for Riker, Lola replied, already texting someone. I sank lower in the passenger seat as Lola turned toward the back of the building. Abort mission, I said. We're turning around. Fake my death. Say I got lost in a dungeon. Too late, Lola said, already unclipping her seatbelt with the calm of someone who'd planned this ambush perfectly. They saw the car. How do you? And that's when I saw them. The VIP entrance, the supposedly secret, supposedly secure back entrance that was meant to let me avoid exactly this situation, was packed. Not just a few dedicated superfans, not a small cluster of people who'd figured out the route. A wall of them. They lined both sides of the access road, pressed against the barriers, phones already up and recording. Someone had a professional camera rig, multiple people had signs. One person had somehow gotten a full-size cardboard cutout of me and was holding it like a hostage negotiation prop. Lola, I drawled, you promised the VIP entrance would be empty. I promised it would be exclusive, she corrected, expression perfectly innocent. These fans paid extra for early VIP access packages. Dimitri's idea. They get to see you arrive before the main event. He monetized my arrival? He monetized everything, she said. Therese a premium tier that includes a photo op in the parking structure. I stared at her. We're in the parking structure. I know. She smiled. Wave. At that exact moment, a ripple went through the crowd. People turned, pointed, screamed. The buzz of conversation didn't just jump an octave, it exploded into full-throated chaos. Yes, that her. Is, Charlie. Queen. Someone started chanting. Others joined. It spread like wildfire through a dry forest, stupidly fast for something that wasn't even coordinated. Queen, queen, queen. The sound hit me like a physical wave. I hate this. I like this. I hate that I like this. Out, Lola said, practically vibrating with amusement. This was absolutely her favorite show. "I'm going to push you into a fountain later," I muttered, but I climbed out of the car. The noise was immense, cheering, shouting, someone's speaker blasting the Rimelion theme song at illegal volumes. Phones came up like a forest of glowing rectangles, a constellation of cameras all pointed at me. A drone swooped closer, lens nearly in my face before Lola gave it a look that could have flash frozen hell. The operator wisely backed off. I lifted a hand in what I hoped looked like a confident wave, and not the half surrender it actually was. "Morning," I called, because apparently that's what queens do when confronted with a mob of their own fans in a parking garage at 8 in the morning. The cheering got louder. "How was that even possible?" Someone screamed, "Are you SED or magic in a dungeon?" And someone else bellowed, "Buff Lunaris dodgy, you cowards." "That's Dimitri's department," I yelled back automatically, which got a huge laugh. "Marry me, Charlie." "Ask me later," I shouted, and Lola elbowed me. "Don't encourage proposals," she murmured. Heracles said, "We can't process that much paperwork." Security materialized around us. Riker's people, all in black, all moving with smooth efficiency. They formed a corridor through the crowd, barriers sliding into place. Still, I tried to make eye contact with as many fans as I could, waving, nodding, smiling until my cheeks ached. There was a girl holding a hand-painted sign that read, "Why UKI is best, Jiral, but you're cool too." I pointed at it and gave her a thumbs up. She burst into tears. Then, I spotted a kid, maybe 7 or 8, perched on his dad's shoulders near the entrance. He was wearing a Rimebreak hoodie 3 sizes too big, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and clutching a plastic sword that drooped sadly at the tip like it had given up on life. He was staring at me like I was, I don't know, not a tired girl who'd forgotten to eat their lunch last night and had eaten a protein bar for dinner. Not someone who'd nearly tripped getting out of the car 30 seconds ago. Something more. I paused, looked right at him, and gave him a brief salute, 2 fingers to my forehead. His face lit up like I just dropped a legendary straight into his inventory. His dad looked like he might cry. "Okay, fine. This part I don't hate." Security nudged me gently toward the entrance. The crowd pressed closer, but stayed behind the barrier's well-behaved chaos, the kind Riker probably had contingency plans for. Lola leaned in as we walked. "That was good," she whispered. The kid moment. Very queenly. "I'm a disaster," I muttered. "A beloved disaster," she corrected. "There's a difference." The staff entrance door slid open with a hydraulic hiss, and we stepped into the cool, mercifully quieter interior of Riker's merchandising empire. Behind us, the chanting continued. "Queen, queen, queen, queen." I took a breath, rolled my shoulders, and prepared to sign hundreds of figurines with my own face. This was fine, totally fine, completely normal. The door sealed shut behind us. "Ready?" Lola asked. I looked at her. "No." "Perfect," she said, and handed me a marker. "Dimitri's waiting. Try not to strangle him until after the signing." "No promises," I muttered, and followed her deeper into the beast. The signing room was less a room and more a declaration of excessive square footage. They'd cordoned off the center of what I could only describe as a convention hall masquerading as retail space. Velvet ropes formed a wide circle around a sleek white table, a single chair, and, oh no, 200 figurines of me, arranged in perfect rows on tiered display stands, each one carefully positioned under spotlights, like they were artifacts in a museum dedicated to my own personal nightmare. I stopped walking. Lola didn't. She glided past me toward the table, clipboard in hand, completely unbothered by the small army of fake Charlies, staring into the middle distance with unnervingly perfect hair and a dress I'd never worn in my life. "Lola," I whispered. "That's not me." "Hmm?" She glanced back, eyebrows raised in polite confusion. I pointed at the nearest figurine. "That is not me." She tilted her head, considering the figurine with the calm appraisal of someone evaluating produce. "It's you," she said. "Approximately." "Approximately?" "They took some liberties," she admitted, setting her holo down on the table. Dimitri consulted focus groups, aesthetic committees. Marketing ran 14 A/B tests. This is what most people agree is cool. I groaned and sank into the chair. Around us, beyond the velvet ropes, staff moved efficiently through final preparations, cameras on tripods, a small stage area for the QA later, a lounge section with plush chairs where premium buyers would apparently get to ask me things while sipping champagne. I wasn't allowed to drink because I had to stay camera ready. I picked up the marker Lola had placed on the table. 200 figurines. Let's get this over with, I muttered. Lola smiled. That's the spirit. My hand cramped. My face hurt from smiling for the cameras that had been cycling through every 15 minutes to capture authentic moments of me doing the least authentic thing imaginable, signing my own body. But I was done. 200 figurines, each one now bearing my signature on the base in silver ink. They'd be packed up, distributed to the first wave of fans, probably sold on resale markets for triple the price within a week. I flexed my fingers, trying to coax feeling back into them, when I heard footsteps approaching from the staff entrance. I knew those footsteps. Confident, slightly too loud. Footsteps that entered a room as if they were announcing the arrival of order itself. Dimitri. He strode in wearing a suit that probably cost more than my first car, grinning like he'd just won a bet with God and collected early. I glared at him. He waved. Beloved Queen, he called. You survived. I'm so proud. I want to bonk you, I said flatly. His grin widened. Not in public, surely. Think of the headlines. Wait, yes, bonk me. I opened my mouth to deliver a scathing retort, but he was already setting something on the table. A few boxes, smaller than the others, black packaging instead of white, gold foil lettering that read, Rhyme Re-Break, Shadow Queen Edition Limited Run, only 9 units worldwide. I blinked. Dimitri opened the first box with the reverence of someone unveiling a masterpiece. Inside was a figurine. Of me. But not me. This version was dark. I had horns. I stared. This isn't me, I said. Dimitri's grin could have powered a small city. You're exactly this scary. I'm not, Charlie. He leaned forward, hands on the table, eyes glittering with mischief. Do you know what the #1 piece of feedback we got from the Altandai streams was? I closed my eyes. Please don't. Queen Charlie is terrifying, and I would die for her. He straightened, gesturing at the figurine like a proud parent. So, we made this. The Demon Queen. For the fans who appreciate your, thus matri, let's call it, intensity. I picked up the figurine carefully. It was beautiful. Genuinely, annoyingly beautiful. The craftsmanship was absurd, every detail crisp. Dimitri, I said, voice dangerously calm. How many of these exist? 9, he said. Selling at auction. Starting bid is already at 4 figures. 4 figures? I put my face in my hands. Lola appeared beside me and set a bottle of water on the table. You're doing great, lady, she said. I'm in hell, I muttered. A very profitable hell, Dimitri added. I looked up at him. He was still grinning. I wanted to bonk him so badly, right on his smug, perfectly styled head. But we were in public. Cameras everywhere, fans already streaming in. Fine, I said. But if you make a body pillow, I'm quitting. Dimitri's grin somehow got wider. About that. Dimitri. He held up his hands in surrender, laughing. Kidding. Mostly. I glared. He winked. Then, from beyond the velvet ropes, someone shouted, Queen, Charlie! Defeat the evil CEO. I turned. A foam sword came sailing over the barrier in a perfect arc, spinning end over end through the air like a very enthusiastic frisbee. It landed on the table with a soft thwap, bouncing once before settling next to the Demon Queen figurine. The crowd beyond the ropes erupted into cheers. Do it. Slay the Buzzanesman. Corporate violence. I stared at the sword. It was one of those cheap convention prop swords. Foam blade, plastic handle, probably bought from the merch section downstairs for 15 credits. It had the little Rikers logo stamped on the hilt. Dimitri looked at the sword and back at me. Then his grin went absolutely feral. You wouldn't dare, he yelled, voice loud enough to carry, playing to the crowd like the dramatic bastard he was. The crowd screamed, DOI it, bonk him. Justice for the fans. I picked up the sword. Dimitri gasped, clutching his chest like it already struck him. Charlie, no! Think of the shareholder! I am, I said, standing up. Shall understand. The crowd lost its collective mind. I walked around the table, foam sword held in both hands like I was about to knight someone or, the opposite of that. Dmitri backed up, hands raised in mock surrender, hamming it up for every camera in the room. Please, I have so much money to make. Think of the quarterly reports. This is for the quarterly reports, I said, and swung. The foam blade connected with his shoulder with a completely anticlimactic boff. Dmitri flew. Not literally, obviously, but the man committed. He spun dramatically, arms windmilling, letting out a theatrical cry that would have made a soap opera actor jealous. He staggered backward 3 full steps, crashed into absolutely nothing, and collapsed onto the floor in a heap of expensive suit and pure audacity. Then he lay there motionless, one arm flung over his face. The crowd went insane. Cheering, screaming, someone started chanting, "V Elaine Zess! V Elaine Zess! V Elaine Zess!" And it spread like wildfire. I stood there, foam sword still in hand, staring down at Dmitri's prone form. He peeked out from under his arm, winked at me, then scrambled to his feet and sprinted toward the backstage entrance like a man fleeing for his life. "ILL, remember this, Your Majesty," he shouted over his shoulder, still playing it up. "The investors will hear of this. I'm the only shareholder and investor." He vanished through the door, and the crowd erupted again, a wall of noise so loud I felt it in my chest. I turned slowly, still holding the sword, and looked at them. Phones everywhere, cameras recording, people losing it with laughter and delight. Someone screamed, "Queen of Chaos!" Someone else, "Best Black Friday, Eva!" A third voice, clear and joyful, "I am buying everything in this store." I stood there, foam sword dangling from one hand, expression somewhere between bewildered and resigned. Lola appeared at my elbow, hollow tucked under her arm, face perfectly neutral except for the faint twitch at the corner of her mouth that meant she was absolutely dying inside. "Well," she whispered, voice barely audible over the noise, "that's going viral in approximately 6 seconds. I looked at her. She looked at the sword, then at me. "Marketing will love it," she added. "Dmitri planned this, didn't he?" "Of course he did," I muttered. From somewhere backstage, I heard Dmitri's voice, muffled but unmistakable. "Worth it." The chanting continued. "Villainess! Villainess! Villainess!" I lifted the foam sword above my head in acknowledgement. The crowd exploded. Chapter 239, Ulvath Noedum, Book 3. The chanting was still echoing in my ears when Lola gently but firmly took the foam sword from my hand. "Come," she said, in that tone that meant I didn't actually have a choice. "Therese, something you need to see." "More merchandising nightmares?" I muttered, following her deeper into the store. "Educational opportunity," she corrected. We walked past the main displays, racks of hoodies, walls of posters, a full section dedicated to plushies that made me question everything, and into a sectioned-off area near the back. A sign hung overhead in bold, glittering letters, Rhyme Briquet Power. Girls, premium collector's line, and beneath it thousands of boxes, stacked on shelves, arranged on display pedestals, lined up in perfect rows, like an army preparing for the world's most merchandised invasion. I slowed to a stop. Each box had a window on the front, showcasing the figurine inside, and every single one I could see featured. "Lola?" I said faintly. She stood beside one of the display pedestals, hands folded, expression perfectly serene, as if she hadn't just led me into a shrine dedicated to her own collectible form. The figurine was gorgeous, and also deeply concerning. Lola, or rather, Figurine Lola, stood in a dramatic pose, one hand holding an ornate book. Well, was that her clipboard? Never mind, the other extended gracefully as if mid-spell. Her outfit was a deep purple and gold ensemble that looked like someone had taken sexy battle mage and elegant administrator and fused them in a design lab. The dress was strategic, high cut on the sides, flowing fabric with gold embroidery, and a neckline that was generous in its interpretation of professional attire. Her hair flowed dramatically, complete with a delicate ribbon, and the base featured an intricate magical circle with runic symbols. She looked powerful, confident, and like she could absolutely destroy me with either magic or a perfectly timed spreadsheet. I stared. "Why are there thousands of you?" "The line sold out in pre-orders," she said calmly. "Twice." Dmitri didn't want to commit at first. This is the third production run. I blinked. Third? Dimitri says, in the top 3 most requested characters. She tilted her head slightly. After you and Lunaris. I looked at the figurine again, then at Lola, then back at the figurine. And you're okay with? I gestured vaguely at the figurine, specifically at the parts of it that were significantly more revealing than anything I'd ever seen Lola wear in real life. With the, I asked vaguely, because apparently that was the part my brain focused on first. The outfit? She finished calmly. Yes, Lola picked up one of the boxes. People expect a certain aesthetic. Dimitri ran it by me during the design phase. I approved it. You approved this? I negotiated. She corrected. The original design was worse. I choked on air. Worse? Much. She set the box down, adjusting it so it aligned perfectly with the others. I insisted on the book, and the tactical circle base, and the hair ribbon, because I liked the detail. In exchange, I allowed the leg cutouts and the neckline. She said this the way someone might describe negotiating office supplies. I stared at her. Did you trade design elements like contract terms? Of course, she said. It's my image. Why wouldn't I negotiate? I didn't have an answer to that. I walked along the display, processing the fact that Lola had negotiated her own figurine like a corporate merger when she stopped at the next pedestal. And here, she said, gesturing with the practiced ease of a tour guide who'd given this presentation before, is Catherine. I looked and immediately remembered why Catherine had a fan base. The figurine was stunning. Catherine stood in a dynamic battle pose, one leg forward, her massive greatsword planted point down into the base, with both hands gripping the hilt. Her purple hair flowed dramatically behind her, caught mid-motion as if wind from some unseen spell was whipping through it. The armor was intricate silver and gold plate, with ornate detailing, form-fitting in a way that was clearly designed by someone who understood both badass warrior and premium collectible aesthetics. The sword itself was nearly as tall as the figurine, etched with runes that caught the light, and the base featured cracked stone with faint magical energy effects molded into it. She looked ready to cleave through a dragon and then casually ask what's for lunch. I stared at it for a long moment. She's 4th, Lola said. I blinked. 4th? In sales ranking, Lola clarified. You, Lunaris, me, then Catherine. She paused, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Though that changed half an hour ago. Changed how? Black Friday, Lola said simply. I agreed to a 45% discount on my figurine for the weekend promotion. I turned to look at her slowly. Dimitri presented the opportunity, she said. He projected a significant volume increase that would offset the margin loss. I reviewed the numbers and approved the promotion. She adjusted one of the display boxes that had shifted slightly out of alignment. The discount drove a purchase surge that temporarily moved me ahead of Catherine in total units sold. Chez technically still 3rd by revenue, but I overtook her in volume. I opened my mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You're competing with Catherine for figurine sales? Yes. She picked up one of the Catherine boxes. Catherine's base price is higher because of the sword complexity and the armor detailing. My production cost is lower, which allows for more aggressive promotional pricing. It's basic market segmentation. I stared at her. She set the box down perfectly aligned with the others. Did you tell Catherine about this? I asked. She knows. Lola's expression remained perfectly neutral. She was actually excited and invited me for a beer. I still don't understand. I looked at the rows of Catherine figurines. Then at the rows of Lola figurines. Then at Lola herself, standing there in her perfectly professional outfit, looking like she hadn't just casually described engaging in a merchandising arms race with one of Rhymebreak's most popular characters. You're enjoying this, I said. I find market analysis satisfying, she replied, and the data is quite interesting. And here, Lola said, moving to the next display, is Lunaris. She's beautiful, I whispered. She's 2nd in sales, Lola said, by a significant margin. I blinked. 2nd? I thought I was. You're 1st, Lola clarified, but Lunaris outsells everyone else combined in certain demographics. I looked at her. What demographics? Lola's expression remained perfectly neutral. Lunaris is particularly popular among collectors who prefer smaller figurines. There was something in the way she said it, a carefully chosen phrasing that made me suspicious. Smaller figurines, I repeated slowly. Yes. Lola picked up one of the boxes, turning it so I could see the full display. The design team noted Lunaris has what they call optimal proportions for the collector's market. Compact, elegant, very popular in certain target audiences. I squinted at her. Lola, what aren't you telling me? She set the box down with careful precision. Lunaris is the #1 figurine among buyers who identify as, let's say, appreciative of petite character designs. Yes, extremely popular. Yes, Lola interrupted smoothly. The pre-sale numbers were unprecedented. Dimitri had to increase the production run 4 times. I looked at the figurine again, at the flowing hair, the dynamic pose, the intricate detailing on every surface. Does Lunaris know? I asked. She approved the design personally, Lola said, after significant negotiation. Negotiation? Lola's lips twitched, the barest hint of a smile. The original design was less conservative. I stared at her. Less conservative than this? Much less. She adjusted the figurine box on the display. I think Ian was involved in it. They rejected the first 3 proposals. They sent back detailed notes on what they considered unacceptable pandering to the male gaze. Lola paused. Ian's exact words were significantly less diplomatic. I could picture it perfectly. Ian, with Lunaris, sitting in a design meeting, absolutely eviscerated whatever poor artist who had presented the first draft. What did the first version look like? I asked, morbidly curious. I'm not permitted to discuss it, Lola said. Dimitri signed an NDA after Ian threatened to ensure his immortalization as a cautionary tale. I choked back a laugh. This is so weird, I muttered. This is marketing, Lola corrected, and you still need to see the signing area. Therese more? Much more. She gestured for me to follow. Come. The premium collector's edition plushies are in the temperature-controlled vault. The what? But she was already walking, clipboard in hand, and I had no choice but to follow her deeper into Riker's merchandising empire. Chapter 240. The Seneschal's Choice. Book 3, Zaltheron, was still panting beside me, a whiskey barrel of heat and hunger, leaking red light from every crack. The Grandmasters, well, what was left of them, were half gone. Then the smoke shifted. A darker shape moved inside it, slow and too graceful to belong here. At first, I thought it was just the smoke thickening again, another spell, another trick, but then I heard it. The click of a heel against shattered stone, the soft jingle of metal charms, the lazy drawl of breath to howl. Girlie! And then she stepped through. Kazi. The world shrank. Girlie, you better still be alive. The battlefield, the noise, the blood. It all pulled back like a tide fleeing a corpse. She walked through the ruin as if it belonged to her, smoke curling around her armor. The gold trim still gleamed under the ash, with the same sickly warm shine I remembered. Her crew padded behind her, silent as specters, their eyes molten in the half-light. Even the Grandmasters turned toward her. For a second, they almost looked relieved. Karzi's gaze swept the square, over them, over me, over the still steaming crater where we fought, and she smiled. That same lazy, world-devouring smile. Altandai, she murmured, still standing. How disappointing you are, girlie. I couldn't breathe. Not because of mana, not exhaustion, but because every nerve in my body remembered her hand on my back, the sound of those cuffs snapping shut, the smell of burning wool and skin. My muscles locked up before my mind did. No, 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 not her, not now. I took a step back without meaning to. My heel caught on a broken tile, nearly tripping me. Zaltheron noticed, 4 eyes flicking my way, confusion lacing through the bond. Enemy? He rasped, eager. But my voice wouldn't work, my throat had turned to glass. She kept coming. Each step was measured, confident, like she had rehearsed this entrance. The crew fanned out behind her, their movements perfectly in sync. Kazi stopped just behind the wounded Grandmasters. The wind tugged at her hair, streaks of silver through black now, pulled into a braid that looked sharp enough to cut. Her eyes found me through the haze, and she smiled wider. Girlie, she said, 2 syllables. That was all it took for my heart to plummet straight through my ribs. The nickname hit like a knife sliding under old scar tissue. Zaltheron took a step forward, claws flexing. Attack? Together? I couldn't even answer him. My brain short-circuited, words stacking in nonsense loops. Don't fight. Don't look weak. Shall laugh. Shall take you again. Gods, she's here, she's real. I tried to make my mouth work, and something like a laugh crawled out instead, thin, cracked. Oh, great, I said, voice shaking too much to sound like a joke. The universe really looked at me and said, "You know what this boss fight needs? Trauma DLC. Thanks, Cloudy." Kazi chuckled, and the sound hadn't changed. "You've learned humor," she said, as if she were proud of it. "How charming." My legs backed me up another step before I realized I was moving. Saltheron shifted with me, uncertain now. His claws scraped the ground, his hunger faltering at the taste of my fear. She tilted her head, eyes gleaming. Still trembling, she hissed, "Good. You remember your place." I wanted to scream at her, to tell her she didn't own me, that I wasn't the barefoot slave she had dragged through fire. But my voice stayed in my chest, trapped somewhere behind my heartbeat. All I managed was a whisper, barely audible over the hiss of cooling stone.
"You aren't supposed to be here. Where are you supposed to hunt for more slaves?"
Kazi's grin didn't waver. Surprise. The crew behind her growled in unison, low and rolling, like distant thunder. I swallowed hard, every muscle coiled, waiting for her to move, for the fire, for the cuffs, for that awful laugh. But she just watched me, amused, patient, the way predators watch trapped prey. "Run, girlie," she said finally, voice soft as silk and twice as cruel. "Let's see if I can catch you." I didn't move, couldn't. Behind me, Saltheron's growl deepened, the ground shaking under his feet. I felt his confusion giving way to fury, and for once I didn't know if I should stop him or beg him to act. And I was suddenly small again. The crew spread out behind her in a lazy half circle. Saltheron's breath came harsh beside me, heavy enough to fob the air. "She bleeds like the rest," he rasped. "Say the word, and I don't." My voice cracked, raw and thin. "Just don't. Because what if he attacked? What if she caught me?" Kazi was watching me like she already knew what I was thinking. Maybe she did. She always had a way of looking through me, like peeling skin off with a smile. She took another step forward. Her crew followed, silent. The sound of their boots scraping over the fractured cobbles was somehow louder than any roar. "What's the matter, girlie?" she asked softly. "Lost your courage? I thought queens were supposed to rule." My mouth opened, but words didn't come out. Just the faintest sound, something between a laugh and a sob. My mind raced in tight, choking circles. She can't bind me again. The stone's gone. It's gone. It's gone. But Kazi tilted her head, smile deepening, and the certainty cracked. She would find a way. She always did. "Demon," Kazi said without looking at him. "You serve her?" He rumbled low, a sound that made the rubble vibrate. "I don't ask sovereign questions. She is sovereign. I serve my sovereign." Kazi's laughter was rich. How precious. "Do you know what happens to queens, demon?" She looked back at me, eyes bright with nostalgia. "They break." My pulse slammed against my throat. Every part of me wanted to run, to vanish, to log out. Anything. But the ground held me fast. The fear didn't feel cinematic. It was quiet, creeping, familiar. Like slipping into an old collar. I could taste the metal again. Saltheron leaned toward me, claws flexing, whispering, "Command me. You're master of Ulvath Noerim." I couldn't. Even with the crown burning on my head, even with demonic fire at my call when I looked at Kazi, I still saw the woman who'd put me in chains, who'd called me clever like it was an insult, who'd taught me how it felt to be owned. She didn't have the binding stone anymore. She didn't need it. The real binding was still right there, under my skin, wrapped around my throat. Kazi took another step closer. "Keep trembling," she breathed. "Keep being mine." My fingers twitched around the ice sword hilt, useless. Every part of me screamed to move, but my legs wouldn't listen. She smiled as if she could smell the paralysis. "You remember what happens when you try to fight me?" She just watched me and raised one hand. Just slightly, enough to make every nerve in me light up. "Don't," I whispered, stepping back again. "Please." Her grin softened, like pity. "Oh, girlie," she said. "You make it sound like you still have a choice." My conquest was crushed. Sometime before, when Lola got into the capsule, "Let's go back," Lola whispered. The capsule's interior lights dimmed, sealing her in soft gold. A pulse of text flickered across her visor. "Your skill. Working overtime activated. T. Working overtime. Type. 6 Marvel effect. The Seneschal of Rhymebreak never stops working. Even death cannot interrupt her duties. When you die, your normal respawn timer begins as usual. However, you may choose to respawn at any time before the timer finishes. Doing so will double your remaining respawn time and convert it into a respawn penalty. Each subsequent early respawn triples or quadruples this penalty respectively. You have 1 month to clear the respawn penalty. The penalty must be repaid in full while logged out. If you log in before fully repaying it, the penalty doubles, but the 1-month repayment limit does not reset. Limits: 48 hours penalty. This skill is inherent to your class and does not count toward your skill limit. When Lola's eyes opened, the first thing she saw was light, too much of it. Golden rays fractured across the shattered cobblestones, refracting from the collapsed glass domes above. The second thing was sound, the deafening thunder of spells and steel colliding on all sides. Then the system's message faded, and the world of Rimelion snapped into focus. She stood on the wide marble market road of Altandai, once an elegant promenade of fountains and merchant stalls. Now, it was a war zone. Smoke rolled between archways, flames licked the edges of silken banners, and bodies of NPC guards lined the streets in fragments of armor. A line of soldiers moved ahead of her with precision, shields locked, steps synchronized, their every action a mirrored reflection of the man who commanded them. Shields up, angle 45. Lamar's voice was clear. The tall commander stood a few meters away, his armor plain steel but gleaming. Arrows and spells rained down from above. He didn't flinch. Each motion he made was exact, every order clipped. His eyes scanned the chaos, catching every formation break before it happened. When the noise grew too heavy for words, he switched to signals, simple, efficient gestures that rippled through his troops faster than shouts ever could. And ahead of them, like a living blaze, was Catherine. She stood at the tip of their formation, a crimson inferno wrapped in steel. Her greatsword, nearly as tall as she was, swung in arcs that left trails of fire through the smoke. Her violet hair whipped wildly in the heat, her grin fierce and reckless. Every blow she struck sent waves of flame across the front line, forcing the enemy back step by step. Arrows shattered against her, spells burned out mid-air, as healers behind her channeled everything they had just to keep her upright. Lola took it all in. The chaos, the order within it, the razor balance between control and madness that somehow worked. Status, Seneschal? Lama's voice reached her without looking, perfectly calm despite the destruction. Lola straightened, clutching a clipboard instead of a hollow. Reinforcements are delayed. In here to offer help. He nodded once, no wasted motion. Catherine, somewhere ahead, let out a battle cry, for glory. The flames burst brighter, swallowing the street. Lola exhaled, steadying herself, the air vibrating with heat and mana. "All right," she murmured under her breath. "Let's go to work. I was waiting too long to decide." Attention! You need to choose your signature inherent skill. You can pick only one. To Oathbound Phantoms of the Rimebreak Knights. Type 6 Marvel Effect. When the Seneschal of Rimebreak raises her voice in oath to the crown, the spectral echoes of the Rimebreak Knights answer her call. These phantom champions, bound by unbroken vows of loyalty and frost-forged honor, ride forth from the Seneschal's own manor to serve the kingdom, whether their mortal selves yet live or have long fallen to legend. So long as the realm's subjects remain steadfast in their fealty to their queen, the Seneschal may summon a phantom knight, a spectral reflection of her sworn knights. Each summoned phantom manifests with half the strength and skill of its living counterpart, enduring for 15 minutes before the threads of mana unravel and the echo fades to frost and silence. Maximum concurrent phantoms, third and summon limit, 6 per hour daily limit, 36 weekly limit, 84 monthly limit, 256 current active phantoms, 0. When the Seneschal calls, life and death alike stir the living in flame, the fallen in frost. Rimebreak, Sovereign Volley. Type 6 Marvel Effect. The Seneschal channels the will of her queen and her fire knights through her musket, invoking the command known as the Royal Decree of Fire and Frost. Upon activation, her musket shots become decree bolts for 60 seconds. Each decree bolt pierces through defenses and detonates in a rime burst, dealing area damage equal to 250 of her attack power and inflicting loyalty frost, reducing enemy movement and attack speed by 40 for 8 seconds. Each successful decree bolt restores 2 of her maximum mana and inspires nearby allies, granting 15 attack speed for 5 seconds. Power: 250 base attack. Defense penetration 70, area freeze, ally buff aura duration. 60 seconds cooldown, 1 hour requires. 6 epic weapon or greater ammo consumption, 1 royal grade cartridge per shot. Info: where her shot lands. Silence follows, for all present know the Queen has spoken. Oath of Preservation. Type: 6 Marvel effect. The Seneschal invokes a covenant-binding throne and subject. For 15 minutes, all allies under her jurisdiction 100 meters radius are woven into a single oath. While the oath holds, damage taken by any ally is reduced by 30, with the rest evenly distributed among all oathbound. Healing received by any ally is shared equally, multiplied by 125. All constructs and summons under her command gain immunity to banishment and 25 stats. Power: collective protection, shared healing, anti-dispel, limited death sustain. Duration: 15 minutes. Cooldown: 6 hours. The Seneschal's word binds more tightly than steel and gentler than mercy. 3 skills floated in front of her, each one whispering power. Each whisper cost. Her fingers twitched. The middle skill, Rimebreak Sovereign Volley, called to her immediately. It looked cool. It sounded cool. A decree of fire and frost. Musket shots like royal proclamations. Oh my, yes. Except she didn't have a musket, because of course she didn't. Her mouth curved into a bitter smile. Right. Remember that brilliant idea to pick as a class weapon, the rare weapon no one on this continent sells? 10 out of 10 for foresight, Lola. Absolute genius. Charlie had promised she'd import one eventually, which probably meant finding someone insane enough to smuggle it over the ban while juggling a war and demon invasions. Yeah, that would take a while. She sighed and swiped the musket option aside. The interface dimmed reluctantly, like it hated to be ignored. That left 2. Oathbound Phantoms of the Rimebreak Knights, the first. Regal, beautiful, with the promise of spectral allies. It wasn't flashy, but it was the kingdom itself breathing through her. And then there was the Oath of Preservation, the third. Protective, absolute. The skill that turned a massacre into a stand. Shared pain, shared healing, perfect coordination. It was the Seneschal's essence. Duty over glory, survival over pride. Lola stared between the 2 icons. Her hand hovered, indecisive. Phantoms or oath? The pragmatic part of her knew the third was smarter. It fit her perfectly. The protector, the stabilizer, the one who made sure everyone else got to keep fighting. But the other felt like her. The administrator who refused to let anything go unfinished. The knights shed lost. The ones shed ordered into the impossible. And if Rimebreak eventually has someone like Alma Kingdom, could see them again. Her chest ached, and she hovered over that option.